Hello CMA final students. Now you can gain expert knowledge in cost and management audit paper with our in-depth marathon session. So this marathon is designed for December 2024 as well as further attempts, and this is recorded by our top rated senior faculty member CMA Pranay sir, having more than 8 years of rich teaching experience. In this 12 hours of detailed marathon, faculty has covered 80 plus marks, and here are the details of all the chapters which the faculty has covered in this 12 hours of detailed marathon. The conceptual clarity that you can gain by watching this marathon video will definitely help you to score exemption range of marks in this paper. And for the details of chapter wise timestamps, please check the description of this video. To get the maximum benefit out of this video, try to watch in the same order and in the normal speed only, so that you can assimilate the knowledge of what you have watched. This video is neither extracted from pre-recorded classes and nor recorded in a recording theater. Actually, we recorded this content in face-to-face marathon lectures conducted in Guntur. So classes are recorded in 100% English, and if you like our work, then hit the like so that YouTube can recommend this video to more number of students. If you find this video to be helpful, don't forget to share the same with your friends so that they'll also get benefited. So leave your valuable opinion on this video in the comment section. Your feedback will surely drive us to create more useful content like this. So free exclusive marathon material which the faculty has shown while recording this video is available for free download in our app. Let us see what is the procedure that you need to follow. First, in an Android mobile or tab, visit the Google Play Store, and in that Google Play Store you can find our Android app Mastermind's online classes. You need to install the same, and after that you need to give your credentials and sign up to the app. And in the home screen on the top left corner you will find 3 horizontal lines. So click on the same and you will find a menu. In that menu you can find an option free material. Now click the documents tab in that free material. So open the folder CMA Final Marathon Classes for December 2024 and go to the Cost and Management Audit subfolder. So in that subfolder you will find out the PDF file which you can open either using an Acrobat reader or some other PDF reader apps. So after opening the file, either you can download or share it, or you can take a printout of the same material. Very soon we are going to upload the marathon videos of all the remaining subjects of CMA Final as well. If you want to receive a notification as and when we upload a marathon video, so then subscribe to this channel and press the bell icon. Now you can start enjoying the marathon, my dear students. All the best.
And initially in this session, let's complete forensic audit, anti-money laundering, and information system audit. Now it's around 9 o'clock if I was not wrong. From 9 to 11 will be the first session. 11:30 to 1:30 will be the second session. Okay, I mean to tell for every 2 hours, let's take break. So let me start with the first topic, that's all about forensic audit. Forensic audit. So what do you mean by forensic audit? Of course, forensic audit is a audit which is involving the examination of past financial records, just not to express an opinion. Here, in order to detect any illegal action, manipulation, frauds, siphoning of funds. Siphoning is nothing but transfer of funds. And one very important thing, the outcome of forensic audit will be absolutely used in court of law. Whereas all the remaining audits is just as a statutory requirement. I mean to tell, cost audit has to be done as per CRAR 2014. Statutory audit, Companies Audit and Auditors Rules 2014. So these audits will be done in accordance with the law. It is just as a requirement of the law. But forensic audit is more like an investigation. What is forensic audit, my dear children? More like an investigation. So it's like examining the past financial records. Why the past financial records are examined, sir? In order to detect any illegal action. in order to find any illegal action and manipulation in the books of accounts. Because hope you all people know that Satyam scam is only due to books of accounts. Even ILFS scam is only due to books of accounts. See, everybody's aim is only one thing: to increase the profits. To increase the profits, they can do any kind of fraud. I mean to tell, like, they can either overstate the income or understate the expenses. Clear? And as you people know that Enron scam is a totally different, wherein they did not show the liabilities in their books of accounts. Whenever the liabilities were not shown, every shareholder will get tempted to check over to that balance sheet. Because whatever all the assets are there, all the assets are belonging only to the shareholders. That is what the temptation that the user will get, and hence user will be investing continuously one by one. But ultimatum, whenever the scam had come out, who is the ultimate losers? They are the shareholders, but not the board of directors, but not the company at all. So at the end point, shareholders are getting loser because of any kind of frauds that were being happened in a particular entity. So forensic audit will be acting as a solution for the frauds were undertaken. See, forensic audit is not something like a prevention. It's something like a cure. Then what is the best prevention, sir? Internal controls. All the time prevention is nothing but internal controls. This forensic audit is like a cure part. Already fraud happened. How much happened? What happened? Who done? What is the next work? All those things will be directed through the forensic audit. Clear, everybody? Okay. And forensic audit. Of course, every audit is independent. Of course, every audit is comprehensive because they have to do it on a comprehensive basis. Overall basis is nothing but comprehensive. But very important thing is this forensic audit is having a scientific approach. This is very, very, very important. Forensic audit is having a scientific approach to review the entity's financial statements. It's not something like just doing audit, something like ticking the vouchers. Because what happens, expense is 1,000 rupees. But wantedly we will show the expense as 100 rupees. And we will be putting the vouchers only relating to that 100 rupees. Then automatically what an auditor feels? It is correct only. Because P&L account expense is 100. Vouchers also matched for 100. Absolutely there is no mistake. Company is very good. Even every voucher is dated properly. Every voucher is signed properly. Every voucher is maintained in numberings. Each and every voucher separate registers are there. Purchase vouchers separate, salary vouchers separate, miscellaneous vouchers separate. Everything clearly maintained. Now what an auditor thinks? Oh wow, this company is doing very great job. So nothing great to extend our concentration to this company. But what is reality? Their expense is 1,000 rah. But they are showing it only for 100. This is the biggest problem. But who will identify this one? Forensic auditor has to identify this one after the fraud is been come out. Even now you can't do anything because nobody knows that the fraud is happened at all. So whenever the fraud is happening, something such sort of information is available, whenever it is being reported to SEBI, or such fraud is being reported to court of law, then immediately they will be ordering for a special audit, which is nothing but a forensic audit. So it's nothing but a kind of investigative activities. So forensic audit is conducted to prosecute a party for the fraud, embezzlement or other financial crimes. But forensic audit not only includes financial frauds, but also bankruptcy, filing disputes, closures of business and business divorces, etc. What is this one? So forensic audit not only includes financial frauds. Financial fraud is nothing but just now I told you, like manipulating the profits, showing more income, showing less expenses. But forensic audit is not only dealing with this thing. Forensic audit is also dealing with the extensions. Likewise, one company is telling, we would like to declare insolvency. How far is it correct? Because sometimes, companies will be declaring insolvency where board of directors is having an eye on the company to manipulate the assets of the company. They will be having enough assets, but they don't show all the assets. Wantedly, they will show less assets. Then what about the remaining assets? Wait, board of directors are there. They delete everything. No worries at all. So that is a plan. But what is real? More assets are there. Then who will find it? Forensic audit or investigation. So whenever you are telling that we being so and so company would like to declare insolvency. Wait. You can't declare like that. First file an IP in court of law. What is IP? Insolvency petition. You have to file it in court of law. Then court of law will be cross-checking with your entity. Wait, we'll order for a forensic audit. They'll tell you how many assets are there, how many liabilities are there, whether all the liabilities are real or any bluff liabilities are there. Because sometimes even though liabilities are not there, they'll show more liabilities for the same assets. So all these things will be covered by the forensic auditor, like bankruptcy, filing disputes. If any problems are there between companies to companies, then automatically forensic audit investigation will help you to solve that dispute. Closure of business, similar to bankruptcy, but not exactly. Closure of business, closing the business. And business divorces. Business divorces is nothing but demerger. Perfect. So even in case of demerger also, forensic audit will help you. Like forensic audit will give you an investigative report, whereas that report shall be used in court of law. See here, analysis and review. Forensic audit is an analysis and review of the company or a person to extract the facts which can be used in court of law, as we have already discussed. Facts will be extracted and those facts will be used in the court of law as an evidence. You know, ultimatum, judge will be giving the order basing on the evidences submitted by the forensic auditor. If forensic auditor himself is corrupted, nobody can do anything. Okay, next. What is the process of forensic audit? As simple as such, if I was not wrong, professional skepticism is for general audits, but for forensic audit it is professional skepticism will be there. It's not skepticism, it is skepticism. Skepticism is nothing but doubting. So forensic audit begins with doubt. Sir, whatever you touch, you should have doubt on that. Whereas under general audit, whatever you touch, you should have questioning mind. Whether is it correct or wrong. Here doubt, this is wrong only. We have to find that it is wrong. If you are unable to find that it is wrong, then conclusion it is correct. That is how the forensic auditor mindset should be. Something like investigating officers, CBI officers, movies you will be watching. They'll doubt everybody. They'll doubt everybody. Say wife died. They'll doubt husband first. Am I correct or wrong, sir? So CBI or investigation or forensic audit, this is something like they should doubt everyone. Only then they can find the facts. But audit is not like that. If audit is something like doubting everybody, everybody's emotions will get hurt. And automatically they will be agitating the audit, and ultimatum nobody wants to conduct the audit at all. Nobody will allow, they don't cooperate to the auditors. So that's the reason audit is not like a doubting mind, but investigation is like a doubting mind. Because in investigation, proof is there that fraud is happened. Likewise, section 143, subsection 12 of Companies Act 2013, an auditor needs to report the fraud. If the fraud is less than or equal to 1 crore, greater than 1 crore, then respectively the board of directors will be ordering for the forensic audit. If the fraud is less than or equal to 1 crore, or if it is greater than 1 crore, then CZ, central government might order for a forensic audit. So proof is there, right? Fraud happened, ra? Now I have to prove that fraud is happened. So forensic audit begins with doubts, suspicions, and of course any audit will be ending with reporting only. Forensic audit is performed through investigation procedures. The evidence, whatever is there, it will be used in court of law. And the reporting has to be done to the appointing authority. Like I told you, board of directors might be appointing authority, central government might be appointing authority, management or board of directors, shareholders might be appointing authority, banks might be appointing authority. Like that you'll be having. Clear, everybody? This is the basic part. Now, where can you conduct forensic audit? Yeah, common areas of forensic audit, or where can you conduct forensic audit? Number one, corruption. Sir, corruption is illegitimate use of resources. Corruption is not just bribery. You are corrupted doesn't mean you are accepting bribes all the time. Bribery is a part of corruption. Something like abuse of authority. You are having authority, but you are using it in a wrong way. Best example, company car is there. Board of directors has to use that company car for company purposes. But every time board of directors will use it for their family purposes, personal purposes. Even they'll go tour in that car only. That is called as corruption. Illegitimate use of resources, abuse of authority. If it is of like small things, like using the car, nobody will take care. Let it go light. It's okay. They are doing lots and lots of work for the company. Sitting in the company, sweating for the company, sleeping in the company, not at all eating, only eating the company. So they are doing lots and lots of work for the company. Okay. Exception. Let them go. Let's give some exception. So small things is negligible. But whenever it had become a big part, then the real problem will come out. Something like using car is okay, but selling the car and using the funds is not okay. I hope the part is clear for you. That's corruption is all about. Something like illegitimate use of resources, abuse of authority. Corruption includes many elements such as extortion. Of course, here you are having nothing worries. Extortion, bribery, conflict of interest, etc. Now, the first one in that, extortion. What do you mean by extortion? Very simple, holding your neck and asking you to put the signature. Coercion, physical threat, slapping, tapa, slapping. Hey, sign a death. Will you sign? Or it will be something like, will you sign or your family is in danger? He don't know who is his family at all. Telling one word, it's okay. So extortion is like physical threat, coercion. Okay. So to extract money from the other party, of course, it's a criminal offense. Whenever, sir, think with common sense. If extortion is happening in the company, this is known to the shareholders, then what is the position of that company in the minds of the shareholders? This company is a duffa company. This company is extorting everyone. Even this company is threatening the customers to draw back the cases which were filed in consumer court. Even this company is threatening the creditors that it won't pay money to them. Even this company is threatening the debtors that you don't sell it. If it don't sell, why the company? Right? So extortion is all about physical threat, force, violence, etc. And the next one, bribery. As you all think, the common fraud is nothing but bribery. Likewise, as simple as such, there will be a word, dishonestly influencing one's position. Something, yeah. See here, dishonestly influencing one's position or a role to receive something. Accepting gifts or accepting money, properties. Hey, I'll sign if you give 1 lakh. Yeah, everything is perfect, but I don't sign. Right? I'll sign, give me 1 lakh. What is the benefit if I sign for your contract? I'll sign for your contract. Say you are establishing one hospital, constructing one hospital. After that, you'll make more money. But for that, I'm giving you the permission now. What for me? Hey, your work is to give the permissions, right? Government is giving salary to you for that work only. No, that's okay. That's secondary. Primary, whatever you give is my primary part. అలా అయిపోయింది, nobody can do anything. So that's all about bribery, something like accepting the gifts, payments, properties, etc. in unethical and illegal way. And the next one, conflict of interest. As simple as such, company's intention is separate, our board of directors intention is separate. What is company's intention? To satisfy the shareholders. Then what is board of directors intention? To satisfy themselves. Their objective is to achieve 1 crore sales. Then what is board of directors objective? To eat 1 lakh money in the company. The conflict of interest. Board of directors interest is separate, company's interest is separate. In such course of interest, board of directors will be doing whatever they would like to do to satisfy their hunger, but not to satisfy the shareholders. And so that's all about conflict of interest, something like unethical actions. Unethical actions lead people to make decisions, take care to help themselves rather than helping organization. So decisions will be taken in such a way in favor of themselves. Say for example, there's a policy in the company that you have to give tender to such persons who have submitted at least cost. But board of directors will give the tender to his brother-in-law. Otherwise his wife will slap him. So that is the biggest problem. So board of directors will be acting in favor to themselves, but not in favor to the organization. Clear, everybody? So that is all about conflict of interest. And the next one is fraud. Everybody of you know the fraud. Fraud is a deliberate act. Fraud is a deliberate act, not an accidental act. Sir, sorry sir, accidentally I have done fraud. Anta scene em ledu. Everybody will be doing the fraud deliberately. It's not a car accident. Accidentally happen. No. Fraudulently you will do the car accident. And you will tell, sorry sir, I did not see. So fraud is a deliberate act in order to get unauthorized benefit. It includes many things like false and willful representations. You'll give false representations that everything is perfect. OLX. You'll be selling a second-hand product by showing them that everything is perfect. Ultimately, nothing will be perfect. Intention to deceive. Your intention itself is to deceive. Hiding the facts. You have made a promise, but you're not having any intention to perform. Clear, everybody? To the creditor, you're promising that you'll pay rupees 1 lakh. But ultimately, you know that you're going to deceive the creditor. Something like, in business, it's quite common. If at all he is not a recurring creditor for you, you will make him to cry for his payments. Because you have to concentrate on recurring creditors. If he's a recurring creditor is nothing but I'll purchase only from that creditor all the time. He's called as recurring creditor. So you have to make payments on time to the recurring creditor. Otherwise he don't give you the raw material. Then you will become a big bluff here. First of all, you have to satisfy the recurring creditors. Of course, this might not happen in companies, but small grocery stores, kirana stores, they'll make non-recurring creditors to die and cry for their money. Anyways, next, asset misappropriation. Already we have discussed. Using the assets for their personal benefit is nothing but asset misappropriation. Theft of assets, but nobody will be knowing. Something like raising fake invoices, misappropriation of cash, payments made to non-existing suppliers, theft of inventory, misuse of assets, etc. And financial statements fraud, which is nothing but misleading the public. In financial statements, you will be doing the fraud by increasing the incomes, decreasing the expense, evading the liabilities, showing overvaluation of assets, etc. and etc. That's all about financial statement fraud. Why this is done, sir? In order to show consistent earnings and growth. The common fraud where the companies will be doing is with provision. whether the provision created is correct amount or wrong amount. Nobody knows except the management. They have to create 10%, but they are creating only 1% this year. Why? If I create 10%, profit will decrease. In the next year, we are estimating our income will be more. So next year, the provision should be 10%, but they'll create 20%. Hope the point is clear. So that current year also total profits maintained. Next year also total profits maintained. So this is a game that board of directors will do. But nobody knows this except the management. Even an auditor, even a forensic auditor, nobody knows this. Sir, it's an estimation, sir. It's very simple. How many debtors position we'll check? There will be tons and tons of debtor to the company. How many debtors positions you will check? Sir, our team had identified the debtors, sir. They don't pay properly, so 20% is the provision. Last year 1% only gadara. Current year, see sir, sales increased. So 2 more debtors we have sold. So sorry sir, it's 20%. Who can judge that now? Nobody except the management. So this is financial statements fraud. And the next one, investigation methodology or forensic audit procedure, or which is commonly called as 9-step method. What is this? First, you accept the forensic audit engagement. Then evaluate the allegations and suspicions. Just you understand what are the allegations are there, what are the doubts are there. And then conduct a due diligence and background notes. You just take care about themselves. Just you prepare a notes. What kind of person, what is the doubt on each and every person, etc. Complete the preliminary stage of investigation. This is nothing but preliminary stage of investigation. Now check the prediction, assuming that there will be litigation. As we always said that do everything only by assuming that doubt will be there. Like that, assume that for everything litigation is there and you conduct the audit. And start with external investigation. Till now you have done investigation by checking the background notes. And you checked the behavior of that person only. But really now enter into the picture. Do the physical investigation. Do the external investigation. Gather all the proofs and evidences. Prepare the final report. And ultimately submit the same in the court of law. And court proceedings will be started. Clear everybody? This is called as 9-step methodology. Very popular and very important question. Of course, whatever we are dealing are only important questions. Every question it's impossible to deal. And the next one, what are the needs for forensic audit? Very, very simple question. Nothing great to discuss more. See, initial questions are very much important to discuss more so that further questions will become very, very easy. And reasons for conducting the fraud or need for forensic audit. Theft of business information. Did you remember something called corporate espionage? There is a term called corporate espionage. Corporate espionage is nothing but our persons, our employees will be fraudulently taking the information and selling to the outsiders. Simply like backstabbing, which is called as corporate espionage. Theft of our information and selling it to the other company. Data manipulation. Did you remember? So data manipulation, theft, something like we have given an example in the classroom. Another company employee will be employed in our company as if he is our employee. And he will be appearing as if he is working for our company, but fact he is working for that company. Something like in this context we at that time. So that's what theft of business information. Business data is leaking to someone. Then obviously forensic audit is needed. Systems have been hacked. Who hacked? How is the impact on hacking? How the hacking is done? What's the impact? Forensic audit has to be done. Issues identified by the whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are the best part in the organization. If whistleblowing system is not there, then it might collapse the entire organization. Something like, say for example, my marathon class is not understanding to you. Immediately everybody has to bow down and you have to put your head into the desks, and then you have to shout, your class is not understanding, which is nothing but whistleblower work. He'll blow the whistle, but who blowed the whistle? Nobody knows. A person will tell the problem, but who had told that problem? A person had identified the fraud, but who had identified that fraud? Nobody knows. So such kind of system is very much needed. Something like anonymous. Anonymous antaru kada. They are like whistleblowers. Some sort of suggestion box is needed. Some sort of suggestion box is needed. Some sort of grievance portal is needed. Clear, everybody? And the next, reconciliations resulted in unidentified material differences. Like you're reconciling bank reconciliation statement, creditors reconciliation statement, you're doing the reconciliations, cost reconciliation statements, but they are not getting matched. Differences are there. Differences are unidentified, and it is material amount, not like 1 or 2 rupees, just 1 crore or 2 crores rupees. Suspicious frauds or illegal activities. Turnover is there, but every balance is negative. Use turnover is there, profit not there, expense more, there is no cash, bank overdraft. So obviously we'll get doubt. Are here 1 crore turnover is there, hardly the expenses should be 50 lakhs, but 50 lakhs profit should be there. At least cash 30 lakhs is there, but bank overdraft 45 lakhs is there. Huh? What's happening in my company? You're munchifying me. Then what is my position? Clear, everybody? Even for these things, a kind of forensic audit is being ordered. And the next one, forensic audit procedure, steps of forensic audit or functions of forensic audit. Hey, take care, get the difference. This is 9-step methodology. This is steps in forensic audit. The same thing, but it will be something like in an elaborate way. Initially, you have to plan the investigation, then you have to collect the evidence, then you have to report, and ultimately court proceedings. If I was not wrong, initially you are having procedure for a forensic audit. First question, something like it should start with doubt, it should end with reporting. Similar question, process of forensic audit. Okay, so you have to accept the engagement, you have to plan the investigation, you have to collect the evidence, you have to report, and ultimately court proceedings. Next, what's fraud, and give some examples for fraudulent activities. Already we have done what is fraud. Fraud is a deliberate act, obtaining unauthorized benefits, either for himself or even for the institution. So fraud can be enjoyed either by himself directly, or it can also be enjoyed by the institution, that's like organization or the company. It includes active concealment of facts, hiding the facts, false and willful representations, promises made without having any intentions to perform, etc. Now, some of the examples for fraudulent activities which are given in your material, but they are not limited. Cash embezzlement, stock embezzlement, etc. Embezzlement is nothing but a kind of theft, misappropriating. Forgery or alteration of documents, unauthorized alteration or manipulation of company files, like you're opening the sensitive files of the company and you're doing the manipulations in that, like 1 lakh is there, after that you kept 10. Okay, so something like that. Fraudulent financial reporting, misappropriation or misuse of resources or assets, authorized or receipt payment of goods but not received. Authorization for payment, but you did not receive the goods. Is it clear? Authorization is done for the payment for those goods which did not receive. You got the payment in your hand, no need to pay, because there is no such supplier, non-existing supplier payments. Then it will go into my pocket, because where is the supplier? In my pocket raw. So the payment will be going directly into my pocket. So authorization of receipt of unearned wages or the benefit. Something like employee is there. Employee is not working for 8 hours. He actually worked only for 4 hours. But I promised the employee, I'll pay you for 8 hours. Wait, you worked only for 4 hours, huh? Yes, sir. 2 hours, sir, you have to take extra. Okay. Remaining 2 hours wages you have to give me. Why? Because I am signing. Hey, logic understood, huh? Logic in this logic, chichi. So director is manipulating the company's funds by joining his hands with unearned wages and unearned employee benefits. Worked for 4 hours, he has to take for 4 hours. But I'm signing for 8 hours. Initially, I'll give him for 8 hours. He'll give 2 hours payment to me. He'll hold 4 plus 2 hours payment for himself. Again, a manipulation occurred. So this is nothing but authorization or receipt of unearned wages, conflict of interest, ethics violation, etc. Clear? Sir, nothing great to explain in this question. Very, very simple. And the next question, fraud triangle. One end is opportunity, one end is pressure, and the other end is all about rationalization. People will ask something like, sir, will India be a developed country in future? Every economics teacher while teaching intermediate second year will be telling this question. India is a developing country. Discuss. We can't forget in our lifetime. You read it, I read it, now the people are reading it. Future generations will read it. Past generations already read it. Read, read, will be read. Forever this will happen. The question won't change. Remember, question won't change in our lifetime. Reason is very simple. India is a large country with democratic people. It's highly impossible to satisfy each and everyone's need. You know, like India is a poor country with rich people. That's fact. People will be there. Rich people will be there. But they don't pay the taxes. How will the government generate the revenue? Frankly speaking, you think with common sense. To the most of the times, our assets will be more than our liabilities. Majority of it are houses. Hey, even though you earn only 1 lakh per annum, 1 lakh per annum, say your father earning is only 10,000 per month, but you are very happy because you are not having any liabilities or hardly one EMI of 2,000 rupees. No rent, everything is fine. So you're not having any liability, right? So like that, most of the times, majority of the times, everybody offers assets will be more when compared to the liability. But what about the state government, sir? What about the central government, sir? That's the point. So that's the reason I told something like India is a poor country with rich people. You know the biggest problem for that? Rationalization. What is that, sir? Everybody is doing, why can't I do it? Everybody is spitting on the road. So let me spit, what happens? Everybody is throwing the litter in the classroom itself directly, even though dustbin is there, not there. Everybody is throwing, so why can't I? Let me. So actually government had come up with largest reforms to keep large dustbins at one common places. But the problem, government did not keep it at that place where public is throwing. It's their inefficiency, ra. I'm throwing here, so government has to put the dustbin here, but it kept at the end of the street. I'm sorry. It's a mistake of the government, not mine. I'll throw here only. Let the government put the dustbin here. That is how we work. Cashier will take some cash by telling himself that, am I doing any wrong? No, I'm not doing any wrong. Because I'm taking 10,000 money extra. No worries. Next month, out of my salary, I'll reimburse it to the company. I'm not doing any wrong. Cashier is rationalizing himself. I've been working in the company for 10 years. My junior who gets appointed just before 3 years got the promotion. But I did not get the promotion. So company actually owes me. Company is indebted to me. but it is not paying anything. So I will pay everything for myself. Rationalization. So this is one of the main reasons for getting the fraud, for happening the fraud. And the next one, pressure. Untimely deadlines. Even TLs, especially. Sir, think with common sense. If I did not teach the marathon class here, director will question me directly. You will question me first. I tell something like, light. So ultimately you and me joined our hands and we are dancing here. Okay. Who will question me? Director will question me. I have that threat here, right? What about in a company? If an employee is not working properly, why should the team leader question? Why should the manager question? Because if manager is not doing the work properly, nobody is there. The board of director will not speak to the management directly. Say for example, ITC company is there here, right? In that ITC company, there will be one manager. Manager is not working properly. Employees are not working properly. Nobody are working anything. But they are showing as if the work is going on. What problem is there? Who will question them? Will the direct board of directors talk to the manager? Trash. They don't talk directly to the manager. They'll be having hundreds and hundreds of work. Thousands and thousands of works. Then to whom they are answerable? Why are they doing work? Why the team leader is very strict? Why the manager is very, very strict? Why the branch manager is still more strict? Hope you have got my question. To whom are they answerable? Why are they working? If I did not work here, you will question me. Director will question me. But in a company, do the board of director question the employee? Hey, why did not you do the work? Huh? No. Then who will question them? System. System will question them. They have designed a system. Corporate functioning is all about just through systems. They'll be having some policies. They'll be having some procedures. System will work more than anybody. So that's how a company works. So pressure. So they'll indirectly create more and more pressure on the employees. Or they might have some personal problems also, like addictions, gambling, drugs, shopping, etc. Personal financial problems. Due to their financial problems, they will be pressurized to do the fraud and to get more money. And the next one, opportunity. Problem with this is all about, I'm not doing any fraud. Say for example, cashier is having this much cash in his hand. This cash has to be submitted to the company. He is holding cash like this. This much cash is there. I'll take this amount and I'll put in my pocket. There's nothing wrong. Why nothing wrong? You're doing the fraud. No, I'm not doing the fraud. I'm letting the company to know that this is the area where the fraud can be done. Let the company identify this. Let the company identify this. Then I'll give the money to the company only again. Provided I should work up to that time. So this is the weakest area where more internal controls should be there. Clear, everybody? So opportunity, something like more internal control should be there. Pressure due to his personal problem. Rationalizing, telling himself that everything is correct. Breaking this fraud triangle is very much important. What can be broken down? Rationalization can never be broken down. Pressure, it can't be handled by the company. Then what can be broken by the company? Opportunity can be broken by the company by employing more and more internal controls. Let the controls be employed. Let it be properly. Clear, everybody? And the next one, next question. What do you understand about the red flags for the fraud? Explain with some examples. Hey, not the red flags and green flags, what you think? Here, there are something like, yes, even green flags are also there. But here, red flags are nothing but danger points for fraud. What are the areas where management can do the fraud? What are the areas where employees can do the fraud? Areas where management can do the fraud. They themselves are overriding the internal controls. Their decisions are dominated by a particular group or by a particular individual. They are supposed to take one decision, but that decision is being dominated by one person. Entire management is in the control of one person. So management is always showing disrespect to the regulatory bodies. to IRDA, an insurance company is supposed to report, but it is not reporting. You know, recently for a company, I've forgotten the name of that company. Recently, just before 2 to 3 days, a company had indulged into some fraud, and hence the SEBI ordered that listed company to the chairman, to that person, to resign. But even after giving that notice, he is holding the company till the continuous next 14 months. Even after getting the notice from SEBI that he has to resign from that company, he is holding the position as chairman for the next 14 months. Why? Obviously, some fraud is happening there. You can sense that. Anyways, so policies and procedures are not documented properly. Very weak internal control system. Accounting personnel, accounting staff is inexperienced. They are not giving serial numbers on the receipts and vouchers so that they can manage everything, manipulate everything. They are not sure with the information that they are providing, engaging in frequent disputes with the auditors every time, and photocopied or missing documents. They are taking the documents, Xerox, and some documents are missing. These are the points where management is doing the fraud. Employees, employee lifestyle is changing. Till yesterday he used to come by walk, but from today he is stepping down from a car. Behavioral changes, something like indication of drugs, alcohol, gambling, just fear of losing the job, and hence he is doing some fraud. High employee turnover. I think every year retirement is quite common. Every year turnover of the employees is quite common, but this year high amount of turnover is there. Like around more than half of the employees left the organization like anything. Then it's a danger point. You have to be very, very careful that all the employees collectively doing a fraud. Personal problems like debt, credit problems, financial problems, etc. And very important, refusal to take vacation or a sick leave. He is doing fraud. Even if he is not there for one day, his entire bandaram will come out. Whatever he is doing in that organization, everything will be depicted for everyone. That's the biggest problem. And lack of segregation of duties in a vulnerable area. Vulnerable area is nothing but area which is prone to very weak. Area is weak. That something like cash. Cash is the very weakest area. Stock is the weakest area where more frauds can be done in stock and cash. So you are not properly segregating the duties in that area. Then obviously frauds will occur. Clear, everybody? And the next one. What are the common cases of financial forensics? 1 second. Yeah. What are the common cases for financial forensics? Number 1, financial theft. Individual is stealing the money. Employee might take the money from a cash register. So individual can steal the money. Immediately a financial forensic analyst has to find the evidence for the same. So point number 1, financial theft, like manipulating the money. Next one, securities fraud. Something like Mr. Ramalingaraju, whatever he has done, Satyam, is all about securities fraud only. Wantedly, they will be increasing the prices, decreasing the prices by creating artificial demand or by giving wrong news. Satyam is not having that much profit, but they are showing a bluff profit, defunct profits, with which profits increase more. Everybody would like to purchase that company's share. Demand increased more, price increased more. At that point, Mr. Ramalingaraju sold all his shares. So, securities fraud. False information is presented with which users have to pay more money for that share of the company. Everybody knows money laundering. Conversion of illegal money into legal money or black money into white money. Next one, corporate valuation disputes. One company is acquiring another company. Wantedly, one company is showing more values, but whether is it real or not. Something like closure of the company. Forensic audit is not only limited for fraud finding, but also for business diverse, closure of business, bankruptcy, etc. The same point. Tax evasion. When a person is avoiding the taxes, whether is he correct or wrong, a forensic audit investigation can be ordered for. Clear, everybody? So these are the areas where the forensic financial forensics, case of financial forensics. Take care. Common areas for forensic audit is corruption, bribery, conflict of interest, asset misappropriation, extortion, etc. That is common areas of forensic audit. But here it is common areas of financial forensics. And everything is linked to the financial statements. You know the biggest problem and biggest challenge in CMAD? Nobody will tell it. Reading the question. Yes, seriously, nobody will tell it. Because I've been watched many marathons, I've been watched many people. I'm telling you the fact, whether you remember or not, this is 200% truth. First of all, you have to read the question properly. Objectives of internal control is different, internal control audit is different. Areas of forensic audit is different, areas of financial forensic is different. But you know what happens? You'll remember that as area and you'll remember this as case. Areas of financial forensics, and you'll write all those things. But wait, financial forensic is different from forensics. So be very, very careful. And next one, code of conduct in forensic audit. This is not that important, but yeah, anyways. So check out. What are the threats to the auditors? Self-interest threat. Self-interest threat is nothing but auditor himself is holding a share in the company. So he's having personal interest in that. Next, self-review threat. Hey, he is the internal auditor, he is the statutory auditor, he is the forensic auditor. Now how the fraud will come out? Is it clear? Next, advocacy threat. Advocacy is nothing but I am promoting one client. Say I'm the statutory auditor for that company, and also I am valuing that company in the case of selling of that company. I'm promoting the client here. That is advocacy threat. Familiarity threat. Say I've been working in that company as an auditor right from past 15 years. So I know everybody of them. I'm having very good relations. So I can't give a wrong opinion at all. So familiarity threat. Finally, intimidation threat. Something like coercion or undue influence. So in all these threat cases, like I'm having share in that company, self-review threat. I am the internal auditor, I am the statutory auditor, I am the forensic auditor. Will I give a wrong report? Never. I'm having share in that company. Will I give a wrong report? No. Advocacy threat. I'm promoting the client. If I promoted the client, then client will give me 1 lakh rupees. Will I give a wrong report? No. Familiarity threat. As I said, you have been working for 15 years in that company as an auditor. Everybody knows me. Employees knows me. Directors knows me. Even I know employees. I know directors. We are like friendly, maintaining a friendly relation. Can you give a negative report? Impossible. Intimidation threat is forcing you to give the positive report. What can you do now? With that force, you'll give a negative report. Chichi. Positive report. Clear. So these are the threats where auditor can't give a negative report at all. Qualities of a forensic auditor. Of course, everybody should have the same qualities. Generally, logical mind is special for forensic auditor. Give attention even to minute detail. Something like in movies you will be watching. A small clue will help them to find the fraud. Give value to moral principles. This is common to everyone. Question everything. This is common to everything, every audit. But here suspicion of everything is more important rather than just questioning. Be spontaneous. Yes, he has to react very quickly. And good understanding of accounting transactions and impacts. At the end of the day, if he did not understand the accounting transactions and impacts, he can't find the financial frauds. Clear? And that's the end of forensic audit. So let me start the next chapter, anti-money laundering. Coming to anti-money laundering, first of all, let's see what is money laundering and let's see anti-money laundering. What is money laundering? Of course, it's a financial crime. So you'll be getting some amounts criminally, which is called as dirty money. You will hide the origin. Like, how did you get that dirty money? Smuggling. criminally offended money. Smuggling is criminally offended money. You're getting some dirty money. You're hiding the source of that money. And you'll make the money as if it is appearing from a legitimate source. Like smuggling amount is invested in, what is it called? Cash-based restaurant business. And slowly everything is converting into legal money. Clear, everybody? And the next one, conversion of black money into white money. Tainted money, ante illegal money into legal money. Take care, black money is different and illegal money is different. Black money ante money on which you are not paying the taxes. And that's the reason you're having Black Money Act even in your income tax also. And illegal money is the money or amount received from illegal sources. Income tax doesn't want whether it is legal or illegal. I want you to pay the taxes. Ante. Hey, I earned illegal money. Trash. Pay the tax. Enough. But at the time of paying the taxes, you have to show the source. That source, if it is illegal, immediately an order, crime order will be passed on you. And the next one, anti-money laundering. Sir, money laundering is like conversion of black into white, tainted into untainted, illegal into legal. Now, anti-money laundering or the programs, projects, etc. and etc. which are employed to stop this money laundering. Anti-money laundering activities, programs undertaken by the financial institutions in order to comply with the legal requirements to report all such suspicious activities of money laundering. Anti-money laundering also includes CFT, counterfeiting terrorism, and CPF, counter proliferation of financing. Transfer of weapon financing is nothing but CPF. I mean, atomic bombs are getting manufactured by one country. To manufacture that atomic bombs, you need some transfer of funds. So you're transferring funds for manufacturing of atomic energy weapons, where we'll call it as proliferation financing. That is called as proliferation financing. Even that should not be done. So anti-money laundering not only includes anti-money laundering, it also includes counterfeiting terrorism and counter proliferation of financing. To tell you in another words, money laundering also includes terror financing or terrorist financing and proliferation financing. Terrorist groups are getting funds. How are they getting funds? That is secondary. But this money laundering also includes terrorist financing. Money laundering also includes proliferation financing. Terrorist financing is nothing but funding to the terrorist groups. Proliferation financing is nothing but funding for manufacturing of dangerous weapons. Next, AML regulations combine money laundering, that is sources of funds, with terrorist financing, that is destination of funds. Already told you. Next one, what is the need to perform anti-money laundering checks? What for AML techniques will be used by financial institutions, and what are the objectives of AML checks? First of all, what do you mean by AML check? Money laundering is happening. What is the point? Money laundering is happening. Immediately you should have an eye on that, right? Having an eye on money laundering is nothing but anti-money laundering checks. Clear? So now, what kind of anti-money laundering checks are there? What is the need for AML checks? How a financial institution can use these AML techniques? AML programs will be used for what purpose? The primary objective of AML techniques is to fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. But even there are some other checks. Prevent financial crimes. If at all anti-money laundering programs are implemented, automatically financial crimes will get reduced. If at all anti-money laundering, now the next one, regulatory compliance. You're supposed to employ AML checks because you're supposed to follow the law. Something like, if I was not wrong, internationally you're having a body. Did you remember? What is that? international body, FATF recommendations, FATF, Financial Action Task Force, which is an international body. Even even India is also one of the nations in FATF, member of FATF. FATF is nothing but Financial Action Task Force. That's an international body for anti-money laundering. Now the point is all about it. FATF is recommending some things. So you're supposed to follow all those recommendations, which is nothing but regulatory compliance. Your company might require to follow all the AML checks due to regulatory compliance, since one law is asking you to do that, and hence you have to. Next, protecting reputation. If you have done AML checks properly, automatically your reputation will increase. Your name will increase, your fame will increase, trust will increase. But if you're not conducting properly, then automatically loss of customers and trust. Proper AML checks might increase the shareholders' value. Penal protection. If you have followed AML checks properly, obviously you'll get protection from penalizations. And encouraging ethical practices. Sir, nobody might order you to do these AML checks. But as a part of ethical concern, you have to follow all the AML checks. Clear, everybody? Is the question clearer? Why AML checks will be conducted? First, in order to prevent money laundering and terrorist financing, and also to prevent financial crimes. As a part of regulatory compliance, you have to protect your reputation. If AML checks are followed, automatically your brand value will increase. Penal protection. If AML checks are followed properly, then automatically no penalizations will be there. And even though nobody is asking you to do it, you have to do as a part of ethical practices. Clear, everybody? This is all about need for AML checks. And next, what is the working methodology for money laundering? How do money laundering work, sir? Very, very simple. 3 steps are there. Placement, layering, integration. Very important question also. Of course, I already told you, we are speaking only with the important questions now. Placement. First of all, you have to place the funds, illegally obtained funds, in the society slowly. And then layering. They get separated. Something like transfer of funds. And something like one company to another company to another company. I already told you, like something like country to country. So it will be transferred to many countries, and finally again it will be integrated into Indian economy, which is called as integration. Clear, everybody? So something like, check out placement. Placement refers to how and where illegally obtained funds are placed. It happens by injecting the funds into financial system by breaking into small parts. Okay. Something like you got illegally smuggled goods. You sold the smuggled goods and you got 10 lakhs. Now we have decided to convert this into legal money. What is the first step? Placement. Where are you placing these funds? Sir, I would like to inject the system by breaking it into small parts. Something like, first of all, I'll invest this in some restaurant business. I'll invest this in gold business. I'll just give to the Hawala companies. Clear, everybody? What a Hawala company will do? It will take the money. It will charge some commission. It will invest that amount in one company with anonymous name. Say, in India, you have transferred it to a Hawala company and it is investing with anonymous name in Singapore. From Singapore to UK. From UK to Japan. From Japan to US. US to Switzerland. Switzerland to China. China to India. Integrated in India again. But somebody is asking, like government is asking, how did you get these funds? So Chinese company invested in my company. I don't know. Okay, let me go to the China government and let me get the details. Go back, some US. Let me go back to US company and let me get the details. And then go back to the next country, Switzerland. Break. Because hope you know that Switzerland, Swiss bank, and another country, Mauritius, These two countries will never give the information to anyone. Impossible. These two countries will never give the information to anyone. Clear, everybody? So that's all about placement. So initially, where did you place the funds? I placed in restaurants, some sort of amount in gold business, some sort of amount in Hawala companies, like that I have done it. Next, layering. So layering is a part where separating criminal funds from their source. Invested in restaurant business, I'll start doing the business. Okay, I'll start doing the business. Like say for example, paneer butter masala, 100 rupees. They'll give me 100 rupees. Clear, everybody? I'll give the bill for 100 rupees. But later on, I'll be duplicating the system. 250 rupees. Work done, ra. Work done. Only cash will be accepted. No phone pay will be accepted. No UPI payments. Show me the proof. You're just a customer for that hotel. You might not be a recurring customer also. Say for example, an audit is conducted on your hotel, and say for example, you're making a call to one customer. Hey, we are from income tax department. Oh, income tax department, what happened? Did you eat in this hotel? Huh? Hope you have got my point. Okay. Even after eating in that hotel, what is the bill payment done by you? What is the price? When did you eat? Price might get increased. Hope you have got the question. So this is all nonsense. So slowly your black money or illegal money will be converted into white money or legal money with the help of cash based business like restaurant, petrol, even gold, etc. So criminals do this to hide the illegal funds so that it is obviously hard for AML investigators to trace the transaction. Say for example, something like I already told you, from India, the funds were gone to China, gone to US, gone to Switzerland, and from here to Singapore, to Japan, to UK, again to Japan, again to Singapore, to UK, to Japan, and then into India. Wantedly they have done that. Say the amount is like 50 crores, not a small amount. So now how Indian government or AML investigators are going to react? How did you get the funds? Japan company, sir. Go to the Japan government and get the data. Hey, is it clear? Now, from Japan, how did you get the funds? UK. Go to the UK government and get the funds. I mean, sorry, not funds, get the data. Again, UK government is giving Japanese company details. Again, you have to go to the Japan, again you have to go get the details. Hey, how many times you'll come, bro? Sorry, sir, this is the last time. Okay, give the details. Again, go back to Singapore. Again, Japan details. How many times they'll give you? So this is complex layer number 1. So they wantedly invest in one country 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, so that obviously government also will react once or twice or thrice, not more than that, right? Sorry, even after breaking these many chains, at the end you have stopped somewhere like Switzerland. So it's impossible to trace now. That is the reason AML checks are very much needed initially itself, not after laundering the money. At the time of laundering the money, that is very much needed. Clear, everybody? Now around 142 crores, 143 crores is the Indian population. There are n number of companies in India. From which company you have done this fraud? Who is that person in that 143 crores that you have done that fraud? Is it you or not? I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, okay, if it is me, it's my gut feeling that the fraud is done by you. Show the proof. It's with Switzerland government, sir. Who told you? I don't know what is Switzerland at all. Can you prove it? There ends the matter. And the next one, integration, something like a re-entry of the laundered funds into the economy, as if they are like wearing a white dress by doing a tuck and keeping a belt. Something like as if they appears they are legitimate business. They'll get combined into the economy in such a way that it's very, very difficult to trace. And this is the step where launderers and criminals can invest and increase their wealth. So after getting the money, it appears to be legal, right? Now it's not a small money, it's hard money. So let them purchase all the real estate assets, luxury assets, etc. and etc. Is it clear? This is all about AML, how the money laundering works, or steps in laundering the money. And moving on to the next thing, what are the AML regulations or measures to meet the compliance requirements? Like point number 1, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, US organization, is asking, as per the Bank Secrecy Act, to safeguard the financial system from money laundering and other illicit activity. As per Bank Secrecy Act, in the sense, bank is not supposed to reveal the secrets of the details to anyone except in the case of money laundering cases. Is it clear, everybody? There is an act called Bank Secrecy Act, which is relating to US. As per that act, no US bank is supposed to leak the details of their customers except in the cases of money laundering. Clear, everybody? Anyways, something called as FCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, US organization, is asking every country to safeguard their financial system from money laundering and other illegal activity. And the next one, FIU, Financial Action Task Force. As we have already said that this is an international organization established by G7 companies. G7, Group 7, top 7 countries in the world, like US, Germany, Japan. These are the part of G7 countries. So like that, 7 countries will be there. These 7 countries have started an organization called Financial Action Task Force. So as per Financial Action Task Force, they are supposed to follow the recommendations that were given by FATF. The first recommendation is all about to establish FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit, at each and every country. And even India had established, which is commonly called as FIU-IND. FIU India. And the next one, SARs and STRs, Suspicious Activity Reporting and Suspicious Transactions Reporting. If at all the transactions are more than 1 lakh, more than, ceiling limit, not 1 lakh, it's more than ceiling limit. If at all any amount is more than ceiling limit, immediately that transaction has to be reported as if it is suspicious. And the next one, Suspicious Activity Reporting. Hey, now we are not speaking about the transaction. We are speaking about the activity. That customer is coming all the time, depositing something like, if the threshold limit is 5 lakhs, he is depositing 4,90,000 every time. Like that, he had deposited 25 times. So it's not STR, it is SAR. STR is Suspicious Transaction Reporting. One transaction is doubtful and hence reported. SAR is Suspicious Activity Reporting. That person is not proper. His activities are not proper. Say for example, the threshold limit is 5 lakhs. So one time deposited 4,99,999. Another time deposited 4,90,000, 4,80,000, 4,95,000. Like that, he is depositing 25 times in a month. Working days is also not 25. Clear, everybody? So isn't it a problem? Of course, yes. Till that point, his account shows only 5 rupees. Before depositing this amount, his account balance is only 5 rupees or 5,000 or 1 lakh. But with this term, his amount had gone to lakhs and lakhs of amounts. So something is suspicious. So this activity must be reported. Customer Identification Program. Do the KYC properly, which is commonly called as CDD internationally. Customer Due Diligence or KYC program. It has to be done properly. Next, LCTR. Large Currency Transaction Reporting, which is similar to STR, Suspicious Transaction Reporting. Next, Sanctions Compliance. Sanction is nothing but, what is it called? Restriction. So regulatory bodies are there like US Treasury Department, US Office, UNO, European Union, FATF. They are asking you to verify the transaction against the list of sanctioned individuals and companies. I told you something like, if you have remembered in the class, if a person is doubtful or if a company is doubtful, immediately they have to maintain a list, and that list has to be submitted to FATF. Then FATF will be circulating this list to all the member countries. So before transacting with anyone, check out the list of sanctioned individuals and sanctioned companies, restricted individuals and restricted companies. Clear, everybody? With those people, you should transaction or you should not transaction. You should not transact. Identify if what is your name, so and so name, whether your name and your Aadhaar number or your some identification proof is matching with the list that is maintained by FATF. If yes, immediately we should not transact with you and we have to report your transactions immediately. Clear, everybody? That's all about AML regulations. Next, what are the techniques of anti-money laundering with updated technology, which are commonly called as next-gen AML techniques, next generation AML technologies? What are those? Suspicious activity monitoring. Hey, all the time, physically monitoring the transaction, physically monitoring the activity and reporting is impossible. Then what should be there, sir? You should have such a kind of updated technology. If at all the amount deposited is more than the threshold limit, immediately your software should react and it should immediately give an alert, and then you have to report it to the government. Is it understood? Like all the time, more than 5 lakh, more than 5 lakh, more. No, you should not do like that. If it is more than 5 lakh, then immediately it should alert you with some sound, with some color, with some boxes, etc. Is it clear? Next, intelligent alert prioritizations. Intelligent alert prioritization is nothing but your software should be in such a way that it has to hibernate the low value alert and it has to alert the items which require investigation. Low value alert is nothing but if at all the amount is less than 5 lakhs, then it should not show that one at all. Intelligent alert prioritization. You have to give priority to such funds which are deposited with more amounts. So hibernate the low value alerts. Like 5 lakhs is the threshold limit, but it's okay. Let us put the limit to 10 lakhs first. Let us put the limits to 10 lakh first. Let me report all those things. Let me identify all those things. And then I'll come back to 5 lakhs again. Because there will be some trusted customers who will be doing crores and crores of business. Depositing 5 lakhs more than threshold limit is fine, absolutely okay for them. Is it clear? A threshold limit 5 lakhs, it's my example. But that threshold limit is vary to country to country. Clear, everybody? Okay. Next, alert or case enrichment. If at all any problem had come, if at all that money is, that person is caught in money laundering activity, then all the proofs that were maintained by the financial institution will be acting as proof. AML investigators want the relevant images, prior cases, suspicious activities, maps, transactions history, etc. and etc. of that person. Clearly they want that. Is it understood? So that is all about alert or case enrichment. If at all any case is there, then the data that is maintained by financial institution will enhance the AML investigators to find the fraud. Automated SAR. You have to use such a kind of data that it should integrate with the government data, so that if any amount is deposited more, then immediately it should give an alert, not to your company directly to the department. So like that integration should be there. Client risk. Sir, something like however we are having credit score. Like that money laundering is having something called empirical scoring. 0 to 10, 0 to 10 is empirical scoring that is given by FATF. Clear everybody? 0 being less risky, 10 being high risky. Automated manual processes, again same. A kind of software is needed in order to detect the patterns of illicit finance activity through optimum character recognition. This is a software. This is very important here because this is such a kind of software which is not a feeded work. It's a kind of AI. I told you something like a person is coming and depositing 4,99,999, 4,90,000, 4,80,000. A single software might not identify that, but your software needs the help of AI, which is called as optical character recognition. With that, it will study the patterns of trade, patterns of transaction life cycle, how a person is depositing. His range is from 4,80,000 to 4,99,999, where the threshold limit is 5 lakhs. It will study. Such a software, such a sophisticated software is very much needed. Is the logic understood? And the next one, intelligent customer segmentation. So this time I have to identify the customers, and the customers must be divided into groups. Who are the persons depositing 0 to 5 lakhs? Set aside. 5 lakh to 10 lakh, set aside. More than 10 lakhs, set aside. Like that I have to group. Who are the customers? Their account is operated by themselves. Their account is operated by the agents. Clear everybody? Who are the customers that they are doing business? Who are the savings accounts, etc. and etc. So all these things are next gen AML technologies. Clear everybody? Next one, procedure to attach the property. What is the procedure to attach the property? Very, very simple. An officer can attach the property provided the reason must be recorded, and he should have belief that particular person had confiscated. That particular person is involved in money laundering. Clear everybody? Any officer can confiscate the property provided the reason must be recorded in writing, and he should have a belief that that person is involved in money laundering. Step 2, what he has to do, sir? Within 180 days, he must be presented before AA, adjudicating authority. He has to forward an order to the adjudicating authority. Step 3, AA will give the order. Like confiscation continues, officer belief is correct. No, officer, your belief is wrong. Party is correct, and hence release the property. Clear everybody? A can give the order. Now, who are the persons that they can confiscate the property? Here, he can be the director, deputy director, assistant director, or any other officer authorized on his behalf. Authorized on this behalf, who is authorized by the central government. They can confiscate the property. Clear. Next one, procedure of arrest. Very simple. Here also the same. First of all, any officer who is having the rankings can arrest, provided the reason must be recorded in writing, and he should have a reason that he is involved into some money laundering. Next, powers to arrest. It can be done either by the director or any officer not below the deputy director. In the sense, these people. But such person must be authorized by the director. And procedure for arrest. After arrest, what he has to do? Inform immediately why he is arrested. You're not supposed to leave him, everything will be in court of law. No, not like that. You're supposed to inform him why is he arrested, and forward a copy immediately to adjudicating authority, and produce that person within 24 hours, either before the special court, that is adjudicating authority, or judicial magistrate or a metropolitan magistrate. Simply like court of law. Clear everybody? And the next one is bail. It's cognizable and non-bailable. Even anticipatory bail is also not possible. And anticipatory bail ante even before getting arrest, getting a bail is anticipatory bail. Even that is also not possible. After non-bailable, cognizable, it's punishable, prosecuted. Fines will be there. He will be prosecuted. He will be jailed, etc. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, moving on to the next one, interconnected transactions and presumptions and onus of proof. This is very, very simple. What do you mean by interconnected transaction? Say, for example, you have purchased a property and the property value is 60 lakhs, out of which 40 lakhs is your own money, 20 lakhs is laundered money. But government got information that you have purchased this property with laundered money. Now, sir, listen very carefully. This 20 lakhs is only laundered money. This 40 lakhs is your own money, hard earned money, on which proper taxes were also paid. Only on 20 lakhs you did not pay. And this is called as interconnected transaction. So, good transaction is connected with bad transaction. Simply to tell you, what is it called? Clean money is combined with dirty money, which implies that everything is dirty. That is called as interconnected transaction. Onus of proof. Now, who is the responsible to prove that this 40 lakhs is clean? Prosecuted person. Whoever the owner is there, he has to prove that. The onus of proof, the responsibility of proof is lying in his own hands. Responsibility of proof is lying in his own hands that he did not launder this 40 lakhs. He had laundered only this 20 lakhs. Clear, everybody? Sorry, clear, everybody? Fine. So, if at all he is unable to prove, then we will be having a presumption that total amount is laundered money. Concept understood? Interconnected transaction ante whenever a clean money is combined with dirty money, we'll assume that everything is a dirty money. Onus of proof is nothing but responsibility. The responsibility of proving should be in that hands of the persons who had been prosecuted. The party himself has to prove that the portion of this money is not laundered. If he is unable to prove, then we will be having another presumption that total amount will be, total amount is laundered. Respond, everybody, clear? That is all about interconnected transaction and presumptions and onus of proof. Now, the biggest point is all about, if at all such amount is seized from outside India, or seized from within India, we are having a hard presumption. What is that hard presumption? Consider that a declaration is given in their own handwriting, signed, and all such records and properties are relating to laundered money. What is the presumption ante? Here I told you something like, if own money, clean money is combined with dirty money, we'll assume that everything is, that is a presumption. But technical terminology of the same is that presumption is considered that declaration, he will not tell you that entire 60 lakhs is laundered money. He is telling only 40 lakhs is laundered money. But we will be having an initial assumption that entire 60 lakhs is laundered money. That is such a stronger assumption that even though he is not accepting, we will assume that that person is giving in his own handwriting and signed. That is the assumption. Assumption is all about that person is accepting that entire money is laundered money. Like that, he had given a written consent after duly signing the same. Will he really give? No. Will he really sign? No. Such a stronger assumption is there here. Clear, everybody? So, if at all you are unable to prove, then automatically we'll assume that every amount is laundered money itself. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, that is the end of anti-money laundering. And just get ready, relax for 2 to 3 minutes. Let us start with the next chapter, Information Systems Audit. And my dear children, I did not cover any concept relating to FATF recommendations. Because FATF recommendations, I already told you even in the classroom also, least important. FATF recommendations are least important. So take care. Okay. So that's all about anti-money laundering. And just get ready for the next. Let's start the next chapter, Information System Security Audit, which is commonly called as ISA, Information Systems Audit, or Information System Security Audit, even ITA, Information Technology Audit. Everything is like commonly used. Now, what is IT security audit? An information system security audit. Of course, every audit is an independent review and of course examination. But here the review and examination will not be conducted on the financial statements. It will be conducted on the information system securities, system records, system activities and related documents, whether they are secured, reliable and effective. I mean to tell something like conducting on computers, hardware and software. Conducting an audit on computers, hardware and software is nothing but information system security audit. Although security is a never-ending process, it requires continuous follow-up. A security audit is a relatively unexplored area which need a straightforward framework to guide the process. Even security audit is an never-ending process, it is still infancy. In the sense, it is not in lineup. So think with common sense. Even though you're not there in your business concern, even though every business concern is locked, your server should not be switched off. Think what if happens if a server is switched off. If a bank server is corrupted, think of what might happen. If bank server is corrupted, your bank deposits won't show correctly, your withdrawals don't show correctly. Am I correct or wrong? Every problem will come at that moment. That's the reason if you observe, sometimes you will be getting a message. Bank's system is under maintenance. You can't do the transactions from this time to this time. Mostly they will be putting this at midnights, so that in order not to cause inconvenience to the customers. So take care. Security is of course a never-ending process which needs the continuous follow, but it is still infancy. It's not in lineup. Still there is a problem with that. And security audit is a relatively unexplored area. It's not properly followed up by everyone. It needs proper competent persons to guide the process. Even a doctor might not know how to operate the technological equipment. You know that MRI equipment can be operated by the attender greatly when compared to the doctor. Yes. Doctor might not have any idea on operating that equipment. Even still now, there are many doctors who are just confined for consultancy. They don't give a single injection also. So security is not that easy. It's relatively unexplored area. It's not an explored area, which needs a proper person, competent person to guide that. Otherwise, it will become a big flop show. Because every organization is just depending on systems itself. Now just identify a person, identify a company who's not working on systems. Just show me a company which is not working on systems. Is there any? Absolutely no. Even after completion of your qualification, even after getting a job, even you have to work on systems. Sorry sir, I can't do like that. I will write everything on note down on paper and I'll submit to you. Get lost from my company. Sir, we have written exams only on paper, sir, and hence here also I'll write everything on paper, sir. You what run? Ante kada. So nowadays things were getting changed a lot and a lot. And the next one, benefits of security audit. Identify the weak spots and vulnerability of IT infrastructure. IT infrastructure includes hardware, software, services, networking, data centers, etc. Ensure compliance with data security laws. Any data security laws are there, immediately you have to you ensure the compliance of following all those laws. Even there is the DPDP Act, which is newly introduced in India, Data Privacy and Protection Act. See here, DPDP Act 2023. This is Act of India with respect to the data, Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. This is new act actually, Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. So data security laws, one of the data security laws is nothing but DPDP Act. In India only this law is there with respect to law. Only DPDP Act is there with respect to law until now. Next one. These audits are intended to improve the level of information security. Of course, they'll identify how far your business concerns are secured. And also they'll help to improve the level of the security. Where the passwords are not there, just keeping proper passwords, frequent changing of passwords, etc. Next, to avoid improper information security designs. Something like from LAN or WAN, the cable should directly connect to the system. It should not connect from system to system. If at all they have connected from system to system, if at all one system collapses, everything will get collapsed. If one system corrupted, everything gets corrupted. Something like this. If at all your server is here, and if your systems are here, you have to connect your systems like this. But you thought like this is waste of expenditure, let me connect like this. Then if it gets corrupted, everything will get corrupted. If this gets corrupted, three things will get corrupted. Then how the work will be done? So you have to be careful in infrastructure. Of course, yes, infrastructure is very much important. Next, to avoid, this is done. Optimize the efficiency of system safeguard and security process. Safeguarding of system is very much important and security process is also very much important. My account should not be accessed by any other else. So I should have proper ID, I should have proper password. And even frequent changing of password is also recommended. Finally, help the organization to achieve its security and compliance goals. See, every organization is having goals and objectives towards every aspect. Towards sales, it's having objective. Towards purchases, it's having objective. Towards employees, it is having objective. Like that, towards security also, they are having some objective. So, security audit will help the company to reach the objective with respect to the security goals. Clear? Next one. What are the objectives of IT audit or IS audit? Why is it conducted? This is a very lengthy question and of course very important question. But you might get every part for 4 marks or 7 marks also. You might not ask the total question to write like this. They might ask you single part. Write about data integrity. Write about safeguarding the system and assets and resources like that. So objectives, number 1, safeguarding of systems, resources and assets. So what might be system resources, sir? Hardware. Hardware is system resource. Like cable, system, server, storage devices, etc. Software is also a system resource. Like OS, operating software. Windows is an operating software. This Edge, what are we using now, is an application software. ERP, enterprise resource planning. DBMS, database management system. All these are nothing but software or data files. So even these must be protected. Facilities or supplies like cooling systems, power supplies, backup locations, data centers, etc. Hope you know cooling systems. Coolers, in order not to get heat. AC is also a cooling system. Fans that you're going to get below the laptop, coolers. Power supplies, UPS. All of a sudden, even though the power was gone, yes, this will not go off. I mean to tell, our system will not go off because of UPS. Next, backup locations, data centers, etc. Data center, server. Server room is nothing but a kind of data center. Backup location. If main server had failed, immediately sub server should work out. So backup should be done. Next, people, knowledge to HR, staff, etc. who might be poached by the competitors and they might be grabbed by the competitors. or they might get corrupted because of the competitors. So you have to protect even people very carefully. System documentation. Something like every proof, every file must be properly saved, properly accessed. System documentation. And the next one, data integrity. Another objective of doing information systems audit is to check out the data integrity. Of course, whether the data is accurate or not, whether the data is confidential or not, whether it is complete or not, up to date the data is recorded or not, whether can you reliable the data, whether the data is available, timeliness, whether at proper time the data is being acquired or not. Next, maintenance and ensuring system efficiency and system effectiveness. System efficiency and system effectiveness. So after doing audit, you will be coming to know whether the system is utilized with efficient and effectiveness or not. Improved task accomplishments. So automatically, whatever the task is there, it should complete the faster. Something like, say, for example, barcode scanners at shopping malls, D-Mart, etc. and etc. If barcode scanners are taking 1 minute for each and every product to scan, then how much time will be happen for billing? So much time, even there only you have to sleep, there only you have to wake up. Even then the billing concept will never get completed. Say for example, if you would like to switch off and switch on, restart the system. Hope you know that some systems will restart after 1 day. 1 day ante 1 day kaadale. I mean to tell, like, you're just doing the work. You're doing the work very concentratedly. Articles cheste everyone idea untundi. Especially those systems where the students are working. They are the most worst systems in the entire office. All of a sudden something will happen. You don't know what happens. You'll be tapping control S every time. It will be showing as if it is saving. But by the time when the power was gone and the system was switched on again, then no data is there. Then you will be realizing, oh, control S, it will not work in this system. But by that time already everything happened. And after that, your auditor, principal auditor, scolding, he will make you upside down. He will ask you, hey, you have to check out whether your system is working properly or not. It's your duty, ra. Anyways, so improve task accomplishment. I mean to tell, one task, whatever is there with respect to that system, it has to do it faster. Don't think only computer. Your ATM machine is also a kind of networking system. Clear, everybody? By the time, say for example, some ATM machines will be there where we will be having very much deterrence towards that. Because if you give ATM card to that, it will take insight to it as if it is, swallowing something. After completion of the entire thing, a doubt is there for us whether my card will be coming out or not. Hey, yes or no? Such sort of thing will automatically there. So improve task accomplishment. So even withdrawing, if at all withdrawing amount is taking 10 minutes for each and every person, it's asking OTP, what is it called, PIN, etc. and etc. Then automatically how the task will be completed fastly. Correct or wrong? So time should get reduced without losing the efficiency. That's very much important. Improve quality, the same thing. Overall efficiency, similar. Operational effectiveness. This should not be only on the task accomplishments or quality updations. This is also on the entire operations of the systems. And the next one, technical effectiveness. So properly each and every system must be technically equipped. I mean to tell, nowadays, for your kind of information, even RAM had gone, SSD. I mean to tell, 512 GB, 1 TB RAM or 1 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM, అయిపోయింది. Even RAM concept had gone. Nowadays everybody is shifting to SSDs, which are working very faster when compared to RAMs. By the time switching on and switching off the system, like shutdown and switching on the system is like flipping off and flipping turn. By the time when you turn back, system will get switched on. Yes, SSDs are working such a faster. Otherwise, you will get restarting. Otherwise, you will get Windows scrolling. If at all you are using SSD, by the time when you switch on, when you turn back and turn, oh, system switched on. Wow. Anyways, so it must be properly equipped with hardware and software from time to time. And the next one, business continuity planning. In case any disruption arises, something like to tell you power failure, server failure, natural disasters or attacks, will everybody or anybody at Vijayawada think that a flood will come to Vijayawada? No. But flood hit so hard, even so that entire ground floor is in water itself. Think about some companies, think about the offices who are at ground floor, think about the systems which are at ground floor. Hope you have got my point. So in case of natural disasters, what are the steps you have taken is all about business continuity planning. At that time, you have to prepare such a kind of chair so that they should float on water, and you have to work like that. Business continuity planning. Of course, keeping the, what is it called, joke apart. So your system should get protected. Your system should get protected in case of natural disasters, power failures, power surges, server failures, voltage ups and downs, etc. And next, business continuity planning includes some recovery methods like cold site, warm site, and hot site. So what are these recovery planning, sir? Cold site is a site where the room is ready. Say for example, spare room is ready. Cold site. Sir, main system had switched off, sir. Or main working is switched off, sir. Okay, immediately install all the computers in the new room and start the work, which is called as cold site. Now warm site ante, even computers are also ready, but the room is locked. As and when there is a problem with the main systems, then we'll come to this room, we'll install all the software needed, and we will do the work, which is called as warm site. Now hot site is like hot cake. Everything is ready. Just you open the door, switch on the system, start working. Clear everybody? Cold site, warm site, and hot site. Cold site and the room is ready. Whenever the problem had come, you have to install the hardware. Now warm site and room is ready, hardware is ready. Whenever you need arises, software must be installed. Next, hot site. Hot site and everything is ready. Just open the door and start working. So these are some of the examples for business continuity planning. Next, organization, administration, and internal controls. This is very simple. You can read this, you can understand. And moving on to the next thing, steps in IT security audit. This is also a very, very important question. Of course, you'll be having answer in that. Here I had made them to keep only the steps in order to tell you one thing. Step 1, you have to define the objectives. Also, you have to think about the internal controls, and then you have to plan the audit, and then you have to execute the work, and finally you have to report. And one very important thing, you have to take necessary action for the deficiencies, whatever are there. And also you have to suggest to the management. This is an important question, take care. Hey, only if you write these 5 things, you will not get any marks. Hardly you'll get half mark for this one. You have to write explanation for everything. And the next one, differences between security audit and risk assessment. Sir, risk assessment is a continuous process. But security audit is is an audit which is done, it might be like, what is it called? Every year or every month or every 6 months, like that security audit will be there. Risk assessment is a continuous process. Before purchasing a system, you will be doing the risk assessment. Whether the system will be handling our business concern or not. Whether this suits to our business concern or not. before employing a system, you will be doing a risk assessment. Also, on the system which is existing, you will be doing a risk assessment. Whether these systems will help us or not. This is called as risk assessment. But security audit is all about doing the audit in order to express an opinion, doing the critical review on the entire system, hardware, software, even support cables, networking, data centers, etc. and etc. Clear, everybody? Security audit is always performed on existing system, IT infrastructure only, remember. Risk assessment is done even before purchasing or even on existing system also. Clear? Is it understood? Risk assessment is done even before purchasing a new system or even on the existing system also. Whereas security audit is done always on the existing system in order to identify the weaknesses and how they can get corrected. And moving on to the next thing, cyber security and cyber forensics. Cyber security is nothing but everything to tell you, prevention is better than cure. Cyber security ante you have to maintain proper security for your systems. Cyber forensics ante some fraud happened. Now to find that fraud, forensic audit is ordered, which is called a cyber forensics. Clear, everybody? But what is better, cyber security or cyber forensics? Of course, cyber security is every time better, because you should have some antivirus, you should have some firewalls in order not to leak the data to the outsiders. But after leaking the data, you will be ordering for cyber forensics. How the data is leaked, who is the causing persons for that, how again it can be recovered. Clear, everybody? So that's all about cyber forensics and cyber security. Write about audit software and its types. Audit software is a program. Sir, till now we have seen about doing information system audit for a particular business concern. But now this question is all about the audit software which is used by the auditor in doing the audit. Auditor will be doing the audit, right? It might not be information systems audit. It might be security audit. It might be statutory audit. It might be cost audit. It might be financial audit, or it might be anything. Auditor will be using the system for doing the audit. Auditor will need some software to do the audit. That is called as audit software. And three types are there: package programs, special purpose programs, utility programs. Utility programs are nothing but a common data processing functions, like MS Excel is a utility tool for sorting the data, creating the data, printing. Word is a utility tool, etc. Now, packaged programs are special purpose programs. If I was not wrong, in your CMA Inter, you might have learned these things. Pre-packaged software, customized software. Pre-packaged software and it's already ready. You'll just purchase based on the popularity. Customized software and you will be giving the orders as per the requirements for you, which is called a special purpose software, special purpose programs. Package programs and already they are ready. Auditor will purchase and auditor will use it directly. Special purpose programs and say for example, best example, something like hotel billings. Hotel billings will be done through one software. I mean to tell, not only billings, even order. Table 2 order this one, table 3 order this one, table 4 order this one. Clear, everybody? Okay, so that will be done through one software, right? It is package program. Already for hotel, such sort of programs will be available. You check out which program suits me and purchase that program. Clear? No sir, I need such a kind of special program where all the hotel branches should integrate. Then package programs won't work out. You have to take special purpose programs. Clear, everybody? So special purpose programs are designed as per the requirements of the auditor. Package programs are the programs which are readily available. Simply to tell you, to file income tax returns in your audit firm, they'll be using one software. Am I correct or wrong? Like some of the examples? Winman software. They'll be purchasing that and they'll be using. Clear? This is package program. But my audit firm, take care, listen carefully, but my audit firm is such a kind of very big audit firm wherein what is the data that is maintained by each and every audit firm at each and every branch. For that, I might need some special purpose audit programs. I hope the concept is clear. For filing the income tax returns, you might need a package program. But to maintain the data of your audit firm, you might need one special purpose program. And the next one, approaches for information systems audit. Audit around the computer, audit through the computer, audit with the computer. Now, what do you mean by this thing? Sir, audit around the computer. It's just something like audit on, what is it called? Simply like you just concentrate on the input and output. That's it. Audit around the computer, not going into the deepest aspects of the computer. Paina audit antaru kada, it's like that. Doing the audit on a very normalized way. Audit around the computer. Check out the input, check out the output. You will not concentrate on the processing. Check out 2 plus 2 is equal to, check out the output 4. How the calculator had given an answer 4. That is audit through the computer. Clear, everybody? In audit through the computer, programs will be studied. Already pre-packaged programs will be there, right? So you trust the program and do the audit, which is audit around the computer. Concentrate only on the input and the output. But even if you're having doubts in the programs itself, you have to study the program. Something like, hope you know that program will be written like this. C, K, T, Z, again something like this. Even we don't understand everything. See, everything as anything. So that is a program. So audit through the computer ante, you just not concentrate on the input and output. What is the process that is done in order to get the output? You have to read the program, you have to understand the program, you have to modify the program so that it will become very faster. Say for example, this is the program written. By the moment when you tap the plus, a new tab will be coming. This is the program. If at all you are changing the program, then automatically you can change this search web here to here. Hope you have got my point. So top stories, you have kept something here. That can be changed. Sign in. You can change sign in from that corner to that corner. So that obviously depends on the program that is written. Clear, everybody? So take more care, my dear children. Audit through the computer. Something like, for your kind information, it's a very popular that on the system right corner top, you're going to get minimize, maximize and close. There is a special program, special software called Windows Ubuntu. There's a special software, it's a very special software which is totally different. That Windows Ubuntu close, maximize and minimize you'll get at left corner. It's a very different thing. So you have to concentrate on the programs what is written in audit through the computer. It's obviously time consuming, it needs some technical expertise, familiarity is needed, etc. and etc. Now audit with the computer. Auditor will be using the audit software kada. That is audit with the computer. You are doing the audit with the help of the computer by using a software. Audit with the computer. Clear, everybody? So audit around the computer, audit through the computer, or relating to information system securities audit. Audit with the computer is nothing but auditor doing an audit with the help of the computer is nothing but audit with the computer. Is it clear? This is also an important question. Take care. And next one, scope of IS audit. You'll understand this if you read it. Very simple question. Check out scope. It should cover all the departments. It should include the collection and evaluation and assess the effectiveness of information systems. It should evaluate the system whether they are maintaining the data security and integrity or not. Information systems audit should help the organization to achieve its goals, efficient utilization of resources. It must help in planning the information systems activities. So if you read it, you'll understand. It's very simple question. but I kept here because it's important. And my dear children, that's the end of what is the scope of information systems audit. Okay, so go for break. We'll meet after 30 minutes, and after that we shall go to the cost audit. Introduction to cost audit, cost auditor professional ethics and responsibilities. Because as I said, CRAR we are going to cover in the tomorrow's session. And then we'll also cover with cost audit program, filing through XBRL, okay, cost audit documentation, etc. So in the next session, first initially we are going to cover these two chapters. Number 1, introduction to cost audit. Number 2, cost auditor professional ethics and responsibilities. Fine. Let's continue with these two chapters. As I said, introduction to cost audit and cost auditor professional ethics and responsibilities. So let me start with the first chapter after break, that is introduction to cost audit. First of all, what do you mean by a cost audit? Cost audit is verification of cost of production of any product or service or activity on the basis of accounts maintained by the enterprise in accordance with accepted principles of cost accounting. Then what are the accepted principles of cost accounting? It is either cost accounting standards or even GASAPs, generally accepted cost accounting standards, which are commonly called as GASAPs. Okay, so by following cost accounting standards, generally accepted cost accounting principles, and by following if any cost accounting policies that are existing in the business concern, the cost auditor need to verify the cost of production or cost records, which are commonly called, and that is nothing but cost audit. And one more important thing that you should remember is all about, you can't ask a cost audit faculty to show a cost audit report, because cost audit report is not openly available to the public. Statutory audit report is openly available to the public, but cost audit report is not at all openly available to the public. Cost audit report is very confidential, highly confidential, because it is having the breakup of the cost. See, ultimately every business concern aim itself is to sell, but sale will be done at a profit. Profit will be added on cost. This is very delicate measure. Cost price is very delicate measure actually, because see, the total cost might be 100. It is not delicate. Total cost is not delicate, but the breakup of element of cost is very delicate. How much is material? How much is labor? What amount they are spending it for other overheads, depreciation? What amount they are spending it for quality control? So etc. and etc. That is a very, very delicate measure. So that's all about cost audit, and let's continue with scope of cost audit. Point number 1, mirror of entity's performance. Sir, whatever is your performance, it should reflect in the audit report. If it is not reflecting the audit report, then the mirror is wrong mirror. You can't tell that the company is wrong. Mirror is wrong mirror. In the sense, audit is not proper. If you are not proper, the mirror should show that you are not proper. Even though you are not proper, mirror is showing you are very much good. Then obviously, mirror is wrong. So if at all your audit report is not reflecting the performance of your company, then obviously audit is wrong. Is it clear, everybody? So the audit should reflect the mirror of entity's performance. As it is, it should reflect. I mean to tell, if I was not wrong, opinions will be there, right? What are the kinds of opinions that you will be having? Qualified, unqualified, adverse. Okay. So here things that you should remember is all about qualified, unqualified, adverse ani kaakunda. It was like modified and unmodified. Unmodified is clean report. Now whatever you are speaking unqualified report, again it's of two types. Hope you have got my point. Anyways, modified, number 1, qualified report, adverse report, disclaimer. You are telling unqualified, right? Unqualified includes both adverse and disqualified again. I mean, disclaimer of opinions. So best option to remember is like this, not unqualified, modified, unmodified. Unmodified is clean report. Whatever entities financial statements or cost statements are there, as it is the report is given, unmodified. But if you are modifying the cost statements that you have done some wrong, then the report might be qualified, adverse and disclaimer. What do you mean by qualified? Like minute errors are there, some acceptable mistakes are there. For those things we'll be giving qualified report. Adverse in the sense of material differences, huge material impacts are there, for which we'll be giving adverse report. And finally, disclaimer of opinion, wherein auditor is not able to wish to give any opinion on your financial statements. That is very dangerous actually. Hey, telling good or bad is okay, ra? I don't tell whether you are good or bad. And that's what disclaimer of opinion is all about. I don't express an opinion. Why? You're not supporting. Or your financial statements are not at all understandable. I'm unable to express the opinion. Which implies that it's a very dangerous part. So, point here is all about what is it called? Verification of cost records. Sorry, mirror of entities performance. The entities performance will be reflected with the cost audit report. Done? Next one, verification of cost records. During the cost audit, you have to verify cost sheet, ledgers and other related documents. Whatever are there, you are supposed to verify everything. Compliance check. Whether you are following cost accounting standards or not. Whether you are following guess-ups or not. Also, we told you something like Institute will be releasing many things like working papers, practice manuals, guidance notes, etc. and etc. So a business concern needs to follow all these things in order to prepare the cost records, and cost auditor has to verify the same. Cost analysis. Analyzing the cost structure, like what is fixed, what is variable, what is semi-variable. If it is semi-variable, how is it reacting? All those things very important. Internal control review. At the end of the day, whether it is cost audit, statutory audit, internal controls are very much important. So you should have internal controls relating to cost management. I mean to tell, raw material purchase, proper internal control should be there. Storing of finished good, proper internal controls should be there. So internal controls are very much important. So whether the internal controls are enough and sufficient or not, cost auditor needs to verify even in that area also. Next, performance metrics analysis. Performance metrics analysis is nothing but you have to compare industry and the firm. I hope you know that group of firms is nothing but industry. Group of companies is nothing but industry. So industry is having its own average. Industrial normal rate of return 10%. What is the company's normal rate of return? Sir, my rate of return is 9%. You're not meeting the industrial average at all. Sir, my rate of return is 15%. Wow, you're extending. You have surpassed the industrial average. Sir, my return is 10%. Okay, you're at par with industrial average. So that performance metrics analysis is nothing but you have to compare the industrial averages with actual things that were earned by the firm or the company or the entity, whatever. Next one, reporting findings. Reporting findings is nothing but whatever you have found out, those things must be reported in the cost audit report. Next, and also you can suggest the management for improvement. Consultative insights. So providing a strategic advice to enhance cost management practices. A cost auditor can suggest better cost accounting policies, better cost accounting practices. Next, future projections. So cost audit is done basing on the historical data. Cost audit is always done basing on the historical data and the trends. If at all everything till the past point is correct, then you will be automatically able to estimate the future. That future is nothing but budgeting and forecasting. Even that's quite possible with the help of cost audit. I mean to tell accuracy will be increased. What will be increased? Accuracy will be increased. If at all you are preparing the budgets based on the audited data. Clear? So that's all about the scope of cost audit. Next one, what are the advantages of cost audit? Or read the question carefully. How can the scope of cost audit help with? It's not scope of cost audit. How can the scope of cost audit help for the following things? Okay. For what the scope of cost audit helps? Or advantages of cost audit, which is like control on element wise cost. I already told you that cost might not be sensible data, but breakup of cost is very much sensitive data. So that element wise cost is quite possible to find the accuracy of the element of cost with the help of cost audit. You'll be having cost control over the same. Helps in determining the selling price and margin. Only when the element wise cost is proper, you'll get the proper cost price. Only when there is a proper cost price, you'll be having the profit. And finally, you're going to have the selling price. So helping in determining the selling price and profit margin with the help of cost audit, because you're going to audit the cost records. And next, assist the management in decision making. Of course, whether expansion decision, selling price decision, units decisions, process wise decisions, all those things is possible only with the help of cost audit. That's additional advantage. Necessity and results from each activity of the performs. So whether that activity is really needed to perform. If yes, what is the result? Which is commonly CBA. What is CBA? Cost benefit analysis. What is a cost incurred and what is a benefit that you're going to get? And you have to do a small analysis on the same. And then you're going to take a decision. So which is nothing but necessity. Is that process is seriously required? If yes, what is the cost incurred? Result. What is the result that you have got from that particular activity, which is nothing but CBA. Setting of standards and budgetary controls. Of course, standards and budgets is very much important, because without having any target, you can't work. Budget is like a target. Standard is like average. And the next one, minimizing the wastages, if any. At the end of the day, this is very much important. Something like efficiency of resources. Without any wastage, you have to work, which is like minimizing the wastage. Accuracy of inventory valuation. So proper valuation of inventory is quite possible only through cost audit, because cost auditor will be verifying how the inventory is valued and on which methods the inventory is valued, and overall efficiency improvement of the entity. Anyways, my dear children, before going to the next question, tell me what is the difference between efficiency and effectiveness? No, even less wastage is also efficiency. More output is also efficiency. That is effectiveness with minimum time. One target should be there. The target we will call it as effectiveness. Hey, whether the labor is efficient or not. Yes, sir, he is very much efficient. Whether he is effective or not. Ante within the set time he has to complete the target. Clear, everybody? Say 1 unit of output you are going to get with the help of 1.5 units of input. 1.5 units of input is processed to give 1 unit of output. But there is a set of labor who is processing 1 unit of output with 1.2 units of input. They are very efficient. They are very efficient because all other people are 1.5 units of input is being used. But this labor is using only 1.2 units. Very efficient labor. Normally, for this trans, you're taking a time of 1 hour. But 1.2 units of input to produce 1 unit, that labor is taking 1 day. Is not effective. That's the point. So within the set time, you have to produce. Simple. Minimum wastage of resources, maximum and optimum utilization is efficiency. With some target fixing is effectiveness. Clear? Sir, you're reading very efficiently, not even wasting a single minute of time. Efficient. But To complete the entire revision, you're taking 6 months. You're not effective. You don't have any target. See, you're not wasting even a single minute, even a single second. You're very efficient. But on a day, how many topics you have completed? I've completed 2 questions, sir. Huh? You're not effective. So, both effectiveness and efficiency is very much important for a successful organization. Anyways, let's go to the next question. Write a short note on section 148 of the Companies Act 2013. Section 148 is nothing but relating to the... No, it's cost audit. Maintenance of cost records is sub-rule number 1 ante. Section 148 is relating to cost audit. Section 138 is internal audit. Section 139 is statutory audit. Section 148 is cost audit. If you observe this one, this is chapter 10 Audit and Auditor Rules 2014. Chapter 10 Audit and Auditor Rules 2014 as per Companies Act 2013. Check out. This is applicable only for the financial auditor, not for the cost auditor. Removal and resignation of auditor. This is applicable even for the cost auditor. Eligibility, qualification, disqualification, even for the cost auditor. Remuneration of the auditors. Applicable. Sorry, this is not applicable for cost auditor. Because for cost auditor, remuneration will be decided by the members. It's very different. Powers and duties. It's applicable for the cost auditor. Auditor not to render. Yes. Auditor to sign audit report. This is not applicable. Because here audit report means only financial audit reports. Clear. So if you are considering the cost audit report, then it is applicable again. Hope you have got my point. Audit report, only financial audit report is not applicable. But cost audit report, yes, it's applicable. Auditor to attend general meetings. This concept is not there for the cost auditor at all. Punishment for contravention is common. And this is the most sensitive part for our topic, which is nothing but cost audit. Clear, everybody? Now, coming to subsection number 1, this is maintenance of cost records. Who are supposed to maintain the cost records? Simple, as per rule number 3 of CRAR 2014. Here, if you observe, CG orders such a class of companies for such goods. What is that such class of companies and what are those such goods? Are clarified in rule number 3 of CRAR 2014. What is rule number 3? We will learn tomorrow. To maintain the cost records. So those companies, certain companies have to maintain the cost records in form CRA number 1. But remember, CRA 1 is not having any format. It is only having contents. CRA 1 is having content, but CRA 1 is not having any format. Now what includes in the cost records? It includes material, labor and other items. It includes material, labor and other items. Next, other items is nothing but overheads here. Now moving on to the next thing, applicability of cost audit. Subsection 1 is maintenance of cost records. Subsection 2 is applicability of cost audit. To which companies cost audit is applicable? Again same. Such class of companies which are covered under subsection 1. Of course, subsection 1 is maintenance of cost records. If cost records are not maintained, how the cost audit is conducted? So subsection 1 is maintenance of cost records is mandatory for subsection 2. Not subsection 2 is mandatory for subsection 1, ra. Because there might be n number of companies which are maintaining cost records, but out of such n number of companies, only some companies are covered under cost audit. That's very important. And yes, which will have a turnover prescribed, which is rule number 4 of CRAR 2014. The next rule is procedure for appointment. Remember point number 1. Section 139 auditor can't be appointed at all. 139 ante financial auditor. A statutory auditor or a financial auditor who is a qualified chartered accountant in practice. But cost audit has to be conducted by cost accountant in practice, so that person can't be appointed at all. Then who can be appointed, sir? Of course, a cost accountant in practice has to be appointed. A cost accountant in practice has to be appointed by the board of directors, but the remuneration is fixed by the members. Clear? Remuneration is fixed by the members, appointed by the board of directors. But if such company is supposed to require to constitute an audit committee as per section 177 of Companies Act 2013, then first of all, audit committee will recommend the auditor. Then board has to appoint the auditor. Audit committee will recommend the remuneration. Board will have to fix the remuneration and pass on the same for resolution to the members. And members has to ratify the same. Members has to ratify the same, which is nothing but appointment. Who will be appointing the cost auditor? Board of directors. Remuneration is fixed by the members. But if audit committee is there, then first auditor will be recommended by the audit committee. Then board of directors will appoint the same. What about remuneration? No. Procedure. First audit committee will recommend. Then board of directors will approve the same and it will be passed on for resolution. Then in general meeting, members will generally ratify the same. A response clear. Okay. And this is covered in rule number 6 of CRAR. Rule number 6 is nothing but cost audit. And next one, in addition to statutory audit. Of course, yes. This is an audit which is conducted in addition to section 139. Next, qualifications, disqualifications, rights and duties. Whatever are the qualifications and disqualifications and rights and duties that are there for section 139 auditor, financial auditor, the same are there even for cost auditor also. Rights and duties, section 143. Qualifications and disqualifications, section 141. Next. Ultimately, the cost audit report has to be submitted by the cost accountant to board of directors. Then board of directors has to file the same to central government. Clear everybody? Where cost auditor has to submit the same to the board of directors in CRA number 3 form. And this CRA number 3 along with the explanations, the same has to be filed to central government in form CRA 4. Next, time limit of audit report to CG. 30 days. You're telling completion of audit. So, who has to file to central government? Board of directors or the company has to file to the central government along with the explanations within 30 days from the date of receipt of cost audit report. Next, some of the details. If at all central government, after getting the audit report, it is studying everything. If it so feels some data is lacking or it wants some additional information, then immediately central government might ask the company to give some additional information and the company has to provide the same within the time frame given by the central government. Next, contraventions and punishments. Of course, section 147. Here I have already showed you that this is applicable even for the cost auditor also. So whatever are the punishments that were given in section 147, the same punishments are applicable for both the financial auditors and cost auditors also. Clear? This is section 148, an important question. Take care, and moving on to the next thing, objectives of cost audit. Coming to the objectives, you are having two kinds of objectives, general objectives and social objectives. General objectives or generalized version. Commonly we'll speak by considering everybody. But social objectives will consider the environment. Not only environment, public. Not only public, the governance. Environment, public. Socio-economic activities is nothing but social objectives by considering the welfare of public, etc. and etc. Next, coming to general objectives of cost auditor. Very simple: verification of cost records, detection of errors and frauds, determining the inventory valuation, cost reconciliation statements, and cost audit will help the government to set prices, which is sometimes MSP, minimum support price. So such kind of prices can be fixed by the government with the help of cost audit. Next, detection and prevention of abnormal loss. See, normal loss cannot be avoided at all, but abnormal loss can be avoided. So abnormal loss has to be found out with the help of cost audit. Next, advising the management to improve the performance with the help of PAR, performance appraisal report, where you will be having the same in management audit. Promoting good corporate governance. Corporate governance is nothing but better management. The board of directors has to manage the company ethically, and they have to maintain the company on good means. But what is the exact definitions of corporate governance? You might have gone through law. So there you are having one separate chapter on corporate governance, if I was not wrong. And the next one, price control and regulation mechanism. Control of prices is very important. That's quite possible only with the help of cost audit. Sometimes you know what the companies will be doing? They don't increase the price, but they'll decrease the quantity. They don't increase the price, but they'll decrease the quantity. That's also quite possible. Best example, dairy milk. Colgate, yes, exactly. So they'll be decreasing the quantity, like net ml. Instead of 500, they'll bring it to 400. It won't impact the customers more. Because what do the customer generally think? I'm paying the same price. Customer mindset will always be like that. I'm paying the same price. Okay, let the quantity decrease. Hope you have got my point. But say for example, if they're putting the same quantity and if the price is increased, customer will think that I'm paying more. He forgets about the quantity there. Even Lays packet is available for 5 rupees, you'll purchase. Even Kurkure packet is available for 5 rupees, you'll purchase. General tendency of the mindset of the people is all about to pay 5 rupees only. Whatever you get is secondary. Hope you have got my intention. Yeah, it will be like that. If you take Kurkure, you'll get some good quantity. But trash, hell with that. If Lays is available, there are n number of people who will purchase that. Anyways, to provide accurate and authenticate information to the board of directors and central government about the structure of the cost. I mean to tell how much is labor, how much is overheads, how much is direct material, how much is indirect cost, what is quality control cost, what is research and development cost, what is transportation cost, what is utility cost, etc. and etc. The structure shall be clearly given by the board of directors and central government only with the help of cost audit. Next, to assess the performance of the company, of course, cost audit itself is reflecting the mirror of entity's performance. Next, helps to protect the Indian companies from allegations of dumping. Hope you know something called anti-dumping duty. Why anti-dumping duty is imposed? Less than average cost of making in India. Sometimes, you know, best example is pen. Actually, upon a time, there used to be even Telugu company, which is Prasad Pens, very much popular. Upon a time, Prasad Pens, upon a time, very popular. And now, everybody is using a disposed pen. Of course, majority of the people will be using disposed pen. That's an open secret. Disposable pens are revolutionary points in stationery industry, especially pen industry. Upon a time, Cello, Montex, again in Cello, Grippo, Cello, Pinpoint, Cello, faster, n number of companies used to be there. But where are all those things now? Nothing. Only one, 5 rupees, 4 rupees, 3 rupees, 2 rupees, disposable pen. Ante. Use and throw. Things have changed. That's a revolutionary thought in pen industry. Anyways, so dumping is all about anti-dumping duty will be imposed to such products where the cost of manufacturing in India is more but cost of manufacturing in outside countries is cheaper. To match these things, they will be imposing a special duty called anti-dumping duty. Say cost of manufacturing in India is 10 rupees. Cost of manufacturing in China is only 6 rupees. So you will be dumping the goods of China at 6 rupees and you can sell it in India at 10 rupees. But the cost of Indian product is itself 10. Then the selling price, even though the thin margin is laid down, it will become 11 rupees. Why will the people opt this product? Well, let me go for this product available at 10. But nobody will be thinking, Are this company cost of manufacturing is more, so let me purchase this company only. No, I have to pay 1 rupee extra. Why should I? Ante kada. So what the government will be doing? With that 6 rupees, it will impose a special duty called anti-dumping so that it will become 4 and finally the cost is rupees 10 again. Now you can compete with Indian companies or Indian companies can compete with those products. Otherwise, no. Next, to become effective against anti-competition. Sir, what if Jio and Airtel had joined their hands? Monopoly and they can loot the customers. Because nobody, even though Jio and Airtel join their hands, nobody will show interest, even though they increases the prices, nobody will be showing interest to purchase VI. Because everybody knows how the network will be. And nowadays, internet had become a minimum need to every Indian. Upon a time, 1 GB, 1 month, 300 rupees. And you will be using every day it like a Mahaprashadam. Like 10 MB completed on one day. Oh no, today I've used 10 MB. Now 10 MB. Now 10 MB is like in a second you'll complete that. 1 GB per day is also not enough. Upon a time for 1 month, still some leftover will be there. There used to be a plan, something like if any leftover is there, if you recharge again within 2 days, this will be carried on to the next month. Heroes carried on sanga devudu data add-ons. So if at all Jio and Airtel had joined their hands, they will monopolize and they will increase the prices. And hence for every merger which should happen in India, CCI should give permission. Competition Commission of India should give permission, otherwise it won't happen. So next one, for that thing obviously cost data is needed kada. So cost audit is very much important. And the next one, to determine arm's length price between the related parties, which is uninfluenced price. To determine the uninfluenced price or arm's length price, obviously cost is very much important. Next, ascertaining the actual productivity and wastage. Productivity is nothing but here efficiency. What is the actual efficiency and what is the wastage of resources? For that, cost audit will help you. And the next one, social objectives. Check out, this is relating to the society. This is relating to the government. This is relating to the public. This is relating to the environment. Fixation of reasonable prices. This will help for the customers. Reasonable prices. And next, optimum channelization and utilization of enterprise resources, human, financial and capital. This is needed for the society. It helps cost plus contracts which are entered with the government. This is relating to government. Of course, you can understand these two things. Coming to here, government will be taking up some cost plus contracts. Like best example, Polavaram project. No contractor will come forward with a fixed price contract for Polavaram project. Because the estimation date of completion is 2020, 35 and the 35 kada? Yes. 10 years ega ee roju nunchi. One thing what her voice is correct, that is by the completion of Polavaram project, we don't know whether we'll alive or not. Because the same they are telling from the past 15 years. Oh no, past 15 years they are telling the same. Now think how much the cost is increased here. So generally cost plus contracts will be there, especially for government contracts. So now if at all the contractor is submitting the wrong cost data, if at all contractor is submitting the wrong cost data, He's inflating the cost and he's submitting. Then government has to release the funds. But who is correct? Let the cost audit be done on that particular entity, everything will come out. And escalation clauses. This is applicable for fixed price contracts. Fixed price contracts in the sense contracts which are fixed revenue will be there. But if at all inflation is there, then automatically some portion of contract revenue will increase, which is called as escalation clause. Escalation clause is nothing but increase in prices so that increase in revenue will be there. Next, highlighting the areas of inefficiency and mismanagement, and they have to work for the benefits of the shareholders and the customers or the consumers, and better to take corrective action if any to be taken within time. So cost audit will help for all these things. It will help to identify the inefficiency areas of the entity. It helps the mismanagement areas so that the benefits will be passed on to the shareholders and the customers. Clear? So that's all about the social objectives. And finally, objectives of the cost audit. And moving on to the next thing, qualifications and disqualifications of the cost auditor. Sir, this, if I was not wrong, you have covered the same in law. So if at all I am teaching only cost audit exclusively or cost audit subject regular batch, then I would have told it. But here it's not needed. You can just get the same in law. But remember, chartered accountant has to be replaced with cost accountant. And one more thing, one more very important thing. Don't be in a wrong notion that if you are not disqualified, you are qualified. Don't be in a wrong notion that if you are not disqualified, you are qualified. No, there's no such aspect. Disqualifications attract only when qualifications are there. Then what is a qualification? You must clear CMA final examination which is conducted by the institute, and you should have a valid certificate of practice. Then you will be eligible. You will be qualified to do the cost audit. If yours is a cost audit firm, then then maximum number of partners should hold the certificate of practice if it is a multidisciplinary firm. Hope you know multidisciplinary firm. A CA, CMA now can join their hands to do the cost audit or to do the statutory audit simply for their work. So now to get a cost audit for your firm, first of all, majority of the partners should be cost accountants in practice. Then you will be qualified. Clear, everybody? And very important, maximum limit 20 companies. Up to 20 companies you will be qualified. More than that you will be disqualified. Clear, everybody? These are the qualifications requirement. Now you check out, yes, I am a CMA, passed the final examination conducted, undergone with the practical training which is conducted by the institute, and I have a valid certificate of practice. And I have accepted audits for less than or equal to 20 companies. Now I'm eligible. Yes, you're eligible. Wait, let me check out the disqualifications. Now you're eligible person, right? Yes, sir. Are you relative of that company? Yes. Then disqualified. Are you having any share in the company? Yes, sir. Disqualified. Sir, I'm qualified, but you're disqualified, right? I hope you have got the difference. And everybody will explain what are the qualifications, everybody will explain what are the disqualifications. But the linkage between qualification and disqualification is very much important. So disqualifications attract only when qualifications are there. Sir, I'm a qualified cost accountant with valid certificate of practice. But you are having business relationship with company, and hence you are disqualified. Your partner of that company, disqualified. Your employee of that company, disqualified. Your relative, disqualified. Hope you have got my intention. Is it clear? That's all about disqualifications. So disqualifications attract only when qualifications are there. Without qualifications, prima facie you are not qualified, then why to check the disqualification? Sir, I'm relative of that company. Can I do the audit? Who are you? Okay, say, I'm not at all having any relationship with your company. Can I do the audit? If you're qualified, then you can do the audit. Otherwise, how can you do the audit? Who are you? If you're an Anamaka person, then you can't do the audit. If you're a Duffer person, you can't do the audit. Clear? So, two things must satisfy. You must qualify. You must not disqualify. And that is the reason, if you have remembered, after appointment of the cost auditor has to submit 4 certificates. 4 certifications must be submitted. Point number 1, you are qualified. Point number 2, you are not disqualified. But people will be thinking these two things are same but different. So take more care, my dear children. And moving on to the last and final part of introduction to cost audit. That's all about audit risk. Sir, audit risk is something like, even though you're doing 100% audit, there might be a risk of expressing inappropriate opinions due to inherent risk. Sir, point number 1, risk can never become 0. Risk can be mitigated or minimized. Ante. So there will be always inherent factors in audit, inherent factors in accounting, inherent factors in the company. Clear, everybody? So due to the inherent factors that are attached to your business concern, it's highly impossible to give the correct opinion all the time. So that is inherent risk. Due to inherent factors. Inherent factors are nothing but factors which can get never separated. See, due to proper internal controls, control risk can be minimized. Due to proper internal controls, control risk can be minimized. If auditor is doing the audit very much properly, detection risk will be minimized. But inherent risk can never get minimized. Provision, best example. That's an inherent factor. Even management don't know whether the provision is correct or wrong. I'm estimating, sir, that's it. But what is the reality? I don't know. That's an inherent factor. Management thought of like next year 100 employees will retire. But no employee is retired. So whatever you have created, the provision for gratuity, provision for provident fund, provision for pension, everything is wasted. Everything you have to reverse now. Which implies that last year you have done wrong audit. Eh? No. Estimation. So these are the inherent factors. Something like sometimes complex calculations. They are very difficult. Sir, best example. Insurance companies. How much insurance compensation they have to pay in the next year? They have to estimate that. How many policies will retire? That's okay. But in the meanwhile, how many customers will die? How many policies will retire? Moreover, if at all some term insurance policies were taken, hope you know term insurance. Monthly you will be paying only 500, 600, 700 like that. After the party's death, then compensation will be paid to the nominees. Say 1 crore, 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs, like that compensation will be paid. Provided after the death of the party only. That is term insurance. Monthly 500, 600 will be there. But the hardest problem is that how many of the people will die in term insurance? There is no concept of retirement of policy at all. For the lifetime he has to pay. How can I give assurance for all those things? Is it simple or complex? Very much complex, wherein an actuary will come into picture. Hope you know by this time who is an actuary. It's a separate course. Actuarial calculations will be done. Actuarial valuation will be done. Think with common sense. Being a statutory auditor, do you know actuarial calculations? No. So you will approach an actuary. And whatever the actuary says, you will do that one. You will believe the actuary. But if the actuary is wrong, your opinion is wrong. You will believe the doctor and you will take every medicine what is given by the doctor. But if the doctor is duffer fellow, secondary part what happens? So that is the problem. So that's all about inherent risk. Clear, everybody? And the next is all about control risk. Due to wrong internal controls, due to insufficiency of internal controls, or due to more internal controls where it is not needed, Clear, everybody? So obviously some sort of risk of inappropriate opinion will be quite possible. And detection risk, this is purely depending on auditor. If auditor had done the audit well, he'll get best results. If he's doing on a sample basis, of course he will never get best results. So detection risk will be minimized by doing the audit very much properly. Even though 100% audit is done, there will be some sort of scope where still the audit is to be done. So obviously you will be having some sort of expressing an inappropriate opinion, which is nothing but detection risk. So audit risk is very much simple, that risk of expressing an inappropriate or wrong opinion. Expressing unmodified opinion in place of modified opinion, expressing modified opinion in place of unmodified opinion is nothing but audit risk. And my dear children, that's the end of introduction to cost audit. Just relax. Let's continue. That's cost auditor, professional ethics. It's recommended to read the introduction which is given in your materials, because even that's a question actually. And what positions can a cost accountant occupy? Can cost accountant become KMP of a company? Can he become CEO of a company? Can he become liquidator of a company? Rotation. That concept itself is not there. Cost auditor can become KMP, cost accountant. Cost accountant can become KMP of a company. Cost accountant can become what is it called, CEO of a company. He can become liquidator of a company. He can become a member of appellate tribunal, etc. and etc. So read the introduction which is given prior to question number 1 of this chapter. Not only this chapter, for every chapter I recommend to read the introduction, because those introductions, from that introductions also you might get a question. So that's very important, remember. And first one, explain the fundamental principles of the cost accountant. Cost accountants have to observe fundamental principles, which are, of course, this is not only to the cost accountant or the cost auditor. For every auditor, they are the fundamental principles. And they are, the first one, integrity. Straightforwardness is needed, and they should have honesty in performing their duties and services. Objectivity. They should stick on to the point that they have identified. They can't prejudice the thing. They should not have bias. They should be sticking on the thing that they have found out. And competence. There should be enough competent. Capability must be there. Without having proper competence, he can't give the advice to anyone. Confidentiality. This is very, 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 very important. Maybe for a statutory auditor, even though confidentiality is very less in mattering, but to a cost auditor, it's not like that. A cost auditor always need to maintain confidentiality. It is one of his assets. It's one of his mindsets that should be there. Confidentiality is very much important. Professional behavior. A cost accountant should act inconsistent with good reputation of the profession. In the sense, something like I told you upon times, the cost auditor had caught in drunk and drive case. It's a cost auditor personal choice, that person's personal choice. But what happened because of this? Entire CMA profession is getting bad reputation. Something like, best example, Mr. Anchor Pradeep caught in drunk and drive case. Along with him, many other people caught. But what happened? Anchor profession is getting damaged there. Like that, if a CMA had got caught in drunk and drive case, then even in news, papers, etc. and etc., CMA, that brand itself is getting a damage. For your kind information, Satyam Ramalingaraju might not be known to anyone. Sorry, might not be known to everyone. But Satyam scam is known to everybody. Nirav Modi might not be known to everyone. But PNB scam, they'll tell that. Chanda Kochar might not be known to anyone or everyone. ICICI scam, yes. So that is a reputation of damage getting on the brand names. So brand names will develop a lot, and if anything damage is happened, it happens to the brand name first, and only then it happens to the personal parties. Kingfisher Airlines, everybody knows that there is a scam there. But Vijay Mallya, very less people know that. Even though everybody know Vijay Mallya, first Kingfisher, PNB, then only Nirav Modi will come. Satyam scam, then only Mr. Ramalingaraju will come. Hope you have got my intention. So అయితే ఏమైందంటే ఇది అవుతుంది అనమాట. So drunk and drive case, if somebody had caught, then they are bringing bad reputation to the profession. So even that bad reputation is not allowed. So you have to maintain integrated professional behavior even though you are not having. And moving on to the next thing, schedules of CWA Act. This is very important for practical questions you might get. And one more thing I've forgotten to tell you. From introduction to cost audit, mandatory 7 marks question. After the completion of the marathon, I'll tell you from which chapter you have to concentrate more once again, so that accordingly you can plan and you can go for your final revisions. Even though you have revised chapter wise, see chapter wise you can't leave any chapter as choice. At least you'll read half. If not full, at least you'll read half kada to attempt in the exam at least. But once again after the completion, I'll give you a gist like on which chapter you have to concentrate more. With that you can get good marks here. So to tell you 200% I'm telling, concentrate on cost audit and SPMBV to get the exemptions. With these two things you can pull even group 1 also. Be careful. Star applies. CFR 40 mandatory. Let me go ahead. Write about the schedules of CWA Act. First schedule part 1, first schedule part 2, part 3, part 4, second schedule part 1, part 2, part 3. Don't forget. First schedule part 1 is professional misconduct. First of all, what is first schedule and second schedule? First schedule is comparatively for smaller offenses. Second schedule is comparatively for larger offenses. Remember this one. First schedule is comparatively for smaller offenses. Second schedule is comparatively larger offenses. Now part 1, professional misconduct for practicing cost accountant. Practicing cost and management accountant. I mean to tell, simply to tell you, I can tell like MIP, members in practice. Next, first schedule part 2 is also professional misconduct, but this is MIS, members in service. This is not applicable for those cost accountants who are in practice. Next, first schedule part 3, professional misconduct for both MIP and MIS. And first schedule part 4 is other misconduct for both MIP and MIS. Now, let me start as simple as such. You don't allow any other person to practice on your name except your CMA partner. Like say for example, you are like 3 partners, 1, 2 and 3. Everybody of you are having CMA certificate in practice. Then on your name, another person can accept the audit for your firm. And if at all you have conducted the audit, but another person can sign on behalf of you. Is it clear? Sir, if at all the audit is accepted by the partnership firm, one partner had done the audit and the other partner is signing, absolutely okay, because partnership firm is having jointly and several liability. Clear everybody? So you should not allow any other person to practice in your name except your CMA partner. Your other CMA partner can practice, otherwise nobody else can practice. Next one, paying. Next one, accepting, which is all about you should not share your proceeds with others. You should not accept other proceeds with you. Say for example, you got audit fees. You should not share the audit fees with anybody else. In the same way, you should not accept audit fees share from anybody else. Exceptions other than his partners, other than the member of the institute. You can accept from any member of the institute. You can share your fees with the other audit partners. Clear, everybody? So please take care. For point number 1, other than his CMA partners, if I am a certificate holding valid COP, my name can be used by any other CMA partner only, not CA partner, not any other partner. But while sharing the emoluments and benefits, we all can share, because everybody are running the partnership firm. Clear, everybody? But while accepting, you can accept only from the member of the institute, who might be MIP and MIS. Clear, everybody? So take care. And the next one, enter into partnership with any other person other than a cost accountant is not permitted. Of course, now multidisciplinary firms had come. With that, you can enter. Clear, everybody? A understanding. Next one, securing the professional business from any other person except your partner and employee is prohibited. From any other source which is not open to the cost accountant is prohibited. I mean to tell something like you should not beg. From any other source which is not open to the cost accountant, you should not go there. Only which is open, you can just get the work. Next, soliciting. Soliciting is nothing but requesting. Requesting the clients by circular, advertisement, personal communication, etc. is not permitted. But if you want, you can show your hands with another cost accountant in practice. And next one, you can participate in tender. See, the ideology is only one thing. If you would like to do anything, you can do with your other CMA partners, otherwise you cannot do. Say for example, cost accountant is advertising. This is my firm. If you want the audit, contact me. In the sense, literally, indirectly, you are begging that you are not having work. Come on, give me the work. Clear, everybody? Such kind of things should not happen. So institute will be seeing such kind of things should not happen. And it will control and it will put all these regulations. But of course, even today, Sulekha, Yellow Pages, these things are advertising CAs and CMAs works. But technically speaking, you should not. Logically speaking, you should not. Legally speaking, you should not. Of course, for everything, there will be something called exception. And moreover, India is a country which is having odd laws. But who will follow the law on time? We don't know. Actually, no one. You know, after COVID, spitting is a punishable offense. During COVID itself, everybody spitted. Ante. Anyways, and finally, advertising the professional attainments is not permitted, except those things which are recognized by the central government. I mean to tell something like Mr. Maruthi Raman, a practicing CMA, practicing chart accountant. No, not permitted, because he should have practice only in one arena. So practicing CMA and he's a tax consultant. No, tax consultant is not a recognized profession. Aden sir ma CA petkuntaru, but it is wrong. Tax consultant is not a recognized profession. Insurance advisor, yes you can, because you must have passed the examination before using that name. Certified liquidator, you can. Certified business valuer, you can, because for all these things there are examinations which must be permitted by the central government. I respond, everybody clear? So now take care, my dear children. Let me write allowing the practice is not permitted except CMA partner. Clear, everyone? The second one, paying the emoluments and sharing the emoluments, not permitted except with your partner. Accepting the benefits, not permitted except by members of the institute, who might be either members in practice or members in service. And the next one. Next one is all about partnership. Not permitted except your CMAs. Also multidisciplinary firms with that CA, CS, lawyers and similar professions can enter. And moving on to the next one, securing securing the work is not permitted except from the other employees or other partners and source which is open. No, I am telling exceptions. Which is open, you can get the work. If it's not open, you can't get the work. You cannot get the work, you cannot secure the work from other than your employees and other than your partners. Clear? And the next one, soliciting. Soliciting is requesting, not permitted. Clear? Exception. You can get the same from other cost accountants in practice and by participating in the tender. Very important. Tender only when it is open. If it is a closed tender, you can't participate again. Last and final, advertisement. You can't advertise only when, I mean to tell, you can advertise only when central government recognizes the profession. Otherwise, you cannot advertise it. Clear, everybody? Hey, this is the only thing that you should not forget and you have to remember. All the remaining are actually easy. Is it clear, everybody? So take more care, my dear children. Now, moving on to the next schedule. That is first schedule, part 2. It is also professional misconduct, but this is applicable only for members in service. These are only two things, pay and accepting. Sir, first of all, what is the difference between member in service and member in practice? Say I have completed my cost accountancy profession. I'm a qualified cost accountant as per the institute. Now I have three options. Number 1, to become a member with the institute. Number 2, to become a member with the institute plus to get a certificate from the institute, practice certificate. Number 3, don't become a member at all. You can go for employment. Straight away you can do the job. Is it clear? So if you take me as an example, I'm not having any membership number with the institute. I'm not a member at all. But I can do my jobs with cost accountancy qualification. With cost accountant qualification, I can do any kind of job which is open to a cost accountant. But I'm not a member with the institute at all. Option number 1. Option number 2, I can take membership number from the institute, but I'm not taking practicing membership. I'm taking just normal membership so that I'll become a member of the institute. So I am called as a member in service. I'm called as a member in service. Of course, you're supposed to fulfill some regulations. Like you're supposed to attend for some meetings. You'll be having power to participate in voting powers, directors, elections, etc. and etc. Hey, is it clear, everyone? And moving on to the next thing, you can get even a valid certificate of practice. For that, you must first obtain member. You must become a member with the institute. Then you can get a practicing membership number also. So member in service is a person who is a member with the institute, but is not having a valid certificate of practice. So he can do the job. Clear? While doing the job, he is getting some salary. He cannot share that salary with any other person. Or he cannot accept any fees or any profits or any salary from any other person except his employer. Clear, everybody? So this is all about first schedule, part 2. Professional misconduct, which is applicable for member in service. Payment and accepting. Only these two things. Now, first schedule, part 3. This is also a professional misconduct, which is applicable for both people. He is not a fellow but acting as a fellow. Something like fellow you will be getting only after 5 years. Initially you will be just called as a practicing cost accountant. After 3 years, if I was not wrong, you will be getting something called associate chartered cost accountancy. And after that, you will become a fellow. I hope it's clear. Initially, I don't think you will get even associate also. Initially, you will be just like a cost accountant in practice. Ante. After 3 years, you will get A, associate cost accountants. And after that, you will get FCMA, fellow. So in the same way, something like in professorship also you will be having associate professor, assistant professor, professor. So like that. Gradings. You're not fellow, but you're acting as if you're fellow. And you're not giving information which is called by the institute. Institute is asked, or while soliciting the work from other cost accountants, or for tenders and bids, you're not giving the proper information. Simply you're giving wrong information to those people who are with whom you are supposed to share the information. Hey, one second. You are supposed to maintain confidentiality in sharing the information. But wherever you have to share the information, you are giving wrong information. Like say for example, institute is calling you to supply some information. I'm refraining, I'm not giving, or I'm giving wrong information. Government had asked you to give some information. Point number 1, I have to maintain confidentiality. But if government is asking, and if institute is asking, sorry sir, I can't abide the rules, so I have to maintain confidentiality, I don't give you the information, ante, they'll kick you, so that your firm gate will be closed. So take more care. Point number 1, you have to maintain confidentiality. No doubt at all in that. Point number 2, where you're supposed to give the information, you're supposed to give the information. There you can't deny. Or say for example, you have requested the work from the other cost accountant. Or you're requesting to participate, you have participated in a tender which is open. But in tender, you're giving everything wrong information only. Hope you have got my point. Even that amounts to professional misconduct. Point number 1, you're not a fellow, but you're acting as a. Point number 2, you have to maintain confidentiality. But wherever you have to supply the information, you have to supply information properly, which is correct. You're not supposed to refrain the supply, and you're not supposed to give the false information. Clear? And next one, first schedule part 4, other misconduct. Coming to other misconduct. So listen very carefully. Other misconduct is not at all relating to your professional works at all. Something like drunk and drive case. It's not relating to professional misconduct. Drunk and drive is your personal point. But remember, you can't bring bad reputation to the profession. So, point number 1, sir, civil offense or even criminal offense, which is an imprisonment less than or equal to 6 months, is also other misconduct. Civil offense, say for example, you were being noticed by the news channels and media. Even after becoming CMA, this person is fighting for inherited assets. Hope you have got my point. Tatala asti kosam kottukuntunnaru. Even after become CMA. If at all any news channel or media has published like that, immediately you will be removed from the membership register. Hope you have got my point. Why sir, what point is there in that? Hey, you should not indulge into any criminal and civil offense. Ante, even after becoming CMA, you're not having enough money. You're fighting for the asset. Ante, we'll consider like that only. And hence your name from the register will be reprimanded. Removal of your name from the membership register. Remember, initial warning 3 months. But if it happens, it will continue. Hope you have got my point. So like that, even, sir, everything is just like law. Remember this one. everything is recorded as namesake. Namesake, whatever reasoning is correct. But really, will they follow? It's $1 billion question. నిజంగానే it's $1 billion question. అలా అయితే, frankly speaking, no CEO or no CMA should advertise about themselves at all. But I'll show you n number of CEOs who are advertising. Asala, you're not supposed to advertise even in your WhatsApp also. But you're using flyers, stickers, visiting cards. Visiting card is okay, but you can't stand outside the company and you can't distribute it to each and every employee who is coming from that company. Our CA will file income tax return. If you need, just contact for this number. And you can't distribute the visiting cards like pamphlets. Hope you have got my point. Anyways, the next one, bringing disreputation to the profession with any action. As a result of any action, if you're bringing any disreputation to the profession, then immediately you will be held. You will be held guilty, or it amounts to professional misconduct. And next one, second schedule, comparatively for larger offenses. Also, second schedule part 1, you have to remember carefully. This is professional misconduct applicable only for MIP, members in practice. Second schedule part 2, professional misconduct applicable for both MIP and MIS. Second schedule part 3, which is applicable for other misconduct, both MIP and MIS. Now let me start. Second schedule part 1. Sir, a practicing cost accountant should not disclose the confidential information to anyone. You should not certify the work which is done by others except your partner. Other person is doing the work, you are certifying. That's not permitted. Except if it is your partner, it is permitted, because partnership is jointly and severally liable. Next, you're not supposed to, what is it called, vouch for the accuracy of the budgets. Vouching for the accuracy of the budgets is impossible. Hey, you can prepare budget, you can certify budget, but you can't vouch for the guarantee of the budgets. What is this one, sir? Say for example, a company is raising loan with a bank to the extent of 50 crores. For that, banker is asking, bring the certified budgets by your cost accountant or chartered accountant. Now cost accountant is preparing the budget and he had attested the stamp and he has signed. Hey, it is just an expressing an opinion that these budgets are prepared by me. But I am not giving guarantee for this one. I'm not vouching for the guarantee. I'm not vouching for the accuracy. Say for example, you have shown in the budget that in the next year the sale will be 10 crores. But reality in the next year the sale is only 2 crores. No, banker can't come to you and he can't ask you, sir, you have given a budget for 10 crores of that company, but really the sale is only 2 crores. So give the remaining 8 crores, sir. No. So a cost accountant is not vouching for the accuracy. He's not vouching for the accuracy. He's not giving any guarantee for that budget. He's just expressing the opinion. So if at all any cost accountant is vouching for the accuracy of the budget, again he will be found as professional misconduct, or he'll be catched guilty. Clear? Next, expressing his opinion in which he is having substantial interest. Either himself or his partner or his firm is having substantial interest. Substantial interest, you all people know, something like 20% is holding. And the next one, failed to report a material misstatement. You're not reporting a material misstatement, like you're not expressing a proper opinion. Next, you're not having due diligence and you're gross negligent towards your duties. Immediately you will be held professional misconduct. And next one, second schedule part 2, professional misconduct, which is applicable for both members in practice and members in service. This is easy. Contravening any provision of this act. ICMAI Act is having some provisions. You're not supposed to contravene any of those provisions. And the next one, you're disclosing the confidential information to somebody else to whom you're not supposed to disclose. Then you will be held punishable, professional misconduct. And next, furnishing wrong information to the institute, council, committees, knowing them to be false. If you have remembered, even this point is also there in first schedule. But that is applicable for smaller offenses. This is applicable for larger offenses, remember. Next, defalcating the embezzlement. The money is received in his professional capacity. In the sense, in the course of audit, he is supposed to receive some amount in his professional capacity, but he is using that amount personally. Embezzling or defalcating the cash, which is also amounting to professional misconduct. And last and final, other misconduct, anything but exceeding 6 months punishable. I mean to tell, in first schedule, if you have remember, it is within 6 months, somewhere here, this one. But here bringing disreputation to the profession and civil or criminal offences for a period greater than 6 months, immediately he shall be punishable. Respond clear, everybody? That's the end of schedules. Okay, sir. Now, if at all a person is held guilty, he is found professional misconduct or other misconduct. Now, what is the next step? Remember, you are supposed to file the same. Whoever the aggrieved party is there, aggrieved party will be filing with the institute. Then institute will be checking whether the complaint registered as per schedule 1 or as per schedule 2 or as per both the schedules. If it is exclusively relating to schedule 1, the complaint will be referred to BOD, Board of Director Gadanaina, Discipline. And if at all the schedule is the offense is relating to both the schedules or exclusively schedule 2, then it will be forwarded to DC, Disciplinary Committee. Now, what are the powers of BOD? Sir, this will be taken care by DD, Director of Discipline. First of all, you will be, what is it called? Say for example, a member had agreed because of a CMA. Now that aggrieved party is filing the complaint to the institute. Institute will be forwarding this copy to DD, Director of Discipline. Now DD will be taking care to which committee I have to forward this offense. Is it to BOD or DC? I'll forward this complaint to disciplinary committee when the offense is relating to second schedule or both the schedules. Or he'll be forwarding it to BOD, Board of Discipline, if at all the offense is relating exclusively for schedule 1. Now, what are the powers of Board of Discipline? Reprimand the member. Reprimand is nothing but removal. Giving a warning. Simply reprimand is nothing but warning. Warning the member. Remove his name up to 3 months. Fine to a maximum of 1 lakh. Whereas if it is DC, a bit more. Of course, warning is quite common. Removal of the name permanently. From more than 3 months to permanently. And fine which might extend up to 5 lakhs. Clear? And the next one, of course, members. This is simple. Something like members of Board of Discipline. 2 council members will be there. Plus DD, I told you, Director of Discipline. He will be there. Whereas coming to DC, 2 members will be there. Along with them, 2 members nominated by the central government. Clear, everybody? 2 members by the council, 2 members by the central government, along with the president or the vice president as presiding officer. Here, any person can become a presiding officer. So to tell you, number 1, presiding officers, 2 members which are nominated by the council, that is institute, and then director of the discipline will be there. Here, 1 presiding officer, and the presiding officer is straight away president or the vice president. Next, 2 council members elected from the institute, 2 members nominated by the central government. So on a whole, totally 5 members will there. On a whole, totally 1, 2, 3, 4 members will there. Clear, everybody? Is it clear? And my dear children, that is the end of cost auditor, professional ethics and responsible. Let's continue with the next and of course the last topic for the morning session. Basics of management audit. So very small, hardly I guess within 20 minutes we can complete, because as I said, I'm going to cover only important questions, and also I kept management audit as an extra topic to cover, and hence I'm not covering exhaustively once again. Remaining topics to the max extent I'm covering every important question, but here I'm covering very less questions. Like if you want me to tell management audit scope, qualities of management auditor, administration, agency theory, objectives, that's it. I'm going to cover only 5 or 6 questions. Apart from that, not totally at all. Now let me start. So what's management audit? Sir, to tell you something, like 2 kinds of management audits will be there. One is conducting on the management themselves, by the management, for the management, secretly. That's part 1 of management audit. Second type of management audit is all about conducting the audit on the management knowingly, like to check the efficiency and performance of the management. So this is second type of management audit. Here we'll concentrate on that part of management audit, like conducting the audit on the management. Ante. We don't concentrate something like secretly doing all the time. But management audit is something like conducting audit on the management, which is arranged by some other people of management for the management. Something like companies paying crores and lakhs of salaries to the board of directors. But what if, and what is the confidence that board of directors are doing the work properly? What guarantee is there that board of directors are doing the work properly despite after taking these many lakhs of rupees? No sir, we can't give that assurance, and that is the reason for which we are conducting an audit called management audit. Say for example, Mr. A, on whom we are conducting the management audit, he is drawing a salary of 5 lakhs per month. In the sense, in an year almost more than half a crore he is drawing. 60 lakhs around he is drawing. Now the biggest challenge, whether he is doing the work properly or not. Let us have a check on him. So you're telling to Mr. A, Mr. A, we are conducting management audit onto you. Then will he get alerted or not? Yes. And he'll book up everything. He'll hook up everything. He'll jump on one day. So you have to conduct the audit on Mr. A very secretly. This is one kind of management audit. This is done by one experienced person who is called as a management auditor. Secretly, he will be employed in the company and he'll be having an observation on the board of director. This is one version. Second version, open. Management themselves have decided, RAR, let us conduct an audit on ourselves. We would like to know our efficiency. We are taking crores and crores of rupees. So this is the wants of the members and shareholders. This will automatically increase the confidence of the company, and trust in the customers will increase a lot and lot. Shareholders will believe us. Clear everybody? So management themselves have decided on behalf of the shareholders, or shareholders might also order for a management audit. Shareholders group have decided, we are having doubt on the management whether they are doing well or not. Let's conduct a management audit on them. It might be either knowingly or unknowingly. Clear everybody? So now check out. What is a management audit? Management audit is appraising the performance of the directors or the managers. Appraising is nothing but verifying. In other words, verifying the performance of the management of an organization is nothing but management audit. Very important. Management audit does not concentrate on the financial matters alone. It is something more than that. They concentrate on how efficient the management and how effective the management is all about. They just don't concentrate on the financial matters like financial statements every time. And what is the scope of management audit? First of all, they have to check out what are the objectives of the organization and what are the policies and procedures with respect to the objectives of the organizations and whether the adequate performance is done or not. So what is this one? Scope of management audit. in the sense, first of all, let the management auditor need to decide what are the objectives of the organization. For achieving these objectives, what policies management had drafted, whether the policies are performed or not. Clear, everybody? So management auditor need to look forward these things. What are the objectives of the organization? What are the policies and procedures drafted in order to achieve the objectives, whether they have performed those things or not. Clear? So this is all about the scope of management audit. Some of the definitions are given. Management audit is performed with an objective to examine the efficiency of information control system, management and management procedures to achieve the enterprise goals. Like whether management is working towards to achieve the enterprise goals or not. What is the efficiency of the management? Or are they just like working for themselves? Something like conflict of interest. On the next one, next definition, which is commonly taken by Investopedia. A management audit is an analysis, assessment, competencies and capabilities on company's management. Very important in carrying out the corporate objectives. At the end of the day, remember one thing, that management has to work for the organization. They have to carry on the objectives of the organization. That's very much important. And the next one, the purpose of a management audit is not to appraise individual executive performance, but to evaluate the management team as a whole in the interest of shareholder and maintaining good relations with the employees and uphold reputational standards. Point number one, we don't concentrate on a single person whether he is doing the work properly or not. Management audit is like appraising the entire work of the management team totally. It's the team totally, collective team. How about the performance of the management is all about. It's not on individual performance. One manager, one board of director is doing better. All the other board of directors are not at all doing better. Then we have to report that the entire board of directors team itself is not good. Half or good, half or not good. We have to report something like board of directors are not having unity among themselves, with which many collisions are getting happened, with which the company is not flourishing. So we don't concentrate on the individual performance. We have to concentrate on the overall performance of the entire management. Next one, qualities of a management auditor, or who can be appointed as a management auditor. Who can be appointed as a management auditor, qualities of a management auditor, or what are the qualifications of the management auditor, everything is one and the same. A management auditor should have good knowledge and experience in all managerial functions. Managerial functions is nothing but purchase department, sales department, HR department, quality control department, R&D department, and what is the linkage between these departments, and what is the function of each and every discipline. Say for example, what is it called? HR department manager is there. What is his function? So on all the managerial functions, this management auditor should have knowledge. Next, an auditor should also have good knowledge on financial cost analysis techniques. Of course, management audit will be conducted in the form of standard costing. Yes, they'll be comparing actual versus standard data, and they'll be bringing the variances there. If at all variances are less, then management is effective. If variance is more, management is not effective, not taking care about the company. I hope it's clear. So that's one of the techniques. Budget and budgetary control, ABC analysis. So all these things are nothing but cost techniques and financial techniques. Even management auditor should have knowledge in all these areas. For your kind information, management accounting. Next. He or should have knowledge on economics and business laws, because just now we discussed that management auditor is not just concentrating only on the financial matters. So if we concentrate on the financial matters, it's point number 2. Apart from financial matters, all other things. Like he should have proper knowledge on economics and law also. Next, very important, he must understand the organization structure. Like, is it a vertical structure? or is it a horizontal structure, or is it a trapezium structure? Vertical structure in the sense you will be having various levels of authorities. This is called as a vertical structure. Something like a top 1% will be there, below 2 persons will be there, at below 3 persons will be there. So like this, it will be something like a vertical structure. Horizontal is all about a top 1% who has to report to the various people. This is called as horizontal structure. Wrong Japan, correct? This is vertical structure where multiple levels of authorities will be there. Slowly it will increase. Horizontal structure where minimal level of authorities will be there, but with maximum number of people. Now trapezium structure is a commonly acceptable structure where you all people generally know. Top level management, middle level management, bottom level management. This is called as a trapezium level of management organization structure, which is commonly there in each and every organization. Anyways, let me come forward. So first of all, a management auditor should understand what is the organization structure, and also he should address all the problems. And next, he should thorough understand of all the process and control aspects that are in the organization, and he should understand the objectives of the organization well. Only when he understood the organizations of the objective, what are the policies drafted, is it possible to achieve or not, he can understand that. And the next one, he or should understand the planning, budget, rules, procedures, etc. That's okay. And well versed with the entire production process. He should have knowledge on the entire production process, not only on the cost data, not only on the financial techniques, not only on the law, not only on the economics, but also on budgets, rules, production process, objectives of the organization, etc. In a single word, he should have an exhaustive knowledge on various elements, because dealing with management is not so easy, because you're dealing with the top level of management. They are having ultimate knowledge on many things, so you have to be very, very careful. And even he should identify the reason behind lack of coordination between different departments, because he should have knowledge on all the managerial functions with which he can do that. And also he has to give suggestions to the problems in the organization. Now the next one, how management is different from administration. So remember, administration is concerned with the structure of the management, the mechanism of the operation, whereas management is just like leadership and direction of the people. To tell you any single thing, entire process in the organization is called as administration. Administration, how the work is going on. Management is only relating to the topmost people, board of directors, or nothing but management. Sir, I told you system, did you remember? Why ITC employees are working? Did you remember? They are supposed to answer for the system. TL will question, why TL is working? Manager will question, why manager is working? Zonal manager will question, why zonal manager is working? Regional manager will question. Southern level manager will question. Hope you have got my intention. So here the element that you need to understand, which is nothing but, this entire concept is nothing but administration. But management is about framing the rules, laws and regulation, and they have to set some standards. They are something like leaders for the entire company. In the sense, they should stand forward and they have to move the company like anything. How are they moving all the activities of the business concern is nothing but administration. Clear, everybody? Administration is like how the operations are being conducted, how the mechanism is being conducted, but management is just like an leadership. And next one, explain agency theory of the management. Sir, agent in the sense, remember, principal agent, principal agency relationship will be there. Who are the owners of the company? But it is impossible them to manage, because some people will be having sound, some people will be financially sound, but they might not have enough gujju in their brain. Yeah, they not have enough knowledge. So in that case, this is problem number one. Problem number two, even though they are having enough knowledge, shareholders are not small in number. They are very large in number, and they are not at least at one place. They will be spreading over through the nook and corners of the world. Now, managing by shareholders is like impossible. So all those people will collectively choose some persons to manage the company who are nothing but management or board of directors. So now board of directors are working on behalf of the shareholders. So who are the principals here? Shareholders. Who are the agents here? Board of directors. So this is what the agency theory of the management. So take care. Next, write about the objectives of the management audit. Clearly define prime objectives of the organization. Already we know this one. First of all, a management auditor need to understand what are the objectives of the organization. This is one of the objectives of management audit. He must understand what is the objective of the organization, why it is being run. What are their objectives? This is the first and foremost reason, objective for management audit. And the next one, ensure a clear, lean and thin organizational reporting structure. The setting of a well-defined structure with clear-cut lines of reporting is very much needed for a successful organization. Sir, a management auditor has to observe a clear, lean and thin organization reporting structure, in the sense he has to concentrate even on the minute detailings of the organization structure. And he has to ensure that this structure suits to the objective of the management. If that structure is not suiting to the objective of the management, it's obviously not needed. Say for example, there are what is it called? There are branches at different countries. There are branches at different countries. Getting my point, everybody? Hardly in each and every country 2 branches are there. In each and every country 2 branches are there. Now tell me which structure suits them. Is it vertical, horizontal or trapezium? Horizontal structure suits them. Because in every country only 2 branches. So now what kind of reporting is needed? In every country 2 branches are there. Head office is 1. Let the 2 branches report to the head office directly. This is the best part. Clear, everybody? Say for example, at different areas you are having different branches. Say Guntur region, you are having different branches. Vijayawada region, different branches. East Godavari, different region. What is it called? Visakhapatnam, different region. All the Guntur branches must report to the regional head. Report to the regional head, report to the regional head, report to the regional head. Vijayanagaram, Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam, again one zonal lead is needed. Kakinada, Rajamandri, Amalapuram, etc. One zonal head is needed. Vijayawada, Krishna, one zonal head is needed. Getting my point, everybody? Sorry. This Vijayawada, Guntur, etc. one region head is needed. I'm sorry, zonal head. Now all the zonal heads need to report to the state heads. Like that, there are different state heads in our country. Now those different state heads need to report to the what is it called? Area head. Southern area, northern area, eastern area, central area. And then everybody needs to report the head office. This is called as vertical structure. Because appropriate various levels of authority. One at head office. And then area wise. Something like central area, northern, southern, eastern, etc. And again, under each and every area, you are having zonal wise. Again, under zonal, you are having district wise. Again under district, you are having reason wise. Now what is best suits them, sir? Vertical structure suits them. Clear, everybody? Like this, a perfect organization structure is very much important in order to have successful working style of the organization. Next, goal setting process is very much important with business objectivity. In the sense, you have to check out the goals and objectives, that those things are in two lines. Sorry, those two are in same lines. Next, process benchmarking for improving efficiency and challenge existing rules to work out the effectiveness level, which is nothing but you should set up some benchmarks. Something I told you initially that what is it called? Industrial benchmarks will be there. Industrial average has to be compared with actual results. In the same way here also, suggesting improvement measures for giving best performance in upcoming periods. Like you have to suggest for better methods. If any problems are there, management auditor is not only limited to identify the problems, but also is supposed to give the suggestions. Suggesting ways to restructure if it is needed. Restructuring of organization. Something like restructuring best examples. Say for example, you are having 8 areas, wherein management auditor identified 3 areas they are not at all working better. So consolidate all the 3 areas and establish only one area, concentrate on that area by appointing a trustful manager there. This is a suggestion given by the management auditor. Yes, such kind of things are expected by the management. Next, more effective resource utilization planning, not only efficient resource utilization planning, but also effective resource utilization planning, incorporating MIS, management information system, to reach production and work efficiency goals. What is MIS? Passage of information from point of origin till the point of receiver. Management information system, which is nothing but a part of ERP, enterprise resource planning. They are softwares. What kind of information system softwares are used? Very important. And finally, identify the weak points, managerial inefficiencies, etc. with core functional areas like finance, sales, productions, HR, etc. Even at least not in each and every area, in the core functional areas like finance department, accounting department, sales department, production department, purchase department, at least in the core areas, identify the weakness and suggest the measures to them. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, that's the end of your basics of management audit for the marathon class, and mandatory to the max extent you're going to get a 7 marks question from this. Okay, so fine, my dear children, that's the end for the morning session. Get ready. In the afternoon session, first part, we are going to continue with internal controls and audit of different service organizations. After that, we are going with all the miscellaneous topics, but all the miscellaneous topics are very easy and you can get 14 marks easily. Cost audit program, cost audit documentation, preparing and filing through XBRL, etc. Okay, fine. So first, let's continue with audit of different service organizations. Sir, remember, the first and foremost rule is that whatever you're writing audit for different service organization like hospital, hotel, educational institution, non-government organization, or some different style of questions, if you have got audit of railways, audit of electricity companies, audit of banking companies, you might get any of these things. For everything, there is a common rule. First, write intro. Whatever you speak about that particular different service organization, you write intro with respect to that one. Like hospital intro, hotel intro, railways intro, electricity intro. First, write an introduction of 3 to 4 lines. Remember point number 1. Next, point number 2, you have to cover wide range of items like assets, liabilities, expenses, and incomes. You have to cover these 4 items for sure. And one of the most important thing is all about use the words like check, vouch, verify, examine, etc. Use these words and write minimum of And remember, write any minimum of 4 assets, minimum of 4 liabilities, minimum of 4 expenses, and minimum of 4 incomes. Remember, this is the rule for audit of different service organizations. Write intro of 3 to 4 lines and write any of the 4 assets, liabilities, expenses, and incomes by using the words like check, verify, vouch, examine, etc. And remember one more thing, mandatory 7 marks question from this chapter again. Like introduction, so till now the things that we taught, introduction to cost audit, mandatory 7 marks. Basics of management audit, mandatory 7 marks. Cost auditor and professional ethics, we can't give mandatory for that one. Audit of different service organization, mandatory 7 marks. ESA, forensic audit, and anti-money laundering. From these 3 things, 7 to 21 marks. It can happen anything. 3 chapters, 3 7 marks, or any of the 7 marks from any of the 3 chapters. So 7 to 21 is the range. Okay. So now let me start with the next mandatory question, that is audit of different service organization, and already given some idea for you how to write. And always concentrate on the specialty aspects of that particular service organization. See, like salary is common to every organization, right? Salary, rent is common, depreciation is common. So these are common things. Fixed assets are common, investments are common, creditors are common, loans are common, capital is common. Apart from these capital items, apart from these general items, write at least one special item which is for that particular industry. Say if you take railways, railway tickets is the special item. If you take electricity, metering and electricity bills is a special item. If you take banking, interest is a special item. Hospitals, IP/OP bills is a special item. Hotels, restaurant and accommodation bills is a special item. Educational institutions, student fees is the special item. Teachers' salary is the special item. Non-government organizations, you know many special items like corpus, donations, legacies, what is it called, entrance fees, subscriptions, membership fees, etc. So point here is all about, by writing the general items you should also entertain the special items. Without writing special items, it's waste of time of writing. 7 marks, you'll get only 3 or 4 marks. At least one special item is there, you'll be getting 1 mark for sure. So remember that speciality aspect must be given. And before writing all the after introduction, before writing asset, liabilities, expense and income, write the constitution. What is constitution, sir? Constitution. Likewise, if you take hospital, how a hospital can be constituted? It can be a sole proprietorship, it can be a company, it can be a trust, it can be also a partnership form. Then you should have a partnership deed, then you should have a trust deed. If it's a company, you should have MOA and AOA. And if it's a sole proprietary, local license authority. Like to establish hospital, you have permission. You have to prove that one. Clear, everybody? So like that, there will be some document for sure. Constitution document. And the next one, minutes of meetings. Partners meetings will be conducted all over the year. In that, some important decisions will be there. Identify those minutes. Members of trust, companies, shareholders, board of directors meetings will be conducted. There they might take some decisions. Those decisions will be included in the meetings. So identify the minutes of meetings so that you will be getting the decisions that were taken by the respective service organization. Clear, everybody? So this is also an important thing. So now tell me how to write an answer. First of all, write intro, and next constitution, or it is also called as bylaws. Society, if it is society, bylaws will be there. Constitution, internal controls, bylaws, etc. And then you have to write assets, liabilities, expense, incomes, any of the 4 items from everything. By using the words like examine, check, vouch, verify. One more important thing, don't forget to write the special items. That's also mandatory. Clear. So now let me move on. So here I have taken only the special items but not the regular items. Like you can write NGO. Yeah, you can write non-government organization because you are having idea of NPOs kada, non-profit organizations. You can write educational institutions, hotels, hospitals, and hence I did not include those things here. Going with the special items like audit of cooperative societies, self-help groups, local bodies, and government expenditure. So concentrating on these things alone. The luckiest part is that from just studying these 9 questions, you're going to get another 7 marks for sure. Smallest chapter, greatest advantage is this chapter only. Also, this is very easy. So let me start with the first one, audit of cooperative society. As I said, the first one is intro. The second one is constitution. Since it is society, obviously you will be having bylaws. Bylaws, rules and regulations. And also concentrate on the internal check and internal control system. Now, since it is cooperative society, not just like assets, liabilities, expense and incomes, you're having some special items here. Those are number 1, overdue debt. You know what is a cooperative society first? A society which is cooperated. Like a cooperative society will be helpful for the society first of all. Members and also to the general society. Consumer cooperative society exclusively for the purpose of every consumer. They'll be offering products at least cost. Farmers cooperative society, education cooperative society, students cooperative society, housing cooperative societies, like that. Their intention is to give loans to the group of people first of all. Housing cooperative society will be extending loans to the customers who would like to construct their houses at least rate of interest. Farmers cooperative society will be giving loans to the farmers. Consumers cooperative society will be giving loans to the consumers. At the same time, it also offers quality products at lesser prices. So what is one of the main aspects of business of cooperative society? Serving is okay. I'm asking business point of view. Giving the loans at a lower rate of interest. I can't tell least rate of interest, lower rates of interest. Clear? What is one of the main objectives of cooperative society? Giving loans at lower rates of interest. Automatically in this course of action, the biggest threat is overdue debt. It's not a bank to give hard restrictions and hard impositions. It's a cooperative society. It's like very smooth. Now that will be taken advantage by the members, or that will be taken advantage by the who is that called, debtors, or people who have taken loan and they don't repay on time, which is resulting in something called overdue debt. So as per section 17 of subsection 2, which is also important for bits actually, Cooperative Societies Act 1912 specifically requires the auditor to conduct a special examination with overdue debt. And one more thing, what is overdue debt? Asset, liability, expense, income. Asset for cooperative society. So an auditor need to extend their concentration on the overdue debt. And also they are supposed to value the assets and liabilities of the society. Point number 1, conduct special audit on overdue debt and also value all the assets and liabilities. Very important, overdue debts must be segregated properly by the auditor, like 6 months to 5 years, more than 5 years. Auditor has to segregate what is your total overdue debt. Within 0 to 6 months, how much is there? 6 months to 5 years, how much is there? More than 5 years, how much is there? Are yaar, more than 5 years overdue debt ante it's a very longer period. What did you do till now? We are asking the party, sir. That's not possible, sir. How much amount is collected? No, sir, we are very sorry. No, that thing won't work out at all. This much overdue debt is there. And you are claiming, unfortunately, it as your asset. From the past 5 years, a debtor did not give 1 lakh rupees. And you are telling, he is my asset, sir. Tomorrow or day after tomorrow, he might give 1 lakh, sir. Get lost, Duffa fellow, it is more than 5 years, rah. Auditor is telling. Yes, sir, we know, sir. Yeah, this is how generally cooperative society reacts. If at all banker is having any overdue debt more than 5 years, immediately they'll dispose and they'll go for auction. You know, recently a new rule was introduced. Gold loans. Renewal of gold loan is not possible. Renewal of gold loan is not possible. If at all your people, your family members are having gold loans, immediately let them know this rule. So if renewal is not possible, how? Arrange money, repay, close the old loan, and then take the new loan. Okay, but it's not so easy. People who have gone for a gold loan of 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, how is it technically possible to them to arrange it? So right from now itself, you have to prepare. Renewal is not possible as per new RBI regulations. So now what to do? Arrange resources. Yes. You have to arrange the resources. You have to take a loan, or you have to arrange resources personally, repay, close the gold loan, again take the new loan. Again every year this process will repeat. What can you do? You can't do anything except bowing head towards RBI rules. So banker is having such restricted rules, whereas a cooperative society, no. Because cooperative society has to follow the Cooperative Society Act rules 1912. 1912. Traditional rules will be there. You know, even till before 5 years, societies can maintain their books of accounts in hard copies. Devasthanam trusts, societies, general trusts can maintain their books of accounts in hard copies. Of course, nowadays, now it was changed. Everything only through soft copy, tally. Anyways, overdue debt is a challenging. Next, overdue interest is also challenging. If the debt is overdue, automatically interest is overdue. Right? So now at one point of time, what to the cooperative society will tell? We will waive off all the interest. At least pay the principal. Right? Clear everybody? So that's overdue interest. Computation of overdue interest is very much important. Sir, we always feel that bankers will be correct in counting and computing, right? Our general tendency. Bankers will be very much correct in counting the EMIs, but not. You know, those people who have done the audit, they will be coming to know how many mistakes bankers will be doing actually. Yes, even bankers to the customers' accounts, they'll be doing mistakes, wrong computations, wrong calculations. When that is identified and given to the banker, then they will apply a retrospective effect on that. If additional amount is there, they will ask the customer to pay the additional amount. Customer can't voice out. If he had voiced out, then immediately banker will tell, "You are sorry, sir, it's wrong calculation. Till now, you have paid less EMI. Arrange the resources and pay in the next month." If at all he had paid the extra amount, then automatically the refund will be processed out. They'll credit the amount. Yes, even that's also quite possible. Anyways, the next one, transaction with members. As we have already said, number 1 is to help the outsiders, and number 2 is with the members. Sir, cooperative societies, you know, most of the times to extend the loans, first of all, many cooperative societies will be having the rules that first of all, you must become a member in our society. Most of the cooperative society rules will be like, yeah, farmers cooperative society is established for farmers to give loans to the farmers. But first of all, they should become members. And they have to pay membership fees for that. Otherwise, how do cooperative society will be getting amount? Is it because of interest? Absolutely not. Nobody will pay the interest properly. That is the biggest threat I'm telling you. Of course, there will be people who will pay, and sometimes cooperative societies will react very harsh also. Otherwise, how will they get the amount? But when compared to the rules and regulations, bank versus cooperative society, smooth, calm going is like cooperative society. Harsh, rigid is all about banker. You will deter for the bank, but not for the society. Hope you will accept it. Next, verify the entries in the member passbooks and also confirm the loan balances. There will be n number of members. Members are having member passbooks. Check the member passbooks, whether the entries were being correctly recorded or not. Such verification is very important to ensure that books of accounts are free from manipulation. Personal profiteering by members of managing committee is detrimental to the interest of the society. Society is having one objective. You have to work in line with that objective, but not personal profiteering, which is called as conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is nothing but this one. Next one, detect the fraud relating to expense, purchase, properties, stores, etc. This is the end of cooperative society. But along with this, it's requested you to write assets. Simple. Overdue debt is an asset. So you write assets and write some of the assets. Check the fixed asset register. Getting my point, everybody? Check the prepaid expenses. Check the current assets balances like cash. If it's a consumer cooperative society, they'll be having inventory also. Along with all these things, also you have to check one of the most important assets, that is overdue debt. And coming to liability, check out the capital fund. Check the creditors or lenders to whom we have to pay. Check out the outstanding expenses, etc. And the next one, expenses. Quite common. Salaries. Yeah, even quite common for having for payment of salaries. And administration expenses like electricity bill, stationery, telephone, etc. and etc. Also, depreciation, another important expense. And coming to incomes, hardly one and only one income, that is like interest. And sometimes even a cooperative society can also invest. On invest, it can get some rent, dividend, interest on investments, if any. These are the generally incomes. Yeah, one more important income is all about membership fees. Because for cooperative society, becoming a member is mandatory. For that, you have to pay some membership fees. Clear? That's it. And of course, donations is also quite possible for cooperative societies. So concentrate on these areas. Sir, writing all these common things, you should never miss these two things. Number one, overdue debt. Number two, transaction with members. Done, everybody? That's all about cooperative society. And let me continue with the next one. You can just go with the remaining things. Assets, as I've already told you. Fixed assets, current assets, inventories, cash balances, investments if any, etc. Clear? And moving on to the next thing, my dear children, audit of self-help group. Examples for self-help group. Everybody of you know Dwakra groups. Dwakra of self-help groups. And also apartment associations. Apartment associations or self-help groups. So there are these kind of self-help groups. So now audit of self-help groups is totally different. Point number one, do a background review. A preliminary examinations like group level records, cash books, etc. and etc. And also cross-check with the internal controls, member passbooks, etc. And with the data that you have conducted the examination, then you have to prepare a rough balance sheet, which is called as a field balance sheet. It is called as a field balance sheet. Field balance sheet is nothing but a kind of rough balance sheet. And then that rough balance sheet or the field balance sheet has to be cross-checked with the correctness of balance sheet items, which is actual balance sheet. In the sense, self-help group, with the data of self-help group, auditor has to prepare the balance sheet, which is called as a field balance sheet. that has to be cross-checked with the original balance sheet. Now, if items in original balance sheet are mismatching with field balance sheet, then what is wrong? Field balance sheet wrong or original balance sheet wrong? Original balance sheet is wrong. Auditor is preparing the balance sheet by observing the data. From that data, if he is correct, and if at all there is a mismatch with original balance sheet, then obviously original balance sheet wrong. They have done some manipulation. That is what you have to understand. Clear? And what is the primary objective of SHG audit? To check the retained earnings. That's very important. Retained earnings are very much important for self-help groups, because at the end of the day, the retained earnings shall be distributed among the members. So person who is managing the fund can manipulate the retained earnings. So one of the main reasons for conducting the self-help group audit is all about retained earnings. And it is also recommended for the auditor to conduct private meetings with the members. Minimum 25% of the total members should attend for that meeting, and he has to triangulate the information. I mean to tell, he has to pass on the information that so and so things are happening. This has happened. What is your point on this? He has to conduct the meeting and he has to explain the same. And after conducting the private meetings, if at all auditor had identified any material discrepancies, immediately he has to order a meeting with an entire SHG group. And he has to discuss the serious issues that are happening in the SHG group. Finally, he has to report to the group about the weak internal controls that are existing. This is all about audit of self-help group. Don't forget to write field balance sheet, private meetings, overall meetings, and preliminary examination. Because with the help of preliminary examination only, he is able to prepare a field balance sheet. Clear, everybody? So this is totally a different kind of audit. And it's not something like writing asset, liabilities, income and expense will not give you any answer. Because what kind of asset do the Dwakra people will be having except cash? Even there will be no capital for self-help groups actually. Yeah, there will be no capital. Apartment association, what capital will be there? Absolutely nothing. Apartment association starts by accepting the apartment maintenance fees. That has to be spent out. Hope the concept is clear. So capital is actually absent in this context, and hence it is very, very, very different. But remember, they are having retained earnings. They are having retained earnings because whatever the leftover part is there, that leftover part will be invested. From that investment, they will be getting some returns, which is their profit. Clear? That is all about audit of self-help group. And moving on to the next thing, audit of local bodies. Write about the audit of local bodies. What are local bodies? Local bodies are actually classified into two types. Number one is rural local bodies. Number two is urban local bodies. For your kind information, Article 243J is asking rural local bodies, which are panchayats, to maintain the accounts and audit of such panchayats. Article 243Z is concentrating on municipalities, which is like municipal corporation or greater municipal corporation. Hope you know these things. Municipal corporation is for towns, greater municipal corporation is for cities like Hyderabad, GHMC, Visakhapatnam, Vijayawada, GVMC and GVMC. But Guntur is like GMC, Guntur Municipal Corporation. It's not GGMC. I hope it's clear. So one is with respect to panchayat and other is with respect to the municipality. And as we have already discussed, two types will be there. One is rural local bodies, panchayat, urban local bodies, municipalities. Very, very important thing. Don't forget budgetary control. You're supposed to write this one here. Auditor should ensure that all the funds are raised and monies are spent by the executive departments in accordance with the rules and regulations and within the limits sanctioned and authorized by the legislature or the council. Sir, every government organization is actually into three parts: judicial, administration and executive. Judicial will be passing the laws, rules and regulations. Administration departments will be seeing whether the work is being done properly or not. And finally, executive departments are the departments which have to execute the work. Now, law is there. Say for example, budget for GMC is 1 crore this year. With that 1 crore, what GMC would like to do? I hope it's clear. Budget 1 crore. That is legislature. Council had sanctioned 1 crore to GMC. Now with that 1 crore, what GMC is doing in this year? They have to administrate the same. Say laying of roads. And laying of roads department. Something like municipality will be taking care about laying the roads, laying the drainages, etc. and etc. So now automatically it has to spend amount on the same. So executive department will be spending the same. Clear everybody? So the three departments. Number one is judicial. Number two is administration. Number three is executive. Executive departments needs to ensure that they should not cross the limits of sanctioned expenditure. Clear everybody? Okay. And that's all about budgetary control. And next one, expenditure control. Take care. At the state level, there is a clear demarcation, that is separation between legislature and executive, as we have already discussed. Very, very important. Take care. In the local body, legislative powers are vested with the council, but the executive powers are delegated to the officers like commissioners. Like budget will be fixed by the council, budget will be fixed by the parliament. From that, each and every municipal corporation will be getting the funds. Sir, many of the people don't know that if the roads are not proper, they'll scold the MLA. They'll scold the chief minister. But it's so pity on them. Because MLA work is not to lay down the roads. Huh? MLA will not come for laying down the roads. MLA is a member of Legislative Assembly who will be passing the law, rule. Just rule. Law will be passed. Ante. So budget. 5 crores budget has passed. It was given to your GMC. Ask GMC to lay down the roads. Ask the commissioner to lay down the road. The commissioner will eat something and he'll spend something. Hope you've got my intention. So it is the responsibility of the municipality to lay down the roads. It is the responsibility of the municipality to see that the drainage system is proper. It's not at all relating to MLAs. So pity on them who plead it like that. Anyways, so legislature is all about passing the expenditure, sanctioning the expenditure. Now officer or the commissioner has to take the decision, like how the amount has to be utilized. And at the end of the day, for each and every utilization, there should be a document. Saddest part. Saddest part is that everybody will be signing yes. For laying down Broadipet 4th line road, say for example 2 crores is the budget, they will release only 1 crore. And commissioner will be signing yes, 2 crores is released. Contractor will be accepting yes, I have accepted 2 crores, but I'll release only 1 crore. Contractor will spend only 50 lakhs, 50 lakhs out of in his pocket. Yeah, this is what generally happens in every contract. Open secret, everybody will be knowing this one. At the end of the day, you want development. India, developed country. No. Ping only. Anyways, check out here. All the matters of regular revenue and expenditure are generally delegated to executive wing, but special situations are in the hands of legislative wing. Sir, I need to pay the salaries. Commissioner will decide. Ra. Property taxes must be reduced. Commissioner will not decide property taxes. It is in the hands of legislative wing. Clear everybody? Municipality taxes is in the hands of commissioner, but property taxes, etc. and etc. special situations is not in the hands of commissioner. Sir, listen. Commissioner is having power to collect property taxes. Commissioner is having power to collect water taxes. But how much water tax is to be fixed? How much property tax is to be fixed? That is not in the hands of commissioner. That is in the hands of legislative wing. There's a clear demarcation between legislative wing and executive wing. Clear. And the next one, accounting system. Municipal accounting system has been conventionally prepared under cash basis. I told you something like societies, trusts, till before last 5 years, they are still in manual books of accounts and also cash based accounting, trusts, etc. Yes, even municipalities. But even in the recent past, they have changed to accrual system of accounting. Even manual books of accounts were deleted. Now everything must be documented only in the system. Systemized versions is very much needed right from introduction. I mean, right from the start of the year, they are supposed to maintain systemized version, that is like soft copies, and also they are supposed to follow accrual system of accounting only. Now, what are the responsibilities do auditor is having? Report the preparation and presentation of financial statements, whether they are true on fair basis or not. Every auditor work is to express an opinion. The same thing. The second objective is to detect the fraud. Even the same. Here special power is there to check misuse of funds. And next, to ascertain, very very important, to ascertain full value received for the money spent. To ascertain full value received for the money spent. You're spending 50 lakhs. Show me the vouchers of all the 50 lakhs. But he'll show only for 30 lakhs. He'll give you 5 lakhs. He'll put the signature. Yes, every 50 lakh, every amount is perfect here. But that's a different thing. So legal and administrative requirements are fulfilled. Auditor has to check out the legal and administrative. Administration is nothing but a kind of executive wing. Told you 3 wings. Did you remember? Legal department, administrative department, and executive department. In some of the cases, executive department and administration department are also one and the same, because they themselves will be administrating and they themselves will be executing. They themselves will be framing the rules. They themselves will be executing the work. They are themselves will be doing the work. Sometimes executive and administration can't be separable at all. To tell you something like, board of directors will be passing the rules and regulations. Administration is in everybody's hands. It's the entire system. But execution, employees work, employee has to execute. Team leaders work, they have to execute. Managers work, they have to execute. Like that it will be. Clear. And that is the end of audit of local bodies. On the next one, audit of government expenditure, which is actually important. Take care. Of course, every question in this chapter is important. I can't go on unimportant basis at all, because having only 11 questions or something like that. In that, out of those 11, one is mandatory. Again, in that you should not select what is important, what is unimportant. Hardly like 10 or 11 questions you'll be having. 10, but government expenditure, propriety audit is separated. So hardly like 10 or 11 questions and 10 topics, that's it. Or 13 topics and 10 topics and 13 questions you'll be having. Yeah. So take care. Okay, coming to the next concept, that's all about government audit. Sir, government audit is nothing but point number 1. Why government is there? Government is established to serve the needs of public and people. In the sense, simply government is expending. Government is expending. Government is spending the expenditure. So government audit is nothing but first and foremost thing, you have to check whether the expenditure spent is proper or not, or whether the expenditure, for each and every expenditure there is voucher or not. Hey, specifically telling, no need to concentrate on the income generations for the government. Clear everybody? Because there will be hard and loopholes in income generation. Sometimes hope you know that property taxes, for the past 5 years property taxes we will pay at once. Hope you are having little idea. Strictly speaking, every year you have to pay. But government themselves will not ask and we don't pay. For past 5 years, for past 10 years, we'll pay property taxes at once. If not, they'll ask us to pay some fees, with some fees. If not, they'll wait for some time. They'll tell, penalty waived off, at least pay the principal amounts. At that time, you will pay only half. And again, it will be held. That is how they work. So income generations, many loopholes will be there. But you have to concentrate at least on the expenditures. Because income is not proper. Ante kada. That's the reason India is a poor country with rich people. Income not proper. Expenditure should be spent at least properly. Otherwise, no government will be running out in a very great spot. And also another problem is that for every 5 years, government is changing. For the same balance sheet, for the same P&L account, for the same income and expenditure account. I hope you have got my intention. If you feel government is a company, if you assume government is a company, for every 5 years, government will change. For every 5 years, management will change. Totally new management, totally new reforms. All the old reforms, Gaya. Yes, that's what happened. That fellow will come, he'll take off Anna Canteen. This fellow will come, he'll take off Arogyasri. This is the coordination between themselves. You know, the highness, appearing, everybody of them are different. But internally, everybody is same. Now, another part is all about one MLA will win. Say, for example, from YSRCP. Now, TDP won right there. TDP is the majority government, right? This person will shift to TDP. Hi, sir, I would like to come to TDP. I got to know what is YSRCP. If it happened reverse, you see, majority of the MLAs are like that only. You're not sticking on to one particular element. Everybody wants power to eat. 5 years is the term. Eat how much you can eat, so that your belly should pugilify like anything. Let's come back. Government expenditure is audited on the following principles, like the first one, audit against rules and orders, audit against sanctions, audit against provision of funds, and the last and final is all about propriety audit. These are the four. Of course, performance audit is there, but I'll speak with it separately. So canons or principles of government audit. First one, audit of rules and orders. What do you mean by rules and orders? Something like for each and every expenditure spent, there will be one rule. This thing should not exceed this much amount. Polavaram project should not exceed this much amount. That's impossible. Throw it aside. So like that, audit against rules and audit against orders. To tell you, these are common. But audit against sanctions, these are special. There is a difference between these two things. Say, for example, the total salaries of your what is it called, municipality, or the total salaries of your government should not exceed this much amount. Audit against rules, something like MLA should be given this much salary. You know, MLA will be having a salary because they are public servants, right? They are serving for the public a lot, and hence they will be given salaries. MLAs, MPs, even chief minister, prime minister are having something called salary. You have to check out whether the government is crediting the same amount of salary to the MLAs, MPs, CMs, PMs or not. This is audit against rules and order. Now the next one, audit against sanctions. A special expenditure, laying of road, laying of national highway, there will be some sanctioned expenditure. Amount should not spend more than that sanctioned expenditure. That is audit against sanctions. Hey, two things are like limit only. Audit against rules and orders is limit. Audit against sanction is also limit. But what is the difference? Rules and regulations are common, sanctions are special. And the next one, audit against provision of funds. Sometimes even government will be also making provisions. I mean to tell, likewise how we are having provision for bad debt, in the same way government is also creating a provision for some expenditure. Best example, Telangana government will be creating provision every year for celebrating Bonalu festival. Yes, every year Telangana government will be making some provision. And if I was not wrong, Rajamandri Pushkaralu. For every 12 years, they'll get that, right? So, Pushkaralu celebration is the responsibility of the local municipality only. They have to show the, what is it called, way. They should declare the holidays. It is all the decisions which were taken by the local municipality authorities only, with the help of MLA's intervention. MLA should not intervene at all, but he'll intervene. MLA should not interfere, but he'll interfere in everything. I'm there, wait. Even though nobody is waiting, he'll coming like, and he'll interfere in everything. Anyways, so audit against provision of funds for Bonalu festival, for Pushkaralu, the government will be setting some expense aside, which is called as provision, creation of provision. At the time of spending the actual expenditure, you should ensure that the actual expenditure is not exceeding the provision. If yes, reasons must be clearly explained. But it doesn't mean that create more and more amounts of provisions. That's very important. And next one, propriety audit. The biggest and the greatest audit amongst all these audit is propriety audit only. Sir, you are spending expenditure within the rules, within the sanctions, within the provision. But it is an improper expenditure. It's an infructuous expenditure. It's a wasteful expenditure. That will be identified by the propriety audit. Sir, this expenditure, telephone allowance to MLA, 1,000 per month. That's the rule. Yes, sir. In accordance with that, 1,000 is being credited to MLA every month. Is it clear? Is it clear? Next. Is telephone allowance really required for rupees 1,000? That is concentrated in propriety audit. Even in air fiber is also not 1,000 rupees nowadays. MLA don't need the speed of 1 Gbps. 10 Mbps is highly enough for the work that he is doing. Hardly what an MLA will do. He'll sit in the car and he'll see the reels. I'm not blaming every MLA. There are serious and real MLAs who are having enough knowledge. Of course, off the mic. If no state minister is having knowledge about anything, of course, central people are having great knowledge. Because for your kind information, MPs themselves will become cabinet ministers. Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Sir, even the minister who is for corporate affairs is not proper, the department will be proper. Home minister might not be proper, but every police will be proper. Anyways, let's come back. So propriety audit is all about checking whether the expenditure is really needed or not. Whether the expenditure is improper, proper, infructuous, etc. and etc. So moving on to the next thing, performance audit. Now coming to performance audit is all about, sometimes government will be running some projects, like COVID vaccine is a project. COVID vaccine. Government had taken a decision to give COVID vaccines at free of cost to each and every citizen. Am I correct or wrong? For that thing, first of all, government should purchase the vaccine. Who will give to government at free of cost? Do the pharmaceutical company will give? Yeah, take sir. We just invested 8 crores of rupees in finding the medicine. It's okay. Public is important. Take the fund. It's okay. Public is very much important. Take the vaccine. No company will come forward like that. I hope you have got my point. Government decision is to provide COVID vaccine at free of cost. But hope you know how much you have spent for getting one vaccine. Am I correct or wrong? Yeah, even at least not for the first dose, for second dose. Sometimes you will be at out of station. Best example, myself. My Aadhaar card is at Visakhapatnam, but I'm staying at Guntur. After paying 500 rupees, he had given me the vaccine here. Open secret. But as per the rules of COVID vaccine, government has strictly decided that show me one local proof, it's enough Local proof is not needed to have gas bill. Even bank proof is also enough. Or at least you will be working in one company and hence you're out of station, right? Show me the appointing authority, show me the appointing letter. At least show me the ID card. You will be provided with a COVID vaccine. At the worst cases, you're citizen of India, right? It's okay. We will provide you COVID vaccine. This is the high point. These are the rules and regulations that were framed in COVID. What is it called? Vaccine rules and regulations. They framed it. But unfortunately, these people have come forward with the rule that if you are a local citizen, we will put up you. Otherwise, we don't. If you want COVID vaccine upfront, then pay 1,000 rupees, we will podify you. First to whom we have to podify. You know, these things will happen. Anyways, performance audit is all about, simply to tell you, CBA. For the cost that you have incurred, whether you have got the benefits or not. They have to do the analysis for the same. So propriety audit and performance audit are similar, but propriety audit is concentrating on each and every expenditure, whether is it really needed or not. Performance audit is all on the special programs. Say for example, Rajamandri Pushkaralu is like a special program. Krishna Pushkaralu is like a special program. For that they will be spending something. Of course you will not get a single rupee benefit on that. But you will get kotanu kotla punyam from that. Anyways, let's go back. Now moving on to the next thing. Last and final question. Audit of commercial accounts with respect to government. You know, my dear children, even government is having commercial business organizations. And the commercial business organization, sir, is government generally for people? Am I correct or wrong? But government is also doing business by establishing some companies. Like if you observe, commercial and trading operations. Indian Railways is the best example for that. Who is operating Indian Railways? Government. Yeah, Ministry of Railways, it's being operated by government itself. NHAI, National Highways Authorities of India. These people laid down on collecting toll taxes. You know, toll taxes are very high. Toll taxes are high. For four-wheelers, single route, double route, toll taxes are comparatively high. That is the reason many of the taxi drivers will be choosing alternate routes in order to avoid the toll taxes. To tell you, which is something more costly than diesel. Anyways, so the audit of such entities will be done as if like any other government department where the commercial accounts are kept. Commercial accounts. Commercial is nothing but profit organizations. And next one, statutory corporations like LIC. Of course, Air India is now not belonging to government. It has been sold to Tata. LIC, like, which are created with specific statutes. Even electricity companies, they are called as statutory corporations. And last and final, government companies. Government companies are simply nothing but PSUs, public sector undertakings. All the PSUs are nothing but public sector undertakings. So you have to conduct audit for these three kinds of organizations as if you are conducting audit for a general company. Clear, everybody? And this is what audit of commercial accounts with respect to governments. So three types are there. Number one, commercial and trading operations where government is directly doing. Number two, government is establishing some statutory companies. Number three, government companies generally as per Companies Act 2013. Fine. And my dear children, that is what your audit of different service organizations. Hope you have understood everything. And I hope an exhaustive revision is done with this topic also. And just get ready, wait for 2 to 3 minutes and let's continue with the next topic, that is internal control, internal audit and operational audit. Okay. Fine. Okay, let me continue with the next chapter. Internal control, internal audit and operational audit. Again a mandatory 7 marks. Mandatory 7 marks. But the problem with this chapter that it is not a small chapter. Introduction to cost audit, mandatory 7 marks, a big chapter. Chichi, small chapter. Audit of different service organization, mandatory 7 marks, a small chapter. Basics of management audit. moderate, not very lengthy, but mandatory 7 marks. But internal control, internal audit and operational audit is a big chapter. But the greatest part is that this is not a difficult chapter because you are having the same even in your CMA Inter also. So this is an easy chapter but a lengthy chapter, mandatory 7 marks. Sir, again, the biggest point that you need to take care is all about you are supposed to read the questions. Please read the questions. Generally what happens, you'll read the answers and you'll give less concentration to the questions, but you have to relate the question and answer. For what question you are reading the answer, that will fetch you, otherwise things won't possible. Take care. Now, first one, what is the process of internal audit? Internal audit process, sir, listen very, very carefully. First of all, how an internal audit will be appointed? Internal auditor will be appointed. If at all your company is supposed to constitute audit committee as per section 177, then audit committee will recommend the internal auditor. If at all audit committee is not constituted, straight away board will appoint. This is point number 1. Point number 2, now internal auditor will be appointed and he will be doing the audit, and finally he has to report the management, which is nothing but internal audit process. Appointment, executing the work, reporting is nothing but internal audit process. Then who will be appointing? If audit committee is not there, directly the board will be appointing. If audit committee is there, audit committee will recommend. So that is all about process. And the next one, scope of internal control, or also it can be objectives of internal controls, or what is the role of management in internal control. For every question, same answer. What is that? Point number 1, reliability and integrity of financial and operating information. Internal auditors must check the reliability of financial information and operating information of the entity. Next, internal auditors are also supposed, then what are financial information and what is operating information? Financial information is nothing but relating to financial statements. Operating information is nothing but working style of the organization. Next, also auditor has to check whether the entity is following the laws, policies, procedures, plans, regulations, etc. and etc. They must ensure legally whether the entity is following all the rules, laws and regulations or not. Also, auditor need to check whether the assets are properly safeguarded or not. Also, auditor need to check the efficient and effective use of resources. So, resources here is all about 4 factors of production, or 5 M's except market. 5 M's except market. So you will get 4. Money, machine, men, market, so material. So factors of production, something like land, labor, capital, organization. So similar to that kind of things here itself you will be having. And so all the resources must be effectively and efficiently used. And the next one, accomplishing of established objectives and goals for operations. At the end of the day, internal auditor need to check out whether the policies and procedures, internal controls adopted will help the organization to achieve the goals or not, to achieve the objectives or not. He has to ensure even that thing also. Clear? And moving on to the next thing, differences between internal control and internal audit. This is a simple thing. You can actually write this. Internal audit is like doing the audit for internal controls. Internal control is nothing but procedures, methods adopted in order to minimize the fraud and minimize the manipulations. Process, policies, methods, etc. adopted in order to minimize the frauds, in order to check whether the work is carrying out efficiently or not. The high point is all about internal audit is also one of the internal controls. If controls are not there, they might not work better. Best example, system. I told you like a corporate will be working as per the system. So if that system is not there, nobody will work better. If the top level management won't question, then managers won't work. If managers won't question, team leaders won't work. If team leaders won't question, employees don't work. There ends the matter. I hope it's clear for you. So better internal controls are very much needed. This is simple question and important. And one more thing, internal control also includes internal check. What do you mean by internal check? Work done by one employee will be simultaneously checked by another employee. We'll call it as internal check. My work will be simultaneously checked by another employee. His work will be simultaneously checked by me, which is called as internal check, which can be achieved through segregation of duties. Best example is a big shopping mall. For better internal check, better internal controls, best example is like shopping mall. Say for example, if at all you would like to purchase a shirt and a pant, automatically one employee will come to you. MRP on that is given at 1000 rupees. So you give me 500, sir, I'll give you this pant. Hope you've got my point. Will it happen like that? Absolutely no. At the entrance gate, one security guard will be there. There the checking will be done. You have to submit the bill. And also after going to the top or whichever floor you go, first of all, one employee will come and he'll attend you. If you're purchasing something, he'll put the barcode on that. Then scanning has to be done, billing has to be done. Don't take the article along with you. You go down, you pay the bill. After paying the bill, show the bill to the counter. Then they will deliver the good to you. Then cross-check whether the good is matching with what you have chosen or not. And then you go out along with that good and along with that bill. Even though good is not taken, it's okay, but you have to take the bill. This is the best system for internal check and internal control. Anyways, and moving on to the next thing, objectives of internal control audit. Remember, objectives of internal control audit, which is simply nothing but objectives of internal audit. This is objectives of internal control. Compliance with law, operating information, financial information, safeguarding of assets, efficient use of resources, accomplishment of goals, etc. This is objectives of internal control audit or objectives of internal audit. Sir, I have forgotten in the examination what to do. Write whatever you remember. What can I tell at that time? Anyways, reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operation, safeguarding of assets, and compliance with applicable laws, rules, and regulations. Of course, common. Not exactly the same, but you will be having the similar points. And that's the reason if you forget that, you can write this. If you forget this, you can write that. It's not a very big deal. And next one. What are the applications of internal control audit objectives? How can you apply? Where can you apply? Sir, listen very carefully. Say for example, you would like to purchase, a company would like to purchase a raw material. Will it happen something like simply going to the shop and purchasing as if you and I do? Production department manager has to purchase raw material. Can he go to the shop and can he purchase directly? Absolutely no. He has to first of all check out the orders, he has to raise the quotation, he has to get the acceptance, and then goods will be delivered, payment has to be done, and simultaneously those things must be cross-checked with the invoice that they sent, and then the same must be transferred to the, not to the production department, quality control department. Then quality control department will be checking out the raw material, and whatever the rejected raw material they will set aside. And good material will be now sent to the stores. Then store department will be storing the same in the warehouse or the godown. And then as and when needed, they will be issued to the production department. Just from purchase till production department, this much process is there. This is how a company operates. Because there, you cannot trust anyone except the system. Hey, can I trust the manager? Now you can trust her. But what about tomorrow? That is the reason I have deleted all the old employees and I have appointed new employees. You are working better for 1 month. After that, Who can give that assurance? Don't trust anyone. Trust only the system. Ante. Anyways, so check out application of internal control audit objectives. This is an example actually. How can you apply the internal audit in a particular business concern? Like, if a transaction had occurred, then management has to authorize all the expenditure. And the authorized must be in an appropriate fashion. Appropriate fashion ante there should be a single proper format for that ani ardham. Likewise, signing, dating, timing, amount, etc. and etc. It should be in a proper fashion. How, sir? Like, it must be proper classification, it must be properly dated, and they must be properly signed and recorded on the correct dates. Take care, take care. Transaction must be dated properly. I mean to tell, authorization must be dated properly, and they must be recorded on the correct date only. So if transaction is occurred today, you can't record it after 12 days. I hope it's clear. So point number 1, how the internal control, sir, please try to understand the question. You are having internal control objectives, right? How internal audit is applied in a particular business concern. Let me show you an example. First of all, management has to authorize all the expenditures. It must authorize in appropriate fashion. Like, proper classification should be done, properly signed, properly dated, and correctly recorded. And then correct amounts should also be entered in the financial statements. And finally, reporting and summarizing. So whatever authorizations are there, they must be properly documented. Production department manager signed that he had kept an order for 1000 goods and 1000 goods were received. Now stores department manager has to sign, I have received only 990 goods since 10 goods were abnormal loss. Now quality control department has to sign that 10 goods were abnormal loss which are not at all useful for production, and hence we have disposed, and the scrap value is this much. I hope you have got the clarity. So that is how the reporting will be done. And reporting and summarization. So all the documents, whatever are there, they must be properly documented and they must be properly stored for. This is an example for internal control audit objectives. Like, this is how the internal audit will be applied in a business concern. Next, what are the types of internal control? Like, you are having number 1, administrative control. Administrative controls are all the controls relating to the managerial aspect. Like, what is it called? How much sales that were being done by the salesman? To those people, we have to pay some salesman commission, right? So let them document it properly, which is called as an administrative control. How many employees were employed in an organization by HR department? How much targets HR department have reached? How many extra hours an employee is working? Let all the records be very much properly stored, which are nothing but administrative control. And the next one, operational control. Operational control is relating to the management or accounting, like budgetary control, standard costing, etc. Decision making, operational costing, operating costing, etc. Next, financial and accounting control. Financial and accounting control is all about expressing an opinion. But here you will not get expressing an opinion. Of course, you might get expressing an opinion with respect to internal controls. And also safeguarding of assets, compliance of accounting standards, cost accounting standards, detection of frauds, completeness of accounting records, timely preparation of financial information, etc. Compliance control, whether you are following the rules and regulations properly or not. So you are having controls relating to administration. You must have controls relating to operations. You must have controls with respect to accounting department. You must have controls with respect to compliance department. Clear? So internal controls types: administration, operation, financial, compliance. And moving on to the next one, critical activities of internal audit, or this can also be called as process of internal audit. Internal audit process: appointment, execution, reporting. Did you remember? Hey, just here we have done appointment, execution and reporting. Somewhere here we have done it, kada. See here, internal audit process. So extension. So what are the critical activities of internal audit? In internal audit, what you have to do, or steps of internal audit, or how the internal audit is performed, or what is the process of internal audit. First of all, you have to plan the audit, you have to execute, you have to review the work, because you will not personally doing audit for each and every aspect. Remember, your staff will be doing. Auditor might have 10 companies internal controls. I mean, 10 companies internal audits. But is it personally possible for the auditor to attend each and every business concern? No, his team will be doing the work. So you have to review the work. And if possible, you have to take the external expertise also. Something like I told you, actuary. Sometimes it's not at all possible for every auditor to check everything. Best example, pharmaceutical companies assets valuation. Is it possible for a normal auditor to know? Absolutely not. So let them take the help of some external expertise who is having knowledge in that. And ultimately, it must be communicated. The report, internal audit report, must be communicated with all those people to whom we have to communicate. It might be board of directors, it might be shareholders, or it might be appointing authority, or it might be a department manager, etc. Clear, everybody? Planning, executing, reviewing, if possible take the external expertise, and finally reporting and communicating the same. And the next one, features of good internal control system. So good internal control system should have the following features. Number 1, proper organization structure. Without having proper organization structure, you can't have good internal controls at all. So good internal control system, first of all, should have proper organization structure. Depending on the organization structure only, we will frame the internal controls. Something like we have already discussed the types of organization structure. I mean to tell, it might be either horizontal, vertical, trapezium kind of structures. Very popular structures. Depending on those structures, your internal controls will be based on. Without knowing the structure, your controls will never hit the show. And some of the things, if you observe, your internal control should involve segregation of duties, proper division of duties. Proper division of duties ante a shopping mall example I told you, right? Items will be shown by one person, payment will be done to another desk, delivery is the another counter, checking is another counter. In the same way, if at all stock is being received, it must be cross-checked by the invoice by one person. After sending to quality control department, it must be cross-checked by another person. And after sending it to the stores department manager has to cross-check again. At the time of putting into the godown, unskilled labor or loading and unloading of goods will be generally done by unskilled labor. So you have to take assent from them that they have stored these many goods in the godown. So this is nothing but division of duties. Next, scheme of authorization and procedures. A good internal control system should have proper scheme of authorizations and procedures. Proper scheme of authorization and procedure is nothing but one of the best examples now what we have discussed. There should be a proper scheme. There should be a proper procedure for completion of a billing cycle. Likewise, I told you now, after receipt of goods, they will be directly sent to the production department manager for cross-checking. From there, directly to the quality control department. From quality control department to the stores manager. From the stores directly to the production department. So this should be the scheme process. And next, internal check. Already discussed. Work done by one person will be cross-checked by another person. Internal audit system. I already told you while telling the difference between internal control and internal audit. If you have remembered, internal audit is one of the internal controls. So a good internal control system must have internal audit to be included for sure. A good internal control system should have internal audit should be included. Sir, you are having best internal controls, okay, but who knows whether the internal controls are being followed or not? There is a rule that I have to teach the marathon class, you have to listen, you have to pay the fees. Whether you have paid the fees or not, how will we come to know? That's the reason we are giving you a book and we are asking you to record. You know, recently in a company, I have gone across with that and I was literally shocked. You know the control that they have kept? A very, very, very minute control. But to them it makes a lot. It's all about, at Chennai there's a company called Optimum Software Solutions Limited. And it will be actually, it was actually situated in an IT park. And even the ambience of the company is very, very good. There will be some ducks. Duck. Do you see ducks? There will be some ducks. And there's a small kind of pond kind of thing. And these ducks will be enjoying in the water, and also they will be walking on the outside the water, in and around the pond. And obviously at the time of that, they will do shit for sure. And one attender has to clean the shit. The point here is all about, attender had cleaned the nonsense. For that thing, whether the attender is really cleaning or not, for that purpose, to the respective department, a photo must be uploaded. Yes. Hey, this is not happening in a Dabba company. This is happening in a corporate level company. It's a Singapore based company. Just think what a kind of control that you're having. Just think what a kind of control that you are having. It's one of the internal controls that they kept. And you know, that company had also, don't think that that is a very small company after listening to this internal control. Even that company is having a greatest internal control, like a software company. Many cabins will be there, right? You have to work in that cabin. You should generally work in that cabin. And you have to switch off the systems. What the company had identified, employees who are leaving are not shutting down the systems and they are leaving the organization. With which not only the current bill is increasing, but also it's something like waste of electricity. Management had taken a resolution. In minutes of meeting, I've read it in annual report. Some of the minutes will be given, right? Everything is not given. Some important decisions will be given. So in that important decisions, this statement is clearly mentioned. Of course, not like this, but it is getting a meaning like that. What is the outcome is all about? Many of the employees are leaving the organization without switching off the systems properly and without switching off the lights in their cabins properly, with which we are indulging into not only huge electricity bill, but also we are wasting the electricity. There is no efficient use of resources. So they have decided to get one automated sensor system. What is that automated sensor system will there? It will work like only when you switch off everything, you'll be having one barcode on your ID card. So that must be scanned there. At your cabin, there will be one scanner. So that scanner will give access only when every system is switched off and your cabin light is switched off. Only then you will be allowed to leave the organization from the outgate. This is the system that they have introduced. And you know that in majority of the software companies, nobody can enter into the company without having proper ID proof. They have to show the ID proof. and sometimes barcode systems will be there. You have to scan it, only then you will be getting access, otherwise you will not get the access. At the time of entry, only one access will be there for this company, Optimum Software Solutions. At the time of leaving, it should have two access. Number one, access given from your cabin sensor, and to leave automatically at out gate, you have to show the security card again. I mean, you have to show the ID card to the security or to the scanner, and then gate will be open and then you can leave. So anyways, these are some of the examples for internal controls. And I told you while telling in the class that decisions will be taken by the board of directors. In another company, they have decided that if the outside temperature range is from 29 to 34, then AC temperature should be 24 degrees. They have decided that. So sir, now we are asking our in charge sir to switch off the AC, put on the AC, put off the AC, put on the AC. Like from morning to evening, sir's work is only that thing today. But in a corporate entity, it is impossible. If you're suffering from fever and if you told like, sir, I'm suffering from fever, please switch off the AC, get lost. We are very sorry, sir, please you purchase a sweater and you wear it. Otherwise take a leave and don't come. Go to the sick room and sleep. It's not my work. Already board of directors have passed the resolution that the AC temperature should be 24 degrees. Now you're nothing to do anything. I am nothing to do anything. That's the reason I've been telling that in a corporate, system will work better rather than anybody else. Everybody should bow for the system. Anyways, moving on to the next thing, how the adequacy of internal control function can be assessed. This is easy. You can read, you can understand. Next. Take care how the adequacy of internal audit functions can be assessed. And this is adequacy of internal controls can be assessed. Internal audit functions is different from internal controls. Please take care. So these two things are two different aspects. Anyways, adequacy of internal controls, even this is also easy. If you read, you will understand. Again, some of the elements are there, right? Safeguarding the assets, efficient and effective use of resources, compliance with rules and laws and regulations, operating information and financial information, segregation of duties, timeliness, documentation, etc. and etc. So these are easy, you can understand. But the biggest point is that please read the question twice before reading the answer. Please read the question carefully before reading the answer. That's very much important, remember. Next one. Explain structure of internal control and its factors. So remember, internal controls is not having any proper structure at all. There is no single structure. But every internal control should include the following. Is it clear? So tell me the structure of internal control, how the internal controls should be. No sir, I can't tell like that. It depends on the type of the business. It depends on the magnitude of the business. Whatever the controls that are there for the bank will not suit for a software company. Whatever are the controls that are there for a software company will not suit for an educational institution. So controls are different for different types of organizations. Controls are different for different magnitude of the business. You can't put hard controls where you're having only one room of business. If you're doing business only in one room, how can you put n number of internal controls there? No, it's impossible. So please try to understand and use your common sense that there is no single format for internal controls. Then what is there, sir? Every internal control is depending on the type of the business, magnitude of the business, etc. and etc. But every internal control should include the following. Sir, we are having n number of controls. Very good. Check whether those internal controls includes the following or not. If yes, it's a good internal control system. If not, it's a bad internal control system. Number one, segregation and rotation of duties. I can't tell that your internal control should have the single format, but I can tell you that your internal control should include segregation and rotation of duties. Already we have identified what is, we have discussed what is segregation of duties. Like division of duty, stock, cash, shopping mall example. Now, what do you mean by rotation of duties? Sir, if one person is appointed only at one place, he will be coming to know all the loopholes of that place and he will be doing the manipulations. So what you have to do? Immediately, he must be given another work and that person has to be rotated from that work to another work. And that too, it must happen all of a sudden. You should not give any time to him. If you give any time to him, whatever all the wrongs he had done, he will make it better and he'll make it correct. Then how can you find the fraud? And hence, my dear children, segregation of duties, like the duties must be separated, division of duties and rotation of duties. Likewise, an employee has to rotate his work. So sometimes he must be given a work in stores department. Sometimes he must be given work in DG set, diesel generator set department. Sometimes mineralized water, sometimes stock, sometimes again storekeeper. Like that he must be rotated. Or he is storekeeper only every time. But today at branch A, tomorrow at branch B, next month at some other place. Like that he has to be rotated. Transfer. You know why the banks will be holding the transfer points? Because of this thing. Especially branch managers will be transferred every time. For every 2 years, they'll be having a transfer. Within 2 years, even though they have done the fraud, they can't set right it faster. A new person had come who has to work with the old employees. It's not so easy to do the fraud. Even though after 1 year he had committed the fraud, within 1 year, he will be getting transferred to some other place. He can't make it proper. Again, new set of employees, new branch, new place, etc. and etc. That is the reason bank branch managers will be always getting something called transfers. And also government departments will be having something called transfer. This is the main reason. This is one of the internal controls which is called as rotation of duties. Next one, competence and integrity of the people. All my dear children, your controls should be successful, that they need the competent people and integrity of the people to enforce such controls. I mean to tell, controls are there, absolutely okay. But you have to follow that controls, right? Whether you are following or not, one person must be monitored, right? Whether he is able to do that or not. Whether he is able to do that or not. TL has to check the work of each and every employee, team leader. Whether he is able to handle all the employees or not. Whether the manager is able to handle all the branch work or not. Clear, everybody? This is what called as competence and integrity of people. I mean to tell, staff must be enough competent to follow the internal controls and to execute the internal controls. Next, appropriate levels of authority. So remember, too much authority should not be given to any particular person. Authority must be given only on need to have basis. Only when the need is there, you have to grant the control. Otherwise, you should not give control to anyone. Say for example, server room must always be locked only. Otherwise, everybody will be entering the server room for AC and they will pull off one wire and they'll come out. Now how the things will work out. But too much authority should not be given to anyone. And also, if you give too much authority, nonsense discussions will come out rather than doing the work. That is also a kind of problem. Such kind of problems should not be there. And accountability. Accountability is nothing but a kind of fullest responsibility. So your internal controls will get successful only when there is full accountability for all the decisions that were taken. So you should even include accountability in your internal controls. Only when accountability is included in the internal controls, it will become the best control. Like how the accountability can be included. Who had taken the decision? Just take the signature from him. Ask him to give a written note. So that automatically accountability will increase. Next, adequate resources. At the end of the day, efficient and effective use of resources is very much important. Remember, every resource in the world is minimum scarcity. For your kind information, there is no something called renewable resource now as per one scientific research. After some million number of years, water will get totally exhausted. Not even seawater will be there. This is the recent report given by one of the scientific reports. And after, I have forgotten what is that name. After 250 years, one big problem will come. Continental drift anukunta. Approximately 251 million years. For every 250 million years, there will be something called continental drift. In the sense, slowly Earth is rotating, right? All the continents will get hit to one another. Because of which some species totally will extinct. Dinosaurs extinct because of this continental drift. Even after 250 years, once again, all the continents on the Earth will hit each other and automatically everything will get collapsed. And as per one research, entire mankind is going to get extinct after 250 years, not now. 250 million years, sorry, not now. Yes, it's not 250 years, 250 million years. It is actually very interesting. You just go through the net, you'll get. Anyways, my point is all about every resource in the world is scarce. Every resource in the world is scarce. And that is the reason you should not take anything for granted. That is the reason you should not take anything for granted. So you have to use the resources to the optimum utilization with minimizing the loss. Maximum use of resources with minimizing the loss, or optimum utilization of resources, or effective and efficient use of resources. And the next one, supervision and periodical updation. Likewise, supervision is nothing but whether the work is being done properly or not. You have to supervise, you have to check. And finally, periodical updation. The same has to be reported to the topmost authority. Likewise, my marathon class started by this time, ended by this time. So everything must be recorded and it has to be periodically updated. So and so employee is coming by this time, is leaving this time. If I was not wrong, something like your job card. Job card. At what time employee is entering, at what time he had started the work, at what time he had completed the work. At the end of the day, that has to be submitted to the supervisor. Supervisor will be submitting the same to the next level authority. Clear, everybody? And moving on to the next thing. So these are the structures of internal control. Take care. Internal control is not having a single format. Internal control should include all these things. Only then it will become a good internal control system. And the next question, limitations of internal control. This is very easy. You can understand just by reading. It's costlier. You can't control unusual transactions. Sir, you can employ internal controls only for known transactions. For unknown transactions, how will you employ internal controls? Best example, Vijayawada flood. Who will expect that? Who will expect that Vijayawada flood will come? Who will expect that Guntur cyclone will come? Nobody. So obviously there are no internal controls for these things. So that is what the point. There will be no internal controls for unusual or unknown transactions. Only for the known transactions, you will be putting the controls. If a problem comes, you'll think of solution. Who will think about the problem upfront? I hope you have got my point. Only when the problem is thought upfront, you'll get the solution. How many problems you'll think and how many solutions you'll keep? Even though you're thinking n number of problems, X problem will come. And a new problem will come. CFR. Yeah, that's true, right? Because see the greatness of the material. With the word of internal control, he framed an internal control question. Sorry, internal reconstruction. Internal reconstruction is not there in your material at all. But given a question on that. Something 14 marks. Something like he's claiming that this concept is there, ante. There ends the matter. You're not having any right to question. Even though you question, nothing will happen. There is no response for the email. Problem solved. Anyways, let's come back. So, human error, taking faulty decisions, collusion among the employees. Due to these internal controls, employees might join their hands with outside parties and they might backstab. Abuse of authority. Authority themselves will be framing the rules, but they are not following that. Next, inadequate procedure. Procedures might not be complete. Due to some internal controls, you can't complete every procedure because everybody is watching you to do anything. You can't take better decision. You can't apply your brain. Work will become too mechanical. And the next one, manipulations done by the management. Something like we already told you about the provisions, transactions, estimations, judgments, financial statements. With respect to financial statements, management can do the manipulation. This is easy question. You can read that. You can understand. Need for internal audit. Sir, this is also an important but very easy question. Role of CMS in internal audit. Hey, it's not role of CMS in internal audit. It is role of internal auditor in internal audit. Everybody's role being an internal auditor is the same. So don't think the question only from CMA point of view. Here the intention is that a CMA can be appointed as an internal auditor. So what is role of CMA in internal audit? That's the question. It's easy. If you read, you'll understand that. Which companies are required to constitute audit committee? Just limits of turnover will be there. As per the limits of turnover, as per section 177, those companies have to constitute the audit committee. That's easy. If you understand, if you read, you'll understand. Role of audit committee. What an audit committee has to do? It will evaluate the financial risk and risk management systems. It will evaluate. It will find the internal financial control risks. And also it will review with the management. It will review with the statutory auditors. It will do a review with the internal auditors about the internal control systems. And reviewing the adequacy of internal audit function. Sir, on the existing internal control system, audit committee will review with the management with respect to statutory auditors and internal auditor performance. Is it clearer? I mean to tell something like audit committee will be reviewing with the management whether the statutory auditor is doing the audit of internal controls properly or not, whether the internal auditor is doing the audit of internal controls properly or not. And also audit committee will review the adequacy of internal control system, whether the existing internal controls are enough or not. Also discuss with the internal auditors with significant findings, if any. Reviewing the findings of internal investigations, discussion with the statutory auditors about the internal audit. Sir, role of audit committee is not limited only to these things. Role of audit committee with respect to internal audit is these points. Role of audit committee is very big. Even they have to recommend the auditor. They have to recommend the remuneration. Even that is a role. But we are not speaking about all those things. We are speaking about only those roles which are relating to internal audit. Of course, I did not cover it exhaustively. If you read, you will understand. From here, there are some simple questions actually. On which companies are required to appoint internal auditors? Again, every listed company, an unlisted public company and private company. You are having different turnover basis. If you read, you will understand. And of course, if I was not wrong, these things you will also be getting in law. And that's the reason I'm leaving some things. Even need for internal audit, you'll get in law. I mean, some things will be matching with law. Audit committee, internal auditors, all these things. And state the statutory requirements with respect to internal auditors. Who will be eligible to appoint as an internal auditor? Any person who is having appropriate knowledge. But initially, chartered accountant, cost accountant, and any other person who is having enough knowledge. And the next, authority to appoint internal auditors. Of course, board on the recommendation of audit committee if audit committee is established. Very important, statutory auditors can't be appointed as internal auditors. which is a self-review threat. Forensic audit, you have read it. Did you remember? Self-review threat. He can't become every auditor. How can he review his work? It's not at all possible. Powers and duties of internal auditor. There are no sections for stating what are the powers and duties of internal auditor. It will be decided by the company and auditor themselves. Punishment and compoundability. Of course, there is no specific section for punishments of internal auditor. Common section 447, 441, 450. These common sections will apply. Clear, everybody? Common sections will apply. Section 147 is exclusively for statutory auditor, cost auditor. But for internal auditor, there is no exclusive punishment section. Common sections will apply, like section 447, 441, 450. And moving on to the next thing, internal controls and statutory auditors. Remember, statutory auditor work is not only with the financial statements, but also with the internal controls. Statutory auditor is having power to review even the internal controls of the organization. This is point number 1. Point number 2, statutory auditor can also rely on the internal auditor's work. If internal auditor work is like top notch and he has done the fullest work, then automatically statutory auditor work will get reduced, because internal auditor had done everything. So let the statutory auditor discuss everything with the internal auditor, and let the statutory auditor decide the scope of the statutory audit. Even that is also quite possible. Next, write about the preparation for the audit. So this is a general step methodology for the audit. Define the scope of audit work, get the knowledge on the client's business, evaluate the system of accounting controls and internal controls, then determine NTE, nature, timing and extent, and depending upon the audit risk, adequate documentation, which is nothing but audit documentation, audit working papers and audit notebooks, and expressing an opinion, finally issuing the audit report. This is preparation for the audit, step methodology. Next, write a short note on audit engagement letter. Sir, initially, audit committee will recommend, then board will appoint. If audit committee is not there, directly board will appoint. Then letter of appointment shall be given by the board to the auditor. Then auditor will be giving the engagement letter, wherein he is going to state all the terms and conditions of his work. And not only responsibilities, everything about his audit. Even he can define the scope of audit in his engagement letter. Point number 1, even though I am doing audit with my wholeheartedness and 100%, there will be something called inherent risk. You can't question for that. I'm here just to express the opinion. I cannot give guarantee for anything. I'm not having any liability. I'm here just to express the opinion. You can't question. You can't ask me. You can't make me liable for everything. What is the audit fees decided? How will I accept the audit fees? Will I accept after the completion of work or on a progressive basis? Even statutory auditor can give letter of engagement. I mean, not only statutory auditor. Auditor can give letter of engagement by stating one of the terms that I might take the help of external expertise. Because I might not have expertise in everything. I'm having expertise in financial statements, but I'm not expertise in valuation. You're stating that your building is lasting for another 25 years and you're claiming less depreciation and showing more value of the asset. But afterwards, observing your buildings, I have come to know that your buildings are not at all proper. And you're telling revaluation upward. How far is it true? I don't know. So I'll ask for an engineer to do the work. Then who has to pay for that? You have to pay for that. I don't pay. Clear, everybody? All these things will be clearly given in engagement letter. Like objectives, scope, auditor's responsibility, what is management responsibility. Always there will be some inherent limitations. Management representation letter, restriction on auditor's liability, computation of audit fees, validity of report, use of internal auditor services or other external expertise services. Hope I've told everything almost. limit on submission of the reports to the other authorities to whom the report will be submitted, even on that thing. So all these things are nothing but audit engagement letter. And the next, audit program. Audit program is nothing but a detailed written statement which is designed by the auditors, like how the audit has to be done. 15 days you have to do the audit. For these 15 days, auditor will design the program. Who will be doing the audit? Auditor will not personally do. Audit will be done by his staff. So, Mr. A, your work is this one. Mr. B, your work is to vouch. Mr. C, your work is to verify. Mr. D, you have to check out the stock. Mr. E, you have to check out HR department only. Like this, work will be divided. And task. How many vouchers are there? How much vouching you have to complete? You have to complete the entire vouching within 3 days. Then you have to then you have to concentrate on the internal controls. Then you have to concentrate on the stock. Check out the movement of stock on 1 day. Like this, the program will be designed by the auditors. And of course, there are some advantages and disadvantages. It's very easy. If you read, you'll understand. Next one, audit working papers. Audit working papers are nothing but properties of the auditor. And these audit working papers have to be stored for a period of 10 years. 10, na? Whereas cost audit working papers have to be stored for 10 years. General audit working papers have to be stored for 7 years. Statutory auditor working papers, internal audit working papers, these must be stored for a period of 7 years is enough. But cost auditor working papers as per CAS 102, if I was not wrong, CAS 102, if I was not wrong, as per cost auditing and assurance standard, you are supposed to store the audit working papers for 10 years. Anyways, so coming to audit working papers, whatever you have collected in the course of your audit is audit working paper. You have to store it in one book called audit notebook. All the papers must be stored in one book called audit notebook. And these audit working papers are of two types: permanent audit file, current audit file. What is relating to current year is called as current audit file. What is relating for more than 1 year is called as permanent audit file. So till the last year files are permanent audit file. Current year files are current audit file. Relating for more than 1 year is permanent audit file. Relating only for current year is current audit file. That is all about types of audit working papers and audit notebook. All the working papers have to be stored in a bound book, which is called as audit notebook. Difference between continuous and final audit. You can understand that if you read it. Continuous audit is internal audit is an example. Concurrent audit, internal audit. Final audit and statutory audit. Hey, one second. Continuous audit ante 24/7 every day do the internal auditor will be doing the audit? Absolutely not. He will be doing it on a periodical basis. It might be either on a fortnight basis, 1 week basis, monthly basis, quarterly basis, like that. But it's a continuous audit. You have to audit everything. That's the meaning of that. Yeah. Next question. This is important. What is an operational audit and what are the objectives of operational audit? Why this is important ante single question on operational audit. What is an operational audit? Checking EEE of a specific operation is nothing but operational audit. Efficiency, effectiveness and economy must be checked out on a particular operation in the entire company. Say for example, company is having many operations: production, purchase, sale, quality control, research and development, accounting and financially, internal control, etc. Doing audit for one line or one department is nothing but operational audit. Whereas doing the audit for entire company is nothing but internal audit. Doing audit for one particular department is nothing but operational audit. That is now called as not a department but as an operation. Doing audit for one operation. Now, what are the objectives of operational audit? Point number 1. You have to, sir, this is such a simple question. You have to verify the controls, you have to verify the performance, you have to verify the objectives and plans, you have to verify the organization structure. There ends the matter. Verify each and everything about that particular operation. verify each and everything. Likewise, what are the controls that are existing in that operation? What is the performance of that operation? First of all, you have to identify what is that center. Like, is it a cost center, or responsibility center, or profit center? Sales department is a profit center. Production department is a cost center. Ante kada. Quality control department is a responsibility center. Hope you know. Cost center is a center where cost will be incurred. Responsibility center is a center or department where their responsibility will be more. Department which is getting income or profit is nothing but profit centers. Sir, everybody is having all the three things: cost to profit to responsibility. But what is more work? Quality control department is not a cost center. Their more work is to express what kind of quality is the product. So it's a responsibility center. Cost center is to manufacture the good. So it's a cost center. Of course, even in sales department also, to salesman you have to pay the salary, but it is not a cost center, because ultimate work of sales department is to sell the goods. So it's a profit center or income center. So you have to evaluate the performance depending on what kind of center is that. Likewise, if you observe, you can get the performance evaluation based on the productivity, personal, workload, work cost, quality, etc. Next, verifying of objectives and plans. My dear children, not only the entire organization is having objective, but also the operations is having objective. What is production department objective? What is HR department objective? What is sales department objective? Like that, each and every department also, they are having proper objectives. According to those objectives, they have to plan, depending on the instructions that were given by the board of directors. And of course, last but not least, verifying the entire organization structure. At the end of the day, how the delegation of work is there, how the delegation of authority is there, how the report submission is there. Depending on that, you can get what is the organization structure. Depending on the organization structure, your operation is getting that importance. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, that's the end of operational audit and also internal audit. Okay. So practical questions are important only for CRAR. For all the remaining chapters, practical questions are not that important. First important is CRAR. Second important is cost auditor professional ethics. From these two chapters, practical questions are important. If he would like to lock you, he can also lock you by asking practical questions from internal control, internal audit and operational audit, management audit and forensic audit. From these three things also, he can ask you a practical question. Now the greatest part is all about from the chapters: cost audit program, cost audit documentation, and preparation and filing through XBRL, and cost auditor professional ethics. From these 4 chapters, you will get 14 marks. From these 4 chapters, you will get 14 marks. Hope you have got my intention. Cost audit program, cost audit documentation, preparation and filing through XBRL, cost auditor, professional ethics and responsibilities. From these 4 chapters alone, you're going to get 14 marks. Don't think that, array yaar, I have to read 4 chapters to get 14 marks. But the greatest part is that every chapter is very small and also very easy. If you ask me, rather than reading one internal control chapter is equal to all these 4 chapters. So let me start. What are the stages of audit? So this is purely relating to cost audit only. In internal audit, we have seen audit process. That might be general audit process or internal audit process. But this chapter is purely relating to cost audit only. And of course, the 3 stages of audit is planning, performing and reporting. Planning, performing and reporting. So coming to the first stage, that's planning. It's well said that a well-planned audit is almost halfway done. Of course, all the time. If you are having enough planning, we can ensure that most of the audit is completed. Provided proper planning is there. So proper planning is very much needed. even for your study also. Say for example, Wednesday is your examination. Now Monday and Tuesday you should study. But today you were into marathon class. Tomorrow morning you will be into marathon class. So how well you have to plan to write Wednesday examination? And you're telling Forex. So how well you have to plan for studying the same chapter? I mean to tell, hope you have got my intention. So that planning is very much important. And the planning stage involved determine the audit strategy. If I was not wrong, did you remember audit program? Audit program, just now we have completed, is a written policy by the auditor by fixing the responsibilities, division of work, etc. and etc. So it will be done at audit planning stage. Audit program shall be drafted at planning stage itself. Why the planning has to be done? In order to optimize the efficiency and effectiveness when conducting an audit. A well-planned audit will ensure that sufficient appropriate evidence is gathered to minimize the risk of material misstatement. Before expressing an opinion, an evidence should be backed up with. You can express a proper opinion only when you are having proper backed up evidence. So evidence is very, very much important in order to express an opinion. Now, what do you mean by efficiency and what do you mean by effectiveness? Efficiency refers to amount of time spent in gathering the audit evidence. Effectiveness refers to minimizing the audit risk. In other words, we can also tell efficiency is how well the evidence is collected. Effectiveness, within what time the evidence is collected. Is it clear? Efficiency, what is the quality of the audit evidence that is collected? How much time taken to collect that evidence is nothing but effectiveness. To tell you, you have to spend minimum time in collecting the audit evidence. You should not spend days to days to collect the audit evidence. Now, performing. Performing is the second stage of audit. Likewise, whatever the planned part must be performed properly. So the performance or execution is the stage of audit wherein detailed testing of internal controls, material consumptions, cost accumulation, cost allocation, cost absorption, cost apportionment shall be tested for. If an auditor plans to rely on the client's internal control system, they will conduct test of controls first. Cost auditor will conduct detailed substantive test of audit procedures for the period and substantive tests for consumptions and balances. Something like, if I was not wrong, there is popularly called as risk assessment procedure. Auditor has to assess the risk of the entity before taking up the audit. Depending on that, he will be planning NTE of the audit. In risk assessment procedure, you are having all these things. Something like control risk, analytical risks, and again it is divided into many things like substantive risk assessment procedures, analytical risk assessment procedures, test of controls, test of balances, test of transactions, etc. So now auditor needs to conduct all these risks very much carefully, all this risk assessment procedure very much carefully, and then he has to determine the NTA. Basing on that, he has to plan. Basing on that, he has to perform. So if at all auditor has decided to rely on the internal controls, then obviously first of all you have to check out test of controls. Whether the internal controls are proper or not. Only when the internal controls are proper, auditor can rely on internal controls. So test of controls must be taken for. If he would like to conduct everything and let him go with substantive audit procedures. I mean to tell all about the financial statement figures. He needs to check out the last year versus current year, whether sales increased or not, why is it increased, how is it increased, what is the trend making, how much percent increased. Clear everybody? So all these things is nothing but substantive test, substantive audit procedures. Now, concluding and reporting of an audit. Okay. Now we have completed the audit, right? Either you're relying on the internal controls or you're doing a substantive testing, financial statement testing, and you have completed the audit. And finally, you have to report the same thing. The same must be reported. To whom it has to be reported? Of course, the final stage is to report. And since it is a cost audit, the same has to be reported to the board of directors. The same has to be reported to the board of directors in form CRA number 3. And ultimately board of directors need to file the same to CG, central government. Wait, this is something like stages of audit. And if you see the last question which is given in the material, there is another question, something called as steps of audit process, which is also similar to that one. Because if you observe, planning the audit, executing, and audit documentation, which is nothing but reporting. But along with these things, you are having some other things also, something like objectives of audit and management outlook, preconditions, and understanding the company's business. So first of all, you just need to understand what is the objective of the audit. Why are you conducting the audit? And the next one is all about preconditions for the audit. And last but not least, understanding the company's business. It can be understood through the set of internal controls by performing simply risk assessment procedures. You perform the risk assessment procedures, like I told you, number 1, compliance procedure, whether the company is following the internal controls properly or not. And the next one, substantive procedures, in order to check out the financial statements, amounts of financial statements, whether properly recorded or not. And from here you are having many other things like analytical procedures, trend procedures, test of controls, test of balances, many things will be there. In the sense, in point number 1, you will be dealing with the figures of the last year versus current year. Last year sales is this much, current year sales is this much. Apparently it appears something like last year sales is 10 lakh, current year 12 lakh, sale increased. But unfortunately GP decreases. Might be cost increase. That link must be established while performing substantive audit procedures. And also you're supposed to check test of balances, test of transactions. Choose some set of transactions and check out whether the totaling is done properly or not, whether the carrying forward of the balance is done properly or not, etc. and etc. You have to understand the company's business through risk assessment procedures, and you have to determine the nature, timing, and extent. Nature, what kind of business concern is that? Depending on that, you have to choose the timing, when to do the audit, or within how much time you have to do the audit. And finally, extent, to what extent you have to conduct the audit, like in-depth analysis, sample procedure, etc. and etc. Depending on this, you have to plan for the audit, then you have to execute the audit, like whatever plan must be executed, and finally audit documentation, which is something like reporting. Audit documentation, working papers, notebook, whatever you have, your identifications all must be documented, and ultimately audit reporting must be done. So to tell you, even in the institute material given, stages are these 3 things and steps are these 6 things. So take care with respect to the question what is being tested in the examination. That's very much important. Okay, because for steps if you write stages, you won't get the marks. For stages, if you write steps, you might get the marks, because steps are included, stages are included in steps. So 6-step methodology and 3-stage methodology: planning, execution, reporting. That's it. Understood? And my dear children, that's the simple part of cost audit program. Cost audit documentation, execution, and process. Now we have to start with another chapter, that is cost audit program. Sir, here we are telling something like do the cost audit. For doing the cost audit, you have to draft the audit program. Then audit program will be different for different aspects. I mean to tell, for raw material, your program must be different. For labor cost, your program must be different. For depreciation, your program must be different. For DG set, generator set, your program must be different. For demineralized water, your program must be different. For stores and spares, your program must be different. For repairs and maintenance, your program must be different. So you have to draft audit program for different elements of cost that are available in a particular entity. So telling is very simple. Plan the audit and execute the audit. But to plan the audit, you have to draft the program. To draft the program, You must select the people. Say for example, Mr. A, your job is to do the audit for material, stores and spares, and raw material, packaging material, finished goods, so stores and spares. Is it clear? To Mr. A, I am telling, your work is to do the audit for raw material, packing material, finished goods, stores and spares. Okay, sir, I'm ready. How to do? How to do? Wait, I will give you another audit program on each and everything very clearly. Like this, an auditor has to draft audit program for each and every element of the cost in the course of his cost audit. While doing the cost audit, so whoever the staff, they are doing the audit, they have to follow this cost audit program and they have to audit accordingly. Shall I start now? So the next part is audit program. Point number 1, write about audit of production product wise. This is a very simple chapter. You just need to write the program. First of all, you must check out proper inventory balancing. Sir, what do you mean by inventory balancing? Inventory balancing is nothing but you will be having some opening stock. With that, you will be producing production. Now, what will you do with it? I'll sell something, sir. Okay. And I'll be left with some closing stock. Okay. Sometimes I'll be doing some internal transfers, like one department to another department or one branch to another branch. So ultimately, inventory balancing is nothing but opening stock plus production is equal to sales plus closing stock plus internal transfers. Clear, everybody? So this is what inventory balancing. First of all, a person who is doing audit with respect to the production has to check the inventory balancing, whether it is being done properly or not. And the next, you have to check the capacity utilization for previous 5 years. What do you mean by capacity utilization? If I was not wrong, CAS number 2, capacity determination. There you are going to get what is capacity utilization. Capacity utilization is nothing but actual capacity divided by installed capacity multiplied by 100. You have to check out what is the capacity utilization. If at all the capacity utilization is 100%, absolutely no problem. Poor capacity utilizations must be questioned by the auditor, cost auditor to the management. And the next thing, see here, for any abnormal underutilization of production capacity, auditor should seek the reasons. Like auditor has to question the poor capacity utilization, and also management is supposed to tell what steps they have undertaken in order to overcome this under capacity utilizations. Point number 1, reasons. After identify the reasons, solution. Problem identification is not only enough, problem solving is also very much needed. And the next one, check the reasons for any case if there is addition to the capacity for any product during the year when compared to the previous year. Something like, if I was not wrong, my opening assets capacity is 6 lakh units. During the year, I have installed a machine which is capacity of 2 lakh per annum. Automatically my capacity during the year increased. Am I correct or wrong? Hey, yes or no? I'm having 10 machines with which I can produce 6 lakh units per annum. During the year, I have installed a new machine with which I'm able to produce 2 lakh units more. So is my production increased or not? Yes, increased. So cost auditor need to identify on such kind of areas. And that has to be considered. And very important thing, it is always better the cost auditor asking MIS reports. MIS reports is nothing but you will be having some tables if you have remembered. In your material, you will be having some tables if you have remembered. Product wise, year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, capacity utilization for 2015, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, like that. So they are MIS reports. So cost auditor should always ask for the MIS reports from the management team. And they have to give the MIS reports. Clear? Hey, response are understood. Huh? Okay, the next one, audit of raw material. This is very lengthy and also important. Take care. Yes, what you are seeing is entire audit of raw material only. Also take the base as CAS number 6. Point number 1, proper inventory balancing. That's quite common. But here, raw material will not be sold. You will be consuming the raw material. So instead of sale, you will be getting consumption. So opening stock plus you don't product the raw material. Sorry, you don't produce the raw material. You will purchase. Should equal to consumption plus closing stock plus internal transfers if any. The next one, work out input output ratio, which is called as efficiency ratios, especially for key raw materials. What do you mean by key raw materials? Just identify the whole raw materials in your business concern and classify them into ABC analysis. Not ABC costing, ABC analysis. A, giving more priority raw materials. B, comparatively less. C, comparatively very less. To tell you constraint, limiting factor. Did you remember in your marginal costing, SCM you're going to get. So it's all about contribution analysis, marginal costing, limiting factor. So all the limiting factors, whatever are there, they will be under A category raw materials, which is also called as a VED analysis. Vital, essential and desirable. And VED is also similar to ABC. Vital being A category, essential being B category, desirable being C category. Anyways, so you have to work out input output ratios, which is nothing but efficiency ratio, and there should be a proper justification for any significant increase, because input output ratio should be 100%. I mean to tell 1 unit of input should give you 1 unit of output. But if your business concern is something you're having a study thing that 2 units of input will be giving you 1 output of 1 unit of output. So 2 by 1, which is nothing but 200% or 2. But if at all that count is increasing, ante to get 1 unit of output, you are utilizing that many number of input units, which must be questioned inquisitively immediately. So increase in ratio must be questioned. Raw materials like chemicals tend to evaporate during their storage. So normal loss of materials like chemicals must be addressed very much carefully. And the next one, sales value of residue of raw material. Sales value of residue of raw material has to be reduced from the raw material consumption. Residue of raw material is nothing but scrap of raw material or raw material which is not in usable condition. If you have remembered, I told you how the raw material is going into the production department. First purchase, and then purchase department manager will count it, and then it will be sent to quality control department, and then they will analyze there, and then it will be gone to stores department, from then to production department. In this course of action, quality control department will be identifying the unwanted raw materials and they will scrap them off. So which is nothing but residue of a raw material. Now very, very important. If the residue is relating only to one finished good, then sale will be deducted from that particular finished good. If the residue of both finished goods, more than one finished good is there, then sale value must be deducted from the consumption of both the finished goods. I mean to tell, joint product. From a particular raw material, if you get a finished good, sell the raw material, it has to be reduced from the cost of this finished good. If from a single raw material you are getting finished good 1 and finished good 2, you sold the residue of the raw material. Scrap of raw material should reduce the cost of finished good 1 and finished good 2. That is both to the finished goods. And the next one, R&D department has carried out some process. If at all R&D department is carrying out the process to develop the raw material, like develop the raw material ante you can have many kinds of things, like decrease the consumption rate of the raw material, or finding cheaper sources of raw material without losing the quality, or finding alternate raw materials without hampering the quality of the finished good. So this is the work of research and development. So if at all such kind of cost is there, then immediately you need to identify research and development cost with respect to raw material. Entire R&D cost should not be considered. R&D cost with respect to raw material development. And the next one, what is the method that you are using? Whether are you using LIFO method? Yes, even LIFO can also be permitted as per CAS number 6 and CAS number 9. What is CAS 9? Packing material cost. CAS 2 is not, 6 is nothing but material cost. As per these two standards, FIFO is permitted, LIFO is permitted, weighted average is also permitted, provided you can choose any of the methods, but you have to follow them consistently. And the next one, if you are producing the raw material in-house, ante you are producing the raw material, something captive consumption raw material, not captive consumption utility. Electricity is captive consumption utility, but here if you are producing the raw material, then we will call it as captive consumption raw material. Now captive consumption material is there, then you have to check out whether a separate cost record is maintained or not. You have to make it as a separate department. Whether did you make it as a separate department or not, you have to check out. And next, very important, if you are having some indigenous raw material, that's like local raw materials or imported raw materials, and you have consumed the raw material without segregating. I mean to tell, this is a single go down. Purchased local raw material or stored here, exported raw material is also stored here. You have clubbed everything. Now you are using the same for finished good. What is the cost? Hope you have got the problem here. In such a case, you have to consider the cost in proportion. For every finished good, you have to take locally purchased cost is to exported good. Is it clear? Locally purchased goods cost is to exported goods cost will become the cost of raw material. Clear everybody? Say for example, 10 goods are purchased at 1 lakh and 12 goods are purchased at 2.5 lakh. This is imported good and this is local good, and the total is nothing but 3.5 lakh. Now you are using one good to produce finished good. 1 unit of input is used to produce the finished good. Now what is the raw material cost? Is the question clear? Now the raw material cost will be in proportion to 1 lakh is to 2.5 lakh. I mean to tell, you simply need to do the average. 3.5 lakh divided by 10 plus 12, 22 goods. Whatever cost you are going to get, you have to consider that cost. Okay, logic understood? Okay, next one. Same, if at all both local and self-manufactured raw material is used, again you have to consider in the same proportion. Next, distillation loss. What do you mean by distillation loss? Distillation loss is nothing but a kind of process loss. If any distillation loss is there, then you are supposed to check out whether can you sell the distillation loss and can you make some money. If yes, deduct it as a residue or scrap. If not, if such distillation loss can also be reintroduced as a raw material, then you are supposed to find the fact. Company needs to give you the proper data. And company might also keep some rented storage tank for storing the raw material. Then whatever the rent you pay, it should become the part of cost of raw material. Sometimes raw material will be in liquid form. In such case, you might need some help of tanks. So you are using the tank, you are using the tanks on rental basis. Cost of that rent is also to be included. Next one, equipment. What is a plant and equipment that is used in manufacturing? Even that also to be considered. Check out that correct equipment is used for raw material. Unproductive plant and equipment should not be used. And explore the possibility of A category raw materials. Already discussed, vital raw material or A category raw material, and immediately you are supposed to enter into the contracts with A category raw material. It had become A category because you need more, or it had become A category because the demand is more but the supply is less. Because of n number of reasons, it had become A category raw material. Something it is very risky, and hence it is highly recommended you to enter the future contracts. Something like a forward contract must be entered. R&D, with respect to alternative cheaper raw materials without compromising the quality of the output. Already discussed. Detention and demurrage charges or any penalty should not become the cost of raw material. What do you mean by detention charges and demurrage charges? Hope you know that one. Demurrage charges is like storing for extra time. They will charge extra money. Detention charges is all about you will be taking the containers directly, but you are not returning the containers within time. Hope you're having idea. Demurrage charges, say for example, material is imported in a ship. Port authorities are storing your raw material, you have to clear it within 2 days, but you're clearing in 5 days. So 2 days is free of cost. 3, 4 and 5, they are going to charge some extra amount, which is nothing but demurrage charges. Now, one entire container is having your raw material. Entire container is having your raw material. Instead of unloading the goods there, instead of loading the goods again into the port authority, once again unloading the goods from port authority, loading into your container, again unloading at your factory side, again loading into your factory, this is all creating a big headache. And hence you will directly talk to the port authorities to take the container. So straight away you'll take the container to your factory side and you'll unload the goods. And you'll load into your stores. And again you have to give back the container. Say they have told you like 2 days time is given to return the container, but you are returning it after 5 days. So for 3, 4 and 5, another 3 days, they are going to charge a penalty, which is nothing but detention charges. Demurrage charges is for extra storage period. Detention charges is not returning the containers within time. Or if any penalty can also be charged, but all such kind of penalties, whatever charged, should not be included in the cost of raw material. And the next one, examine all the specifications. Oh, this is okay. I mean, no need to consider. Even you can leave it. Yeah. Again, this one, cost of transportation. Examine each and every raw material which are dispatched by suppliers through public couriers or private carriers. Then cost of transportation must be included in the cost of raw material. Check the opening balance of the raw material after physical verification of the raw material. Physical verification must be done. And with the book records. And discrepancies, if any are there, immediately they must be ruled out. The next one, whether all the receipts have been correctly recorded or not. System of overusage of raw material. Overusage is nothing but efficiency ratio is increasing. If efficiency ratio is increasing, it must be taken a note by the concerned departmental head and he has to take necessary action. R&D department has to suggest how to reduce and eliminate the wastages. And you're supposed to check the trend rates of raw material for the past 4 years. Like how the rates are changing. And my dear children, that's the end of cost of audit program for raw material. Ante, while drafting the audit program, you have to ensure that all these things must be cross-checked. And next one, audit of electricity cost. Focus on A category cost centers. Focus on a category cost center. Focus on A category cost centers. So first of all, you must identify what are A category cost centers. Likewise, electricity is a cost center. Raw material is a cost center. What is it called? Insurance is a cost center. Repairs and maintenance is a cost center. Stores and spares is a cost center. Depreciation is a cost center. So amongst these all cost centers, you have to identify what are the A category cost centers. And next, also one more thing. Electricity cost will be used by different departments, right? Which departments are using more electricity cost? Make them as A category cost centers. Is the logic understood? Point number 1, you will be having various costs. Among all the cost, what is more cost incurred on the overheads? I mean to tell, among overheads, which overhead is more? First of all, you should never leave to do the audit for such kind of cost. Electricity, insurance, stores and spares, depreciation, repairs and maintenance. Amongst all these things, identify which cost is more and never skip doing that audit. Now, in that particular department, take more care. In that particular department, which department is using that particular electricity? So electricity is being used by one particular department. Which department is using more electricity? Focus on all such A category cost center. Now, one particular department is using more cost. Then immediately an explanation is needed. Why your electricity cost is increased? Why your electricity cost is increased? They are supposed to explain the same. Check the trend of the electricity for the past 5 years. Proper metering must be done, and meters must be regularly calibrated. Proper metering must be done and meters must be regularly calibrated. What do you mean by calibrated and metering, sir? Measuring electricity through meters. You will be having meter readings, right? Last year how much, current year how much, from last month to current month, whether it has been properly carried on carried on properly or not. Closing minus opening should be your consumption, whether it is properly recorded by the electricity department or not, which is called as calibration or which is called as metering. And next one, monthly report of cost center wise and product wise electricity cost must be submitted through MIS reports. Like through MIS reports, monthly consumption. Product A consumed how much, product B consumed how much, product C consumed how much. Product wise and also cost center wise. DM set consumed this much amount of electricity. DG set consumed this much amount of electricity. Production department consumed this much amount of electricity. Like that. Product wise, cost center wise. Data is needed. And company may have more than one source of electricity, like it might be hydroelectricity, or it might be generating through windmills, or it might be a thermal electricity plant, etc. So you have to consider sources of electricity on overall cost of electricity, and finally check out that optimum electricity is procured from the cheaper source. In the sense, sometimes steel plant, Visakhapatnam steel plant, Rourkela steel plant, these steel plants, electricity needed for these steel plants can't be supplied by the electricity departments. Like if I was not wrong, APEPDCL has to provide electricity to steel plant, but APEPDCL sold. Sorry sir, we can't give you that many units and watts and kilowatts of electricity. In a year we can give you only this many units of electricity. So now they have to get the license from the particular department and they will be producing their own electricity and they will be consuming the same, which is called as captive consumption. Is it clear? So optimum electricity has to be produced from the cheaper source. That is also to be identified by the cost auditor. If not, he has to immediately question. And moving on to the next thing. Audit of cost of electricity generated by DG set. DG set is nothing but diesel generating set. Something like to tell you generator. Generators will be generally working with the help of diesel and that is nothing but DG set. All of a sudden, say for example, power gone. It was not a simple or single room to provide the electricity with the help of inverter. It's not our home to provide electricity with inverter. It needs n number of batteries. So for that, the best thing is all about DG set. So whenever power disruptions are there, power interruptions are there, then automatically DG set will help to produce the electricity. So now you have to do the audit for DG set. Point number 1, take the monthly report of DG set. What monthly report will be having? Number of hours DG set is operated. What is the quality of diesel that is used? And how many total units of electricity generated with the help of DG set? Next, even meterings must be properly calculated. Calibration must be done. Proper metering must be done. Ante, you have to make DG set as a separate cost center by installing separate meters to DG set. Even meters must be regularly calibrated. There should be a proper system to quantify the diesel used. Likewise, you can't waste it. So how many units of diesel you have purchased? How many liters of diesel you have purchased? How many liters that the DG set has consumed? What is the closing? Hope you're getting my point. Opening units, purchase units, consumed units, closing units, all these things must be matched. If at all DG set is consuming more units of diesel, then automatically you have to go for a test run immediately. You have to report to the respective company and they'll come and they'll do a test run immediately and they'll see that the consumption is not more. Next, ratio of units generated to diesel used. How many units generated divided by 1 liter? With the help of 1 liter, how many units are generated? You have to study the same for the past 5 years. Allocation of units to various cost center. Like now DG set had incurred with some cost. Why DG set had incurred some cost? Because it is producing some electricity. So now this electricity is used by various departments. So cost of DG set has to be allocated to various departments. I hope it's clear. DG set is producing electricity. Electricity is used by many departments. So cost of DG set has to be allocated to various departments. Ensure that employee cost is properly booked. So to DG set exclusively there will be one officer in charge and there will be some employees. So employee cost must be properly booked. And stores, consumable stores and spares, repairs and maintenance, they must properly allocate to DG set. Even DG set will be having some repairs. So those repairs must be properly found out what is the cost of total repairs and it must be included in the cost of DG set. Ensure the correctness of depreciation provided on the DG set and what is about the insurance taken on the DG set. Insurance and depreciation. And even make it a proper cost center. And ask CMA department to give expense control chart. Expense control chart you have to take generally for 5 years, wherein here you are going to get what is the total expenses that you are spending for DG set. So that being a cost auditor, you can study the same and you can give the suggestion points to them. How can you reduce the expenses, maintenance expenses of DG set? And finally, cost auditor should ask for MIS reports, whatever that are needed. And moving on to the next thing, audit of demineralized water cost. Even the same. Point number 1, make it as a proper cost center. Point number 2, get the monthly report from the officer in charge. Your monthly report is having quantity of filtered water used, quantity of chemicals used to filter the water, how many units of electricity generated and how many units of electricity used, quantity of demineralized water generated, quantity of demineralized water used to production cost center, boiler, etc. First of all, what is the need of DM water? DG set is okay. Whenever power was gone, automatically generator will help you. Then why demineralized water? This is mineralized water. Drinking water. With the mineral water or drinking water, you can't clean the machines. Since this is having lot many of minerals, like zinc will be there, copper will be there, iron will be there, all these things will be there in water. With that water, if you clean the machines, they will get rust faster. And hence, point number 1, you can't clean the machines with mineralized water. Then what to do, sir? You have to filter the water, demineralization. You know how the water filters work? First of all, water filters will be removing all the minerals from that water. Yes, every water filter will be removing all the minerals from that water, and once again there will be a process by adding some minerals. Is it clear? Once again, water filter will be adding all those minerals, whatever the requisite amount of copper, zinc, etc. and etc. It will be adding and it will be giving you. So point here is all about demineralized water. If you clean up with mineral water, you will not be getting any advantage. It will get rust faster. Sorry sir, then I'll be cleaning with river water. That is more duffa. Because it will be having unwanted chemicals, unwanted minerals more, which will be again causing damage to the entire machinery at once itself. So now what to do? Demineralized water. This water must be removed with all the minerals. and then that can be used for cleaning purpose. Some other industries will be using distilled water for cleaning. Demineralized water ante all the use of demineralized water, I mean to tell, first of all, river water or nonsense water will be filtered and it will be used for drinking purpose, mineral water. Now mineral water will be still processed further to remove all the minerals, which is called as demineralized water. Even though demineralized water is like without minerals, some sort of minerals will be there. Even that minerals will be totally eliminated. We'll call it as distilled water, which will be actually used for electricity. Inverters, exactly. So most of the industries, demineralized water is enough. Very rare industries needs distilled water. Even some industry like pharmaceutical, they don't clean it with water at all. They'll use steam to clean. Because it is very, very danger point. Some of the medicines will react with water. If the machine is getting reacted with the water, then medicines will react with the water. And automatically it leads to some quality loss of materials, quality loss of medicines. So that's all about demineralized water. And of course, it's recommended to have proper meters and calibration must be done. And DM water allocated to production cost center and boiler should be in line with the output. I mean to tell, water will be allocated to boiler to generate steam. Boiler will be used to generate steam. You know, did you ever observe? Steam you will not get with the help of mineral water. Steamer, మామూలుగా మన ఇంట్లో స్టీమర్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, you use drinking water to generate steam, you won't get steam properly. If you use tap water, normal water, you'll get steam faster. Ante, sir, then you might ask me, sir, then how boiler is using demineralized water for generation of steam? Steam will be generated with the help of demineralized water very slowly. For your kind information, as I told you, if you're using mineral water for generation of steam, mineral water includes only wanted minerals. Tap water includes also unwanted minerals. So if you're using tap water, steam will generate faster. Again, if you close it with your hand or something like that, again it will convert into vapor. Again all the unwanted materials will be there. But with the help of mineral waters, slowly the steam will be generated. With the help of distilled water, steam will not be generated. Steam will not be generated. Hope you have got my intention. So steam will be generated with the help of a boiler, with the help of mineral water, or sorry, demineralized water. After deleting all the minerals, you will be left with only minute minerals. With that, steam will be slowly generated. And that steam can also be used for the purpose of cleaning. I hope it's clear for you. Normal water, steam will generate fast. Mineral water, a bit slowly. Demineralized water, still slowly. Distilled water, almost negligible. Anyways, so ensure that employee cost is properly allocated. Ensure that repairs and maintenance, stores and spares used are properly done. Depreciation and insurance, properly they must be booked. And get an expense control chart from the CMA department. Check out what are the cost of chemicals that were used for demineralizing process. And finally, ensure that DM water shows correct applicable cost of filter water and get the MIS reports. These things are quite common. Now the next one, audit of steam cost. Again same, steam is generated with the help of boiler. Steam is used to clean the machines. So get monthly report. Running hours, quantity of steam generated, how much water consumed, how much electricity consumed, how much fuel consumed, etc, etc, etc. Line losses are nothing but normal losses. And how much steam is used by the plants, labs, machines, etc. for cleaning purpose. Cost auditor should check the following ratios for the past 5 years. What is the cost of steam generated? Quantity of steam generated per unit of fuel used, quantity of steam generated per unit of consumption, quantity of line losses to the total steam, quantity of steam per metric ton of finished good, quantity of steam per metric ton of finished product. These two things are same for the past 5 years. And also you have to focus on A category cost center. Like different ratios are given with steam. Likewise, steam cost generated divided by electricity consumed. Total steam generated divided by water consumed. Total steam consumed with respect to finished good produced. Like that, they are having different ratios. Let the cost auditor identify all the different ratios. Again, same, proper metering should be there, proper calibration should be there. Line losses due to leakages in pipelines. So whatever all pipelines are there, they must be properly insulated. See, line losses is not just normal loss. Line loss can also be abnormal loss. Line loss is nothing but in the course of production, you will be getting some loss, which is called as line loss. Line loss ante in the course of production. Production is a continuous process. It's a continuous line. In that process, if any loss is occurred, we will call it as a line loss. And ensure that employee cost is properly booked. Ensure the depreciation and insurance. Ensure the cost of consumable stores and spares and repairs, whether properly allocated or not, and get the expense control chart. Hope you might be experiencing that all these three things are similar. Steam, DG set, DM set. These three things are similar. And next one, audit of stores and spares. Take care. Audit of stores and spares, repairs and maintenance, insurance cost, depreciation. Again, these things will be similar. Yes, all of these things will be similar. Anyways, let me start with stores and spares. Point number 1. Get the cost center wise expense and also year wise expense of stores and spares. Like how many stores and spares consumed for the past 5 years and how much is cost center wise. Like production department consumed how much stores and spares. Boiler house consumed how much stores and spares. DM set consumed how much stores and spares. DG set consumed how much stores and spares. Quality control department consumed how many stores and spares. Research and development control department consumed how much stores and spares. So cost center wise needed, product wise also needed, year wise is also needed. Clear everybody? Year wise, product wise, cost center wise. Ask the CMA department, they are going to arrange that trend or that MIS report for you. And if any substantial increase in expenditure is there in a particular year or with a particular cost center, immediately you must know the reasons. And also management should react immediately and it should take some appropriate measures. Appropriate measures in order to overcome that extra cost incurred. And focus on A category cost center. What are A category cost centers? 70 to 75% of the total stores and spares consumed, whichever departments are consumed, we'll call it as A category cost centers. Take care. A category cost centers are nothing but those cost center which is accounting for 70 to 75% of total stores and spares. In the sense, top 70% will be considered as A category cost center. Say for example, boiler house is consuming, DG set is consuming, DM set is consuming, R&D department is consuming, quality control department is consuming, production department is consuming, etc. Now identify the top things. Put it in something like ascending order, increasing order or decreasing order, whatever. Then you identify the major costs that were incurred here. Say for example, major cost incurred with the DM set number 1, the R&D 2, boiler house 3, DG set 4, 5 quality control, 6 production department. Now with the rankings, check out whether 1, how much percent included. Say 40%, R&D 20%, boiler house 20%. Clear everybody? So like this you just go with the percentage. Now count the topmost percentages. Whatever the department's total is like 70 to 75%, declare all those centers as A category cost centers. Clear everybody? Say for example remaining 2%, 1%, 3%, 4% like that. Now choose the A category cost center whose total is coming to 70 to 75% of the cost. And focus on A category cost center. Why are they consuming more stores and space? And the next one, even a small step taken on this A category cost center, cost of repairs, cost of stores and space will come down. So let the cost auditor study very much properly with all these A category cost centers. Next, get the year-wise, product-wise department on stores and space. This point is already done. And next, if any substantial, sir, I guess this is also done, right? Yeah. If any substantial increase is there, this is done. Now, check out this one. Cost auditor can pick up few major items and ensure the correctness of the same, whether it is been properly booked or not. Something like verifying. And the next one, check out the higher per metric expenses may be due to lower capacity utilization. Higher cost per metric ton. Say for example, your total cost is 1 lakh. Your number of units are 50,000 units. So cost per unit is 2 rupees. 1 lakh cost, total cost, but only 10,000. Cost per unit is 10 rupees. So cost is increasing due to lower capacity utilization. So higher cost per metric ton, which is simply cost price per unit, is due to lower capacity utilization. Capacity is less utilized and hence you are incurring more cost. Immediately that must be questioned to the management. And of course get an expense control chart. And next, repairs and maintenance cost. Even the same thing, just get year wise and cost center wise with respect to the repairs and maintenance. And then if any substantial increase is there, identify and question the management and concentrate on A category cost centers which are 70 to 75%. Even a small step taken can also decrease the cost of repairs and maintenance. And also get the information. Why it's getting repeated? Okay, fine. So one is with cost center and one is with product. I told you like product wise even at the beginning here. Product wise, year wise, cost center wise. So here also it is something like product wise done. Yes, year wise and product wise. Again substantial increase. Again the same will be considered here also. So even no need to write 2 times. You can write here only. Year wise, cost center wise, production wise. You can write everything at there itself. If you want an extra point to get an extra mark, then you can make it as 2 points. That's your choice. And next, pick up few major items and do a sample checking or test checking basis. Higher cost per ton or cost per unit. If the cost per unit is more, automatically it is due to lower capacity utilizations. And get an expense control chart. Even the same lines, audit of insurance cost will be there. Even the same lines, even audit of depreciation cost will be there. So everything is same, like cost center wise, year wise, get the data. Check out product wise, get the data. Product wise, cost center wise, year wise, get the data first. After that, you have to check out substantial increase. Focus on A category cost center because even a small step taken will help them to minimize the cost. And then do a sample check basis. Pick up few items and check out whether they have been properly recorded in the other cost center or not. In our cost center, we are showing that repairs and maintenance 2 lakh rupees consumed by DG set. Go to DG set and check whether this 2 lakh is recorded or not. Clear everybody? And of course, next one. If at all you have found that cost per unit is increasing, then automatically it is due to lower capacity utilization. Question the management immediately. And last but not least, get the expense control chart. And my dear children, that is the end of cost audit program. So let me start the last and final topic for today, that is preparation and filing the cost audit report with the help of XBRL. So point number 1, why XBRL is used. If you have remembered the 4 forms, CRA1, CRA2, CRA3, CRA4. What is CRA1? Cost Audit cost records, maintenance of cost records. There is no particular format, but contents were prescribed there. What is CRA number 2? No. Filing of appointment of cost auditor by the board of directors to central government. CRA number 3, cost audit report. CRA number 4, filing of cost audit report by board to central government. So if you observe in this, CRA 2 and CRA 4 are the aspects which must be reported to the central government. That reporting has to be done in a specific language called XBRL. So XBRL will be converting everything into a code language, and finally that will be reported to the central government. Whenever it is needed for the central government, they are going to retrieve the code. Say for example, if you would like to send a file, through Gmail, it is of 2 GB. Can you send it? No. Then what is the best option? Converting it into some zip file and send it. And at the time of extracting, you will get each and every file. So like that, even zip file will be having some limitations. Say for example, 1000 GB. Is it quite possible to convert into zip file? No, it's having its own limitations. Also, if at all the central government is asking each and every business concerned to report their cost audit report in PDF format, just think how much data is actually needed. Because every year they will be getting this many cost audit reports. Because 39 industries are covered in table A and table B. Appearing it's only 39 industries, but it's not 39, it is more than that. Because if you take inorganic chemicals and organic chemicals, the two things are covered under cost audit and cost records maintenance. Now inorganic chemicals are not one, there are many things. So many sectors are covered. Hope you have got my intention. So on an average around 39 sectors are covered in table A and table B, where we are going to see it in the tomorrow's session. CRER 2014, then you'll be getting good clarity on the same. Anyways, so now every year central government is getting these many cost audit reports from n number of companies. Think of how to store the same. Is it that easy? Absolutely not. Getting everything in PDF format or storing everything is like impossible. So for all these kind of things, you're going to have a software which is called as XBRL. Something like income tax reports will be filed in JSON files, .json. Unlike TDS, software will be filed in RPU. RPU software will be used for filing TDS. So like that, for every department are having their own softwares. In the same way here also, XBRL is used by central government in order to file the cost audit reports. And for your kind information, my dear children, XBRL is a worldwide accepted language, extensible business reporting language, which is belonging to the group of XML, extensible markup language. So if you observe the key benefits of XBRL, what are the key benefits of XBRL? Accurate and quality data. XBRL validates the data based on the rules and relationships defined amongst the data elements, which results in obtaining clean and valid data. Actually, you know, in XBRL language, there will be no names at all. There will be some codes. 01 will be given for material. 0101 will be given for material subparts. 02 is something like labor. So first of all, you have to map the things. You have to map something like, it's a number system. 01 is a code. 01 is the code for material. 02 is the code for labor. 03 is the code for overheads. Of course, in overheads, many things are there. Again, 0301, 0302, 0304. Like that, you will be having some mapping points, which are called as, which is the process of XBRL. So XBRL will be validating the data based on the rules and relationships defined between the data elements. And next, this is nothing but rule and relationship. I mean to tell the code numbers. and it will validate the data depending on these things. And the next one, seamless integration. XBRL will be carrying on. It is something like a self-explanatory, and so that it can be no longer dependent on any application or platform for interpretation and processing. XBRL data can be easily integrated into any other software system. So XBRL is designed in such a way that can be easily integrated to any other software system. There is no need to have only specificities here. So seamless integration, the language is such a kind of simple language so that it is possible to integrate with any other software. And next, efficient business processing. So something like which is called as real-time data processing. These two things are similar. Like reducing the time, like rekeying and rearranging the data, the business process now become more efficient. Something like one people might be called as material cost, another people might call it as raw material cost, because there is no format for CRA1. They are supposed to maintain in CRA1, but there is no format for CRA1. Some people, you will be writing something like gross factory cost and net factory cost. Opening work in progress, closing work in progress. Who knows, some other people are writing opening cost of work in progress and closing cost of work in progress. Then it's very difficult for them to find the element. So for these things, they will be rekeying and rearranging the data. With that, real-time data processing can be done. I mean to tell, data can be retrieved very faster. And next, easy location of data. With the unique XBRL tag, I called you mapping the elements. Did you remember? XBRL tag is nothing but 01, 01, 01, 01, 02, 01, 03. Like that, you will be having one XBRL tag for each and every element. So those tags must be studied first. So if at all you have studied the tags, then it will become very, very easy for you to locate the data. And the next one, better coverage by analyst community. You know, XBRL is widely accepted by the entire world because, as I said, it is belonging to XML group of languages, and hence it is something like it is like a hot cake. It is being accepted at a wide range of the people. And next one, what are the steps that are involved in creating XBRL instance documents? Take care. XBRL instance documents are having the following steps. Point number 1, an XBRL instance document must be prepared, and you have to download the XBRL validation tool. And then you have to load the instance document into the XBRL instance document, and then you have to validate the instance document. Like simply download the document, download the validation tool. Now start filling the data. Filling the data is nothing but loading the instance document by mapping the things out with the help of XBRL tag. And after filling everything, something like validate, you will be having an option called validate with the help of validation tool. Then it will show you the errors. If it is showing the errors, then immediately go to that error and rectify the same. If it is not showing any errors, immediately you have to complete the pre-scrutiny. You'll be getting a direct document. Just scrutinize that document and finalize yourselves. And then convert the same to PDF and verify the contents of instance document, and finally submit the document in the form of CRA4 and upload it to the website. Clear, everybody? I mean to tell, upload it to the central government, which is nothing but steps. Of course, don't write only these things. You are having enough matter, you have to write that. So you have to create the XBRL document, download the validation tool, fill the document, and then validate the document, identify the errors, rectify the errors, and then do the pre-scrutiny, convert into PDF, and finally submit the same to the central government in form CRA number 4. Next, what is the benefit of having cost related data in XBRL format? In the sense, why the government has to store the entire data in XBRL format? Why can't they store in PDF format? Or why can't they store in some other formats? In the sense, something like advantages. Point number 1, they require, government and regulators require cost data of different sectors for policy making. Likewise, sometimes government will be giving, declaring sick industries. Your industry is sick, steel industry is sick, textile industry is sick, something like that. Sometimes government will be declaring the sick industries. So sick industries and policy making, sometimes government has to give some relaxations to particular industries. Government has to uplift some industries. How these things possible? Only after observing the cost data. But to observe the cost data, first of all, you should hold the cost data, kada. The government and regulator needs cost data for policy making. The availability of cost data without compromising on the confidentiality in XBR format enables the informed decision making by sectoral studies. In the sense, a particular sector can be studied with the help of XBRL data without losing the confidentiality. A PDF file can easily be altered. Of course, RPU software can't be altered immediately. JSON files can't be altered immediately. Everything are depending on cloud itself. In the same way, XBRL is also one of the tools. Next, with full adoption of XBRL, another advantage is all about companies would be able to integrate the financial and cost data in the operational areas of the business concern. As we have seen, seamless integration. Exclusive extra softwares are not at all required. XBRL is having such a kind of special and peculiar features so that it can get integrated with any other software. And these are the benefits of XBRL data, storing the data in XBRL format. The next one, what are the errors in filing XBRL? Something like, if you have remembered, after loading the instance document, you have to validate. After validating, it might show you some errors. What are the errors? Point number 1, issue in net connectivity. Of course, that's an error. Next, PDF is not getting generated. Sometimes, those who are filing income tax returns, they will be coming to know. You will be validating the tool. It will show the error. If you tap the error, it will go to it has to navigate to you to the error page. But it won't navigate you. Hope you have experienced such kind of things. You don't get navigated at all. You have to log out, you have to log in, sometimes due to net connectivity. Server issues. Server issues is the topmost thing actually. As on the due dates or whenever the things are nearer to the due dates, nobody can help you except God. You should have hardest luck on matter. That's the reason your CMA board had decided to release the results at midnight. Last time, if I was not wrong, they released at the midnight. Early morning, huh? Even that is also quite okay. Anyways, PDF is not getting generated, or PDF is generated but 0 kilobytes, no size at all in that. Next, date is not entered properly. It should be in year, month and date. Generally, we will follow date, month and year. So it is a reverse format. And you are not supposed to enter the percentage at all. You are supposed to enter only in the fields, in the points, 0 to 1, not 0 to 100. It should be only in points, but it should not be in percentage. And wrong currency code, like rupees is entered in place of INR. USD must be entered. You can't use dollar. Because rupees is used by Pakistan, rupee is used by Sri Lanka, even Nepalese is rupee. Hope you have got my point. So INR, Indian rupee, is very much needed. And mandatory fields, star fields, not entered. That's also an error. And all the details given for product or activity, group code should be provided. Group code, as I said, XBRL tags will be there. They must be provided. And these are the errors in XBRL, where after the validation tool is done, you have to find the errors and you have to rectify all the errors. Only then it is possible to you to convert into PDF format. Only then you can upload. With errors, it's impossible to upload a return. It might be a cost audit report, it might be income tax return, or it might be anything. Now, moving on to the next thing. What are the types of audit reports? Already we have discussed. Qualified audit report, adverse audit report, unqualified or unmodified or clean report. Actually, it should not be like unqualified. What is the best word is all about? Unmodified. Unmodified or clean report, where the report is very much clear. Whatever is there, that is exactly reflected. As it is, it was shown. And coming to adverse audit report is nothing but with hard errors, something like some sort of material misstatements. Pervasive effect will be there. And coming to the next one, qualified audit report, minute errors. Yes, material misstatements which are not pervasive. And last and final, disclaimer of the opinion, where auditor is not willing to express any opinion, is nothing but disclaimer of opinion, which is very dangerous actually. Clear, my dear children? And this is all about your yes, preparation and filing through XBRL. And well, why these rules are introduced? These rules are introduced because of two major transformations. Transformation number one, company-based regime shifted to an industry-based regime. See, the board was established in the year 1959. CMA board was established in the year 1959. And for the first ever time, cost audit was introduced in the year 1965. First ever time, cost audit was introduced in the year 1965. And up to 2001, it is something on the basis of individual companies. Cost audit had worked on individual companies, company-based regime. It's not on specific industry. Specific companies were chosen. Since specific companies were chosen, there is no proper basis for choosing the company also. Which company has to be chosen? Biggest question mark. There is no proper basis even to choose the company. Clear? That's point number one. Point number two, okay, you have chosen one company. On what basis the company is chosen? At least will it work in the next year? We don't know. So point number one, there is no basis. Point number two, of course, there's partiality in choosing the companies. If no basis, automatically we will select as and when we need, how and when we want. In the same way, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs also chosen the same. Say for example, if any recommendation is there, cost audit is cancelled on that company. Like that it used to work out. Immediately they have identified that this is not a proper solution, and immediately they have framed a committee, and in 2011 they have framed the commission. They have submitted the rules and regulations, they have submitted the report, and finally they have decided that this company based regime should be shifted to industry based regime. This was the proposal, and the same was changed in the year Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014. So in CRAR 2014, in rule number 3, industries were covered but not the companies. Initially, if I was not wrong, cost audit is extended for sugar industries, cement and textile. Initially, cost audit for these three sectors. Of course, sector is okay, but not all the companies in that sector. Only selective companies in that sector were being audited. But they were being changed. They were being changed to industry-based regime, where the entire industry is covered. Where the entire industry is covered, not just the company. This is rule number 1. And rule number 2, multiplicity of rules were shifted to unity of rules. What is this one, sir? Upon a time, for each and every product, there used to be different rules, with which you have to prepare different cost audit report for different products. Say for example, if at all a particular company is into manufacture, say for example, take HUL. It is in manufacturing of coffee, it is in manufacturing of tea, even it is in manufacturing of milk powder. For your kind information, my dear children, all these three industries were covered under cost audit. Cost records. Say for example, upon a time, coffee is having different rules and different cost audit report. Tea is having different rules, different cost audit report. Milk powder is having different rules, different cost audit report. A single company has to, a single cost auditor has to do the audit for different products by following different rules, and he has to prepare different cost audit reports. Won't it be a big headache? Of course, yes, because it is not limited. Since it is not limited, it's of course a very big headache, and hence there have been a decision that this multiplicity of rules must be shifted to unity of rules. Now for whatever product you do the audit, it will be the same. Same rules will be applicable. Only single audit report will be deciding for everything. But upon a time it was not like that. Clear, everybody? The reason behind introduction of CRAR 2014 is, reason number one, there was a decision that company based regime was shifted to industry based regime. Upon a time, audit is on a selective basis with respect to company, but now it was shifted to industry, and that industry, whichever company comes, every company is covered. And second one, multiplicity of rules were shifted to unity of rules. Upon a time, for each and every product there are different rules, different cost audit reports must be prepared, but now it has been shifted to unity of rules, like single set of rules and single cost audit report is highly enough. Clear, everybody? And moving on to the next thing, rule number 1, short title, commencement and applicability. That's very simple. Rule number 2 is speaking about definitions. We are not speaking about these two rules. Straight away we are going for rule number 3, which is very important. What is rule number 3? My dear children, remember, rule number 3 is applicability of cost records. Rule number 3 is applicability of cost records. Rule number 4 is applicability of cost audit. Rule number 4 is maintenance of cost records. Sorry, it's rule number 5. And rule number 6 is all about cost audit. So it is something like, if you observe carefully, in rule number 3, say for example, I already told you 39 sectors are covered on a broader way. But if you take on a narrower way, it is more than 39 industries for sure. But on a broader way, how many industries are covered? 39 industries are covered. And rule number 4, applicability of cost audit. Rule 4 is applicable only when rule 3 is applicable. What is rule 3? Applicability of cost records. If cost records are not there, for what you will do the cost audit? So rule 4 is applicable only when rule 3 is applicable. Rule 5 is applicable only when rule 3 is applicable. Rule 6 is applicable only when rule 4 is applicable. Applicability of cost audit, conduction of cost audit. Applicability of cost records, maintenance of cost records. So would like to tell something like, to whichever companies rule 4 is mandatory, rule 3 is mandatory, rule 6 is mandatory, rule 5 is mandatory. To whichever companies rule 4 is mandatory and a cost audit is mandatory. Rule 3 is mandatory, applicability of cost records. Rule 5 is mandatory, maintenance of cost records, and they have to conduct the cost audit. So rule 6 is also mandatory. Clear? To whichever companies rule 6 is mandatory, rule 4 is applicable for sure. To whichever companies rule 5 is mandatory, rule 3 is applicable for sure. Remember, I cannot tell that every company for which rule 3 is applicable, rule 4 is applicable. I cannot tell that every company for which rule 3 is applicable, rule 4 is applicable. Because there might be n number of companies covered under rule 3, but only some of the companies covered under cost audit. But I can tell that every company for which rule 4 is applicable, rule 3 is applicable. Is it clear, everybody? Rule 3 companies, all the companies will not be covered under rule 4. Rule 4 companies, of course, subset of rule 3. And for whatever companies rule 4 is applicable, rule 6 is mandatory. For whichever companies rule 3 is applicable, rule 5 is mandatory. So it is something like rule 3, rule 5, rule 4, rule 6. And you are going to do the cost audit for rule number 5 only. What is rule number 5? Maintenance of cost records. So cost audit will be conducted only for cost records kada. This is what the link. Rule 3, rule 5, rule 3, rule 4, rule 4, rule 6, rule 6, rule 5. If rule 3 is applicable, rule 5 is applicable. If rule 4 is applicable, rule 6 is applicable. But also rule 3 is applicable. Also rule 5 is applicable. This is the linkage. Respond everybody, pakka. So this is what part number 1. Now part number 2. What is covered in rule number 3, sir? What is rule number 3, my dear children? Applicability of cost records. To which companies rule 3 is applicable? Rule 3 is applicable to all those companies whose turnover is greater than or equal to 35 crores and applicable to only such industries or sectors which are covered in table A and table B of rule number 3. Or it can also be called as list A and list B. Clear, everybody? May respond. So take more care. Rule 3 is applicable only when the turnover from all its products, overall turnover from all its products is greater than or equal to 35 crores and the sector or the industry is either covered under table A or table B. Respond pakka. Pakka. What is the rule? Applicability of cost records is applicable only when the turnover from all its products, that all word is very, very important. Turnover from all its products is greater than or equal to 35 crores. And for those sectors which are covered under table A and table B. Shall I proceed further? Now, what do you mean by turnover from all its products, sir? While counting more than or equal to 35 crores, you have to consider the turnover of table A products, turnover of table B products, turnover of all other products which are not covered under table A and table B. It also includes trading turnover. It also includes export benefits received. It also includes loan license operations turnover. It also includes job work turnover. It also includes scrap sale. Take care. This is all you're supposed to remember. What is turnover defined as per rule number 3? Turnover from all its products. What do you mean by all? Turnover of table A products, turnover of table B products, turnover of other products. Clear, everybody? And services. Next one, trading turnover. Not only production of goods and rendering of services, but trading is also considered. Export benefits received. If at all these companies got any export benefits received like refund of taxes, etc., even those have to be considered. Like grants, export benefits received in the form of grants, that has to be considered. Loan license operations has to be considered. Job work turnover has to be considered. Scrap sale is also to be considered. Scrap sale. Normally scrap sale has to be deducted from cost of production. But here for the purpose of rule number 3, even scrap sale is also to be counted in turnover. Export benefits received in the form of grants or refund of taxes will not be form of turnover at all. But here as per rule number 3, even that is also a part of turnover. Clear, everybody? So tell me, my dear children, turnover includes turnover of table A products, table B products, all other products which are either from production of goods, rendering of services. And next, trading turnover, job work, export benefits received, loan license operations, scrap sale. Clear everybody? So you might get even a 2 marks question or 4 marks question like what is turnover as per rule number 3. Then you're supposed to write what is rule number 3 and you're supposed to write what includes in the turnover. Respond everybody pakka. If at all the total turnover from all these elements is greater than or equal to 35 crores and it's applicable only to such products which are covered under table A and table B. Now, what is table A, sir? Table A is regulated sector. Table B is non-regulated sector. To tell you, for every sector which is covered under table A, there is one separate regulatory sector. For every sector which is covered under table B, there is no specific regulatory sector. Clear? So now coming to table A, it is, I generally give you the shortcut DFPETS. I mean to tell all about drugs and pharma, fertilizers, petroleum and petrol products, electricity, telecommunication, sugar and industrial alcohol. Clear everybody? DFPETS. Drugs and pharma, fertilizers, petroleum products, electricity, telecommunication, sugar and industrial alcohol. These are all the products which are covered under table A. For each and everything there is a regulatory sector. Like drugs and pharma, straight away central government is going to take care. Fertilizers, respective state government. Petroleum, there is a specific act like Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board Act 2006. Electricity, if you have remembered something like Electricity Act 2003 and also CERC and SERC, State Electricity Regulatory Commission and Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. And next, telecommunication, of course there are enough acts, TRAI, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, and also Indian Telegraphic Act. Sugar and industrial alcohol and fertilizers, for these two things respective state governments is going to take care. Drugs and pharmaceuticals, straight away central government. This is all about dash sector, regulatory sector. Clear everybody? Tell me what is regulatory sector? Table A. DFPETS. That's all about table A. Keep it aside. Let's discuss once again at the end. Now let's concentrate on table B. It's a difficult task to remember table B, but you are supposed to remember. Let me segregate each and every part of table B into some what is it called? Group. I'll group everything. So group number 1, which is relating to air, defense, navy, space, atomic energy. Machinery and mechanical appliances which are used in defense, space and atomic energy. That's your point number 1. Is it clear everybody? Machine and mechanical appliances which are used in defense, space and atomic energy. And of course defense, navy will be using turbojets and turbopropellers, a kind of war aircrafts, and also arms, ammunition and explosives, propellant powders, prepared explosives other than propellant powders. General propellant powders are covered, gun powders. There are something sector called prepared explosives other than propellant powders, because propellant powders is already covered here. And some other thing which are relating to electricity, like electric detonators, detonating switches, percussions, detonating caps, safety fuses, igniters, etc. And the next one, radar apparatus. Radar apparatus, radio navigational signals, etc. and etc. But I will keep it aside and I'll concentrate on tank and other armed fighting vehicles. These are the 5 sectors which are covered under defense, navy, space, atomic energy, etc. Or the first one, machinery and mechanical appliances which are used by any of these categories. The next one, turbojets and turbo propellers. And whenever we speak about turbojets and turbo propellers, you'll get propellant powders and prepared explosives and some other things like detonators, igniters, getting my point everybody, fuses, etc. And next one, what is the next one? Arms and ammunition and tanks and other armed vehicles. These are the 5 things which are relating to defense, navy, space, atomic energy. Machinery and mechanical appliances, turbojets and propellant powders. If you want, you can link here also. Arms and ammunition, tanks and other armed vehicles. War weapons. Along with these things, you will be having propellant powders, prepared explosives, electricity related igniters, fuses, detonators, switches, etc. Clear. Now moving on to the next thing, modes of transportation. All the 4 modes of transportation were covered. Aircrafts. Whenever we are speaking about aircrafts and aeronautical services, you need the help of radar apparatus and radio navigation signals. And the next one, roadways, waterways, which is called as port services, railways and tramways. Whenever I'm speaking about roadways, I would also like to cover construction industry. Construction industry is applicable only for commercial sectors. Construction industry is applicable only for commercial sectors. And also it includes allied services like FMS, facility management services. Facility management services include pesticides cleaning, drainage providing, facade cleaning, security services, etc. Something like gateway communities untai kada. For gateway communities, obviously they need some services like electricity, water facilities, facade cleaning services, security services, etc. Even that is also relating to construction industry. But it's applicable only for commercial sector. It is not applicable for residential sectors. And also iron and steel and cement industry. All these things are covered. Modes of transportation, totally 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 industries were covered. 4 things is common. Road, rail, water, air. Air is called as aeronautical services. But whenever we are speaking with aeronautical services, of course, aircraft need some signals. Radar operators and radio operating signals. And the next one, water, which is called as port services. Railways, which is called as railways and tramways. Roadways also includes construction industry. Construction industry is applicable only for commercial sector, but it's not applicable for residential sector. And construction industry also includes allied services like facility management services. And the next one, iron and steel, applicable. Iron and steel, applicable. Cement industry, applicable. Clear? And next one. Next sector is relating to edibles, eatables, coffee and tea, edible oil, milk powder. If I was not wrong, only these 3 things were there. Edibles, edible oil, eatables, coffee and tea, edible oil, milk powder. As far as I remember, only these 3 things are there. The next one relating to mines and minerals. Coming to the sector of mines and minerals, mineral oils, mineral fuels, minerals, ores and mineral products. That's what I mean to tell minerals. Mineral oils, mineral fuels, mineral ores, mineral products. And the next one, base metals. And the next one, organic chemicals, inorganic chemicals. Somewhere here, port covered, aeronautical covered, iron and steel, roads, coffee and tea, railways and tramways, cement, mineral ores, mineral products, mineral fuels, mineral oils, base metals, inorganic chemicals and organic chemicals. All these things are covered. They respond everybody clear. Edible oil covered, milk powder covered, construction industry covered, and coffee and tea, where is that covered? Now finally going with others. Other small sectors like textiles, paper and pulp, tires and tubes, jute and jute products, rubber, glass, electronic, one more thing, insecticides, electronic machinery and other machinery, and mechanical appliances. Last but not two things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And one more should be there. Plastics and polymers. Exactly. In this 10 industries were covered. And coming to the next one, services. Health services like hospitals, clinics, etc. and etc. Education services. And last and final, which is serial number 33. Serial number 33. What is this one, sir? Medical devices. Production, supply, import, trading. All these four things are covered. Production, supply, import, trading relating to medical devices like cardiac stents, catheters, what is it called? Ocular visions will be there, and pacemakers will be there, etc. and etc. Bone cements, etc. All the medical devices will be covered here. Respond everybody clear. So this is what your table B. So take care. You can remember simply like this. These 33 industries grouping will help you to remember. What is group number 1? Defense, Navy, space, atomic energy. In these four sectors, what are covered? Machinery and mechanical appliances. Next one, turbojets and turbopropellers. Next one, propellant powders, prepared explosives, igniters, detonators, electrical fuses, etc. Next one, arms, ammunition and other vehicles. And next one, tanks and other armed weapons, war weapons, war vehicles were covered. Clear? This is what grouping number 1. Grouping number 2, modes of transportation. Under modes of transportation, aeronautical services, railways and tramways, waterways, which is called as port services, and finally roadways. Whenever we speak about aeronautical services, radar apparatus and radio navigation signals. Whenever we speak about roadways, construction industry including facility management services, applicable only for commercial sector but not for residential sector, which is clarified through FAQ. And the next one, iron and steel, and cement. So totally 8 industries were covered. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Moving on to the next thing. Next is relating to edibles. Edible oil, coffee and tea, milk powder. Next one relating to minerals. Mineral ores and mineral products, mineral fuels and mineral oils. And the next thing, base metals, organic and inorganic chemicals, including isotopes. That's sector number 4 or group number 4. Now coming to group number 5, others. What includes here? Other products like plastics and polymers, tires and tubes, rubber, insecticides, glass, paper and pulp, textiles. Next, jute and jute products, electronic machinery and all other machinery and mechanical appliances. And sixth set is relating to services. Number 1, education services, health services. Last and final, serial number 33. Don't forget this one. Number is also important. Serial number 33, which is something like relating to medical devices. Production, supply, import and trading. Till now only production of goods, provision of services is only covered, and of course 2 services are covered, but even trading is also covered with respect to medical devices. Serial number 33, that's important, take care. For medical devices even trading is covered, so some portion of trading is also covered with respect to the cost audit, remember. Done everybody? That's rule number 3. Now moving on to the next thing, exemptions to rule number 3. Nothing in rule number 3 is applicable to micro and small industries which are registered as per MSMED Act 2006. Nothing is applicable to micro and small industries which are registered as per MSMED Act 2006. And nothing contained in rule number 3, serial number 33, is applicable to a foreign company which are having liaison offices in India. A US company liaison office is established in India. Then rule number 3, serial number 33 is not applicable. Remaining all are applicable. Only serial number 33 is not applicable. What do you mean by liaison offices? Offices which are established just to collect some information. Just to collect some information. They don't trade, they don't purchase, they don't import, they don't supply, they don't do anything. What will they do? Just they will be collecting some information. That's it. Clear everybody? So rule number 3 is not applicable for micro and small industries which are covered as per MSMED Act 2006. And nothing contained in rule number 3, serial number 33 is applicable for foreign companies which are having liaison offices established in India. Nothing contained is applicable. Ante rule number 333 serial number is not applicable ani ardham. Nothing contained in rule number 3, serial number 33 is applicable. Nothing contained is applicable and it is not applicable. Clear everybody? So that's the end of rule number 3. For medium it's applicable. Only for micro and small it's not applicable. For medium enterprises it's applicable. Next, rule number 4. What is rule number 4? Applicability of cost audit. Take care. Sir, table A rules are different, table B rules are different, but overall computation is one and the same. What is that? Individual turnover from table A products and table B products is greater than or equal to 25 crores and overall turnover where the turnover is defined as per rule number 3 should be more than or equal to 50 crores. And if it is table B, 35 crores and 100 crores. Okay. So as simple as such, table A, table B, 25, 50, 35, 100. You can simply remember like that. 25, 50, 35, 100. Then what about this 25 and 50, sir? Individual turnover from table A and table B. What is the meaning of individual turnover, sir? Turnover of table A products plus turnover of table B products. Both put together, we'll call it as individual turnover. Overall turnover ante as turnover which is defined in rule number 3. Is it clear? That's it. Exemptions. For rule number 4, there are certain exemptions. And those exemptions are, point number 1, rule number 4 is not applicable to those companies which are established in SEZ areas. Rule number 4 is not applicable. So cost audit is not applicable to those branches of companies which are established in SEZ, Special Economic Zone. Next one. If the turnover from table A and table B products in foreign exchange is greater than 75% of its total revenue. Take care. Turnover from table A and table B only in foreign exchange is greater than 70, not greater than or equal to, exceeds and untundi, take care. It's greater than 75% of total revenue. What is total revenue? Schedule 3, Roman number 3, which includes both revenue from operations and other income. Total revenue includes both revenue from operations and other income. In the sense, total turnover is included. Along with that, even other income is also included. Is it clear? If at all turnover from table A and table B in foreign exchange is greater than 75% of total revenue. Total revenue is as per schedule number 3, Roman number 3. That is revenue from operation plus other income. Then to that entities it is exempted. Point number 3. Certain goods which are captively consumed. Let me tell you very clearly. Check out very carefully. I hope you know what is a captive consumed good. What do you mean by captively consumed good? Produced by company, consumed by our company only. Production by our company, consumption by our company. We'll call it as captively consumed good. Best example, raw material. We can produce our own raw material, we can use our own raw material in finished good. Electricity. We will produce electricity, we will use electricity. Steam. We will produce steam, we will use steam. Fuel. We will produce fuel, we will use fuel. These are nothing but best examples for captively consumed good. Now check out very, very carefully. CC good will be included in the cost of finished good. Will you accept or not? Cost of captively consumed good will be included in cost of finished good. If at all this finished good is covered under cost audit and rule number 4 is applicable, then automatically CC good is also indirectly audited. Ante kada? If at all you are doing audit for finished good, cost of finished good include cost of CC good. Whenever you are doing the audit for finished good, indirectly you are doing the audit for CC good. So automatically CC good is covered, and hence separate cost audit is not required for CC good in this context. And hence CC good is exempted. Is it clear? That is what rule number 4, exemption number 3. Immediately after the completion of that, you will be having an FAQ, which is relating to the same concept. So if at all CC good is 100% consumed, what is it? In the sense we are producing total and we are using total. CC good is 100% consumed by our finished good, and finished good is covered under cost audit. What are the two things? Number 1, CC good is 100% consumed, and next one, finished good is covered under cost audit. Then automatically, indirectly CC good is also audited, and hence CC good is separately exempted from the cost audit. Logic clear? Now the next one. If at all partly consumed and partly sold to outsiders. We produce 1000 units of electricity, but we have used only 800 units of electricity, and 200 units of electricity is sold to outsiders. Is it clear? Partly consumed, partly sold. Do the fullest CC good covered under cost audit? No. Even though its finished good is covered under cost audit, only part portion is consumed. Still part portion is sold kada. And hence total CC good will not be covered under cost audit, and hence separate rule number 3 and rule number 4 applicability must be seen. Is it clear? If at all it is not 100% consumed, then separate rule number 3 and rule number 4 must be applicable. Last and final. If at all finished good is not covered under cost audit, then again apply separate rule number 3 and rule number 4 for CC good. Is the logic clear? Pakka? So only in one case CC good is exempted. What is that case? 100% consumption, finished good is covered under cost audit. Only in this case CC good is exempted from the cost audit. If it is partly consumed or finished good is not covered under cost audit, then automatically you have to apply separate rule number 3 and rule number 4 for the same. Respond done. So that's the end of rule number 3 and rule number 4. Take care, my dear children. Rule number 3. Tell me, rule 3 is applicable only when the overall turnover is greater than or equal to 35 crores from all its products and services, and applicable only to such products which are covered in table A and table B products. Here overall all turnover means turnover from table A products, table B products, other products and services which are not covered in table A and table B, trading turnover, export benefits received, job work, loan license operations, scrap sale. Clear everybody? Now moving on to table A. How many what is that? Regulated sector. Regulated sector. How many sectors are covered? 6 sectors are covered. What is that? DF pets, drugs and pharma, fertilizers, petrol and petroleum products, electricity, telecommunication, sugar and industrial alcohol. Table B is non-regulated sector. How many industries are covered? 33 industries. On a whole 33 plus 6, 39 broad industries are covered. Now table B, one is relating to what is it called? Space, defense, navy, atomic energy. Next one is relating to roadways, railways, modes of transportation. Next one, edibles. Next one, minerals. Next one, others. Next one, services. And finally, serial number 33, medical devices, production, supply, import, trading. Clear everybody? Now, last and final, rule 3, exemptions. Tell me what are rule 3 exemptions, Amma? Number 1, which are operating from SEZ, exempted. Number 2, table A plus table B earnings in foreign exchange is greater than 75% of total revenue. Oh, I'm sorry. These two things are rule 4 exemptions. Yes, I'm sorry. Rule number 3 exemptions. Nothing contained in rule number 3 is applicable for micro and small enterprises which are registered under MSMED Act 2006. And moving on to the next thing. Next one, nothing contained in rule number 3, serial number 33 is applicable for foreign companies which have established liaison offices in India. What are liaison offices? Just collecting information. Apart from that, they don't do any business. Clear everybody? And moving on to the next thing, rule number 4. Tell me rule number 4. Table A, table B. Part 1. Individual turnover from table A and table B products. And next one, overall turnover. Tell me 25, 50, 35, 100. Greater than or equal to. Two conditions should satisfy any of the conditions. Both. It's two conditions should satisfy. And next one, rule 4 exemptions. Point number 1, operating from SEZ. Next one, table A and table B earnings in foreign exchange is greater than 75% of total revenue. Last and final, CC good. Point number 1, 100% consumption and finished good is covered under cost audit. In this situation, CC good is exempted, otherwise it's applicable. Okay, respond everybody clear? Okay. Practical question number 8, page number 20. If you observe here, table A products turnover is this column. Table B products turnover is this column. Table A plus table B. What is table A plus table B called as? Dash turnover. No. Individual turnover. The name itself is individual turnover. Take care. Other products is given total revenue. Total revenue is called as overall turnover. Now he is asking applicability of cost records. Applicability of cost records under rule number 3. So rule 3 is applicable only when overall turnover is greater than or equal to 35 crores. 34 not applicable. 40 yes. 51, 51, 35, 35. I mean everything is greater than or equal to 35. So it's applicable for all the cases except case 1. Is it clear? And it is applicable only for table A products, table B products, other products. To which products it's applicable? Table A and table B products only. Clear? And for other products, not applicable. But for counting turnover, you have to consider. It is not applicable. For counting turnover, you have to consider turnover from other products also. But rule 3 is not applicable for other products. It's applicable only for table A and table B. Okay. Now moving on to the next thing, cost audit. Sir, table A. Listen very carefully. What is table A rule? Individual 25, overall 50. Individual under this column, overall under this column. 2550. No. Moreover, no need to check at all because cost records is not applicable. If cost records is not there, for what you will audit? So straight away, no need to consider. Since rule 3 is not applicable, it's not applicable. That's it. Next. Table A. 2550. I'll concentrate only on table A first. 2550. Not satisfied. 2550. Yes. 2550. Yes. But table A turnover is 0. And table A products are not there. Logic clear? If table A product itself is not there, how will you do the cost audit? Condition satisfied, but production not there. I hope it's clear. Next, again 2550. Yes. 2550. Yes. Now start with table B. What is table B rule? 3500. Let me take another color. 3500. 3500. No. 3500. No. 3500. No. 35. No. Two conditions should satisfy, kada. It's not like one. And hence obviously it's a no. And the next one. 35. Yes. 100. Yes. That's it. I hope it's absolutely clear. Sure? That's the end of rule number 4. And rule number 3. Check out. Question number 5. Trilok Private Limited has given you the following details of products manufactured and traded during the year. You are required whether the company is to prepare the cost records or not for the year. Manufacturing of cement, insecticides, garments, trading of laptops, calculators and electrical appliances and job work income. Total comes to 34.9. Apart from the above, company sold scrap. From scrap it got 12 lakhs. Okay. So now tell me, is cost records under rule number 3 applicable for this company or not applicable? Why? Scrap turnover. Scrap turnover. Overall turnover should be greater than or equal to 35 crores. Overall turnover till now is 34.9 plus another 12 lakhs. 0.12 crore must be added. 35.02 crores, which is greater than or equal to 35 crores and hence obviously applicable only for table A and table B. So now identify to what it is applicable. Cement, insecticides, garments. Yes, textile. Garments and hosiery is nothing but textile kada. It's applicable. Trading law. For trading only one is applicable. Here nothing is medical devices. Job work, we did not have the information for what job work is done and hence outright not applicable. Clear everybody? And hence it's applicable only for manufacturing part. Respond everybody clear. This is all about rule number 3. Question. Just check out. Let's continue. Question number 1. Of course, still rule number 6 is there. Still rule number 6 is there. Okay. A company does, you can read rule number 6. It's very easy. Like rule number 6 is nothing but cost auditor. Cost audit. If you want, I'll just tell you in 1 minute. Hardly 1 minute. Point number 1. To whichever company rule 3 is applicable, rule 4 is applicable. And that company has to follow the rules and regulations which are specified in rule number 6, which is nothing but cost audit. So a cost auditor must be appointed within 180 days from the start of each financial year. I mean to tell, check out the last year turnover. If at all it is greater than or equal to 35 crores, then rule 3 is applicable. Check out rule 4 rules also. Clear everybody? You have to check out the turnover of which year? Last year. And then in the current year, cost audit is applicable. So a new cost auditor has to be appointed within 180 days from the start of the financial year. And immediately after that, cost auditor has to give 4 certifications. Certification number 1, he is not disqualified. Certification number 2, he is qualified. Yesterday I told you the difference between those two things. Certification number 3, his appointment is within the act itself. Limits. And the last and final one, he is a clean sheet person. What do you mean by clean sheet person? There are no proceedings on him. For your kind information, if at all any cost auditor is found guilty by any court of law for a period of 10 years and NCLT for a period of 5 years, then ban is there on them. If at all any particular cost auditor is held guilty by court of law, then 10 years ban. If at all any particular cost auditor is found guilty as per NCLT, then 5 years ban. If any prosecutions are getting happened, if any fraud accusation is on the cost auditor, you have to check out who had given the order. If the order is given by court of law, 10 years ban. If the order is given by NCLT, 5 years ban. So clean sheet person ante, he is not having any such kind of proceedings on him. He has to give all the 4 certifications. And next, immediately after the appointment, board of directors has to report the same to the central government in form CRA2 in XBRL. Hope you have remembered. CRA2, filing the same to central government. Next, cost auditor shall continue to hold the office till the expiry of 180 days from the end of the financial year or completion of cost audit report, whichever is earlier. He is having every right to resign. Company is having every right to remove. But when company is removing, he must be given an OBH, opportunity of being heard. He is of course having every right to resign. And of course this amounts to casual vacancy. Immediately within 30 days, a new cost auditor has to be appointed. Within another 30 days from the appointment of new cost auditor, the same has to be filed to central government once again in form CRA number 2. And the next one, this is amounting to casual vacancy, the same. How the removal and resignation is treated, the same way casual vacancy is also to be treated. Next, cost auditor has to submit his cost audit report in CRA number 3. The same has to be filed within the 180 days from the closure of the financial year to the board of directors, and ultimately board of directors has to file the same to central government within 30 days from the date of receipt of cost audit report. And section 143 subsection 12 mutatis mutandis is applicable for both financial auditor and cost auditor, which is nothing but fraud. Fraud is less than or equal to 1 crore, greater than 1 crore, report to the board of directors within 2 days. If it is greater than 1 crore, then board of directors has to give the reply within 45 days. Again within another 15 days, cost auditor has to report the same to the central government. Anyways, let's start with the questions. A company does the job work for others. The raw materials are supplied to the company by the principal and the job work gets conversion charges only. The job worker company pays GST, which is reimbursed by the principal. Will the job worker be covered under rules 2014? Of course, yes, provided if he is doing table A and table B products. I mean to tell, rule number 3 is applicable to job worker. Reimbursement of GST is no way to do with rule number 3. Hey, is it clear? Huh? Rule number 3 is applicable to job worker. Rule number 3 is no way dealing with reimbursement of GST. That's irrelevant for us. Next, question number 2. The manufacturing process of the company generates metal scrap during the production of its main product. Such scrap is cleared with SETA codes which are covered in the rules. Scrap is covered in the rules under take care. Finished good may or may not be covered, but scrap is covered under the rules. Is rule number 3 and rule number 4 applicable for that company? Question clear? Huh? Finished product is not covered under the rules, or it may or may not be covered under the rules, but scrap is covered under the rules. Understood? Now tell me. Scrap is covered under the rules. Is rule 3 and 4 applicable for this company or not? That's the question. Metal scrap say comes under base metals. Ankondi. Metal scrap comes under base metals. Is rule 3 and 4 applicable to that company or not? Answer. No. Why? It is scrap ra. Rule 3 is applicable only for production of goods and provision of services. For scrap, no cost records are needed. For scrap, nobody will maintain cost records. It's not my main product. Moreover, I'm not producing the scrap ra. I'm producing the main good. In the meanwhile, I got the scrap. So take more care, my dear children. For scrap, rule 3 and rule 4 is not applicable. Only for main product, you have to check out that. Clear, everybody? Next. Maha Private Limited is purchasing a steel coil, which is raw material. They are not manufacturing anything, take care. They are not manufacturing anything. A large steel coil purchased, and they are cutting and doing some drawing work. And then it is sold. Is it clear? Is rule 3 applicable or not applicable? Why? Cutting is a process. Is it clear, everybody? Iron and steel is covered. But here the company is claiming that they are trading in steel. You are not doing any manufacturing. It is considered as a trading sale. And hence rule 3 is not applicable for us. Any company is telling. But you tell me whether the company's contention is correct or wrong. That's wrong. Why wrong? Cutting is a process which is nothing but a kind of manufacturing only. Trading ante purchase the good as it is, sell the good as it is. That is called as trading. Is it clear? So rule 3 is applicable for Maha Private Limited. Say for example, a company's wooden furniture turnover is 37 crores. And the company's jute turnover is 2 lakhs. Comment whether rule 3 is applicable to this company or not. Sale from wooden furniture 37 crores. Sale from jute and jute products 2 lakhs. Is rule 3 applicable or not applicable? Applicable for jute and jute products. For checking the turnover, you have to check the turnover of all the products. To check, jute industry is covered, wooden industry is not covered. Jute is covered, wooden is not covered. But the overall turnover is 37 crores 2 lakhs, which is greater than or equal to 35 crores. And hence rule 3 is applicable for jute products. Is it understood? Next. Raj Oil Private Limited is a leading manufacturer of edible olive oil in India. During the year, its turnover from sale of its edible oil is 58 crores. But the company is registered as a small enterprise. Analyze the applicability of rule number 3. Exempted. Why? Small enterprise, and hence it's exempted even though it is meeting the turnover limits. Gartner Limited is providing FMS, Facility Management Services, at commercial and residential premises, which includes housekeeping, pantry management, landscaping, safety audits, plumbing services, security and fire safety, packet cleaning, pest control, etc. Office support services, etc. The total operation revenue from the company is 60 crores. Will the activities be covered under construction activity as per rule number 3? Yes, provided you have to consider only commercial sector but not for residential sector. That's it. Of course covered, but only commercial sector. What is the difference between cost accounting policy and cost accounting system? Cost accounting policy is a policy which is chosen for recording a cost item in the cost records. Cost accounting policy is the policy which is chosen for recognition of a cost item in the cost records. Say for example, apportionment of overheads, you should have one policy. Treatment of abnormal loss, you should have one policy. Treatment of normal loss, you should have one policy. So cost accounting policy is the policy adopted by the company to recognize a cost item in the cost records. On the other hand, cost accounting system is the entire system of recording the cost accounting. So cost accounting policy is a part of cost accounting system. Cost accounting system is the entire system of recognizing each and every cost item in the cost records, which is called as cost accounting system. For recording that, you might choose one particular policy, which is called as a cost accounting policy. So cost accounting policy is a part of cost accounting system. Next, Mr. R was appointed as a cost auditor of MNC Limited for 1 year. State how long he can hold the office for the financial year. How long he can hold the office? Within 180 days from the end or start? End of the financial year. Because he will be holding the office till the completion of the cost audit kada. See here, last year turnover you have to check out. Depending on that, in current year, within 180 days, you have to appoint the cost auditor. He has to do the audit for the current year. He has to start the audit in the next year. Because current year audit, to do the current year audit, first of all, books of accounts should ready kada. The cost auditor should start his audit after the completion of the financial year. Is it clear, everybody? So he has to take up the audit here and he has to hold the company up to 180 days. He has to complete the cost audit within 180 days. So he can hold the company up to 180 days from the end of the financial year or submission of cost audit report, whichever is earlier. Clear, everybody? So now tell me, how long a cost auditor can hold the office for the financial year? Up to 180 days from the end of the financial year or submission of cost audit report, whichever is earlier. In what format cost auditor has to submit his report? CRA 3. What was the formality to be observed by the board of directors if the cost auditor resigned? If cost auditor resigned, what to do? It amounts to dash vacancy. Now board of directors has to fill the casual vacancy within 30 days from the date of vacation of office. Again within another 30 days from the appointment of new cost auditor, the same has to be reported to the central government in form CRA 2. That's it. And they are supposed to maintain the cost records in form CRA number 1. Cost records must be maintained in CRA 1, which is not having any format, but it is having some contents. Remember, 30 contents are specified. How many contents? 30 contents remembered. Okay, next one. A company is having units in both SEZ and non-SEZ areas. State the applicability of cost audit with respect to the company. Not applicable is wrong answer. You can't write like that. It's not applicable for those units which are established in SEZ, which implies that cost audit is applicable for those units which are situated in non-SEZ areas. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, that is an exact endpoint for practical discussion of CRAR 2014. Sir, point number 1, this concept is not there in the new syllabus. This concept is there only in the old syllabus. I mean to tell 2016-17 scheme. This is not there in 2023 scheme at all. And even though we have introduced that to tell you, because your board is very different, sorry, our board is very different, they might lock you, because sometimes you know what happens, this is generalized concept. Waste multiplier is a generalized concept, so you can't treat it as out of syllabus, but we don't know that it is called as waste multiplier. Efficiency ratio, hope you are having idea. What is efficiency ratio? Input by output into 100. So in connection to this one, he can ask you, find the efficiency ratio and waste multiplier of each and every process on it. So you can't claim it's out of syllabus at that time. Anyways, what is waste multiplier? Output divided by final output into 100. Waste multiplier is equal to output divided by final output multiplied by 100. Efficiency ratio is input divided by output into 100. But the point that you need to remember, say for example, process A input is 100, output is 90. Input is 90, output is 72. Input is 72, output is 60. Process A, waste multiplier, output by final output, 90 by 60. Output by final output, 72 by 60. Output by final output, 60 by 60. You can work out this directly only when output of one process is matching with input of the other process. Output of one process is matching with the input of the other process. Sir, what if it is not matching? Say for example, it's 100 and 90. Introduced 92 and got 75. Introduced something like 73 and got 60 as output. Now if you take 90 by 60, 75 by 60, 60 by 60, that's wrong. Because output of one process is not matching with the input of the next process. Now in this case, you have to find loss percentage. 100, 90. The loss is 10. Divided by input 100 into 100. So loss percentage from process A is 10%. Now loss percentage from process B, 90 to 75. What is the loss? No, 17. 17. 17 divided by 92 into 100. 17.89%. And last and final, 73, 60. The loss is 13 divided by 73 multiplied by 100. Done? This is loss percentage. Now very important. Assume your input is 100 minus loss percentage 10%. You will get 90. Assume that the same 90 is introduced in the second process. Then your loss percent is 17.89%. Where you will get an output of either so 90 is introduced minus 18.47%. 73.37 will be the output. Assume that 73.37 is introduced here minus 17.81%. 60.30. Now automatically your waste multiplier will become 90 by 60.30, 73.37 by 60.30, 60.30 by 60.30, whatever you get. Clear everybody? This is the concept of waste multiplier. Now if you check out this question, output of one process is not matching with the input of the next process. 3976, 3948, 3901, 38, 3831, 39, 3641, 3635. Conclusion. Output of one process is not matching with input of the next process. So you are supposed to find the loss percentage. and the loss percentage is here. Loss percentage is equal to input minus output divided by output multiplied by 100. So that you will be getting one percentage. Now find the output by assuming your input is equal to 100. You have to express on input only. Loss divided by input multiplied by 100, which is nothing but loss percentage. Now coming to output, find the output assuming your input is equal to 100. Is it clear? So 100 minus 8.86%, 91.14. 91.14 minus 6.97%. That's very important. But what generally students are doing, they are not tapping the percentage here. But percent is mandatory because you found loss percent here. You have to apply the same percentage here. And finally, you have to find the waste multiplier, which is output of current process divided by final output. Output of current process divided by final output. With that, you're going to get waste multiplier. And remember, waste multiplier is first found in textile industry, yarn making industry. Waste multiplier was first found by yarn making industry, and it is being used by many of the industries later on. What is the advantage of waste multiplier when compared to efficiency ratio? Efficiency ratio is not linking the final output with other processes. One process is not linked with the other process because efficiency ratio is nothing but input by output into 100. So it is not linking one process with the other process. But waste multiplier is output divided by final output. So it is linking one process to the other process, and that's the advantage of waste multiplier. Clear? And moving on to the next thing. Second part, capital employed. Take care. This is again a concept which is existing in our material. I mean to tell, in new syllabus of CMAD there is capital employed. Remember, capital employed can be computed in two ways. Simultaneously, I'll tell net worth also. Please concentrate here. Share capital, reserves and surplus, long-term liabilities or debt, current liabilities, fixed assets, current assets, miscellaneous assets. Point number 1, my dear children, capital employed as per accounting is only this part. Capital employed as per accounting. Capital employed as per accounting ante they consider only the owned portion. Share capital plus reserves minus losses, that is fictitious assets. Or fixed assets plus current assets minus outside liabilities. This is as per accounting approach. But management totally sees the capital in a different style. What management sees, you know, how much cash is available with me, that's all is my capital. How much total amount available with me, that all is my capital. So capital is available with me. Yes. Reserves and surplus is profit, that is available with me. Yes. Even debt is also available with me. Because no need to repay the debt immediately. I have to repay it after some n number of years. So as of now it is mine, I will use it. Nobody can ask me. But current liability is not like that. I can't repay to the creditor and I can't use it for my own purposes. Then creditor will come and sit on my head. So take more care, my dear children. Debt as of now, no need to repay. So this total debt is belonging to me only. Logic clear? And hence, for the management purposes, costing purposes, cost and management audit purposes, your capital employed also includes long-term debt. In other words, this is what capital employed as per CRA number 3. Share capital plus reserves plus debt minus fictitious assets or fixed assets plus current assets minus current liabilities. Now one more important thing, CRA 3 CRA number 3 is asking the cost auditor to compute the capital employed from assets side or assets root. So it becomes fixed assets plus current assets minus current liabilities, which is nothing but fixed assets plus current assets minus current liabilities, which is working capital. So conclusion, what is capital employed, sir? Fixed assets plus working capital is called as capital employed. What is capital employed? Fixed assets plus working capital, or total assets except miscellaneous minus current liabilities. But this is the route chosen by CRA number 3, fixed assets plus working capital. Now next question, is the opening capital and closing capital same or different? Answer, of course different. They are not same. Then when do the capital increased? During the year. When do the capital increase? During the year. Exactly at what point of time? We can't tell that, because whole over the year sale is being done. I hope the concept is clear. Say opening capital is 1 lakh, closing capital is 1,20,000. How much increased? When did it increase? During the year. We don't know how is it increased also. It might increase through sale, it might increase through decrease in expenses, or it might increase since we are taking new loan, or it is increased because we have got some profits. Anything might happen during the year, and hence it's recommended to take average. We don't know exactly at what point of time this is increased kada, and hence it's recommended to take average. So ultimately capital employed is equal to opening capital employed plus closing capital employed divided by 2. Then capital employed as on a particular date is equal to fixed assets plus working capital. Now some other rules in this. Listen very carefully, everybody. If at all your balance sheet is showing revaluation surplus or revaluation reserve, so revaluation reserve you will get only through increase in which asset? Fixed assets, which implies that fixed asset is included with this revalued surplus. So you need to deduct that portion from fixed assets. Take care, you are not eliminating revaluation reserve. You are not eliminating revaluation reserve because you have chosen assets route. Not clear? Share capital, general reserve, revaluation reserve, long-term debt, current liabilities, fixed assets, current assets, fictitious assets. Capital employed is equal to this one. Clear? And you should not consider revaluation surplus. This is included here. So even the same must be deducted here. So fixed assets minus revaluation surplus plus current assets minus current liabilities. Clear everybody? So ultimately capital employed, fixed assets minus revalued portion, that should not be considered, plus working capital, that is current assets minus current liabilities. So point number 1, revalued portion should not be considered. Is it clear? Point number 2, say for example a building is under work in progress. I mean to tell building under construction. Can it be considered as capital employed? Capital employed as per CRA 3 ante how much capital that is used for your business? How much capital used for your business or our business? Exactly for company's business, what is the amount used? We'll call it as capital employed. Is it clear? They respond, is it clear? So now my question to you is as simple as such. Capital work in progress, building under construction, will it be a part of capital employed or not? No. Why no? Because it is not yet used for business, it is still under construction. building is still under construction. It is not at all used for our business, and hence it will not be considered, which is called as capital work in progress. It's not considered. Next, investments. Investments. They are not considered at all because investments are not relating to your business. You are investing in some other company. You're investing in shares, investing in debentures, investing in property. That's not relating to your business, and hence it should not be included in capital employed. Clear, everybody? Okay. Next one. Even current investments also should not be considered. Take care. Security deposits. Security deposits. No, it should not be considered. But if at all such security deposit is needed for running your business, then you have to consider. Say for example, for laying of electricity line, you have to put some security deposit with electricity company for meters. That is very much important for running for your business. It's in the due course of your business. So that has to be considered. Otherwise, such security deposits should not be considered. Is it clear? Say for example, to raise a loan, you're keeping one asset as security, or some portion of cash is kept with some other business concern as security. Is that to be considered? No, you're not using that for your business, Say some portion of cash is reserved for some other business or for security purposes. Such kind of portion should not be considered because you are not using it for your business. But such security deposits which are very much needed for your business, you have to consider all such kind of things. Yeah, respond, is it clear? Pakka. Advances. Advances. Advances given to creditors. Advance given to creditors can be considered because it's in due course of business. But advance given for purchase of assets. Advance given for purchase of machinery, 2 lakhs. Hey, you think with common sense, whether did you use it for your business or not, ante. 2 lakhs given to the outsider for purchase of a machine. Still you did not receive the machine because it's an advance. Not considered, that's it. You have to think only one thing, whether is it used for your business or not. You'll get the answer. Clear, everybody? So contrary, only 2 things, security deposits and advances, if at all you are giving, which are very much needed for running your business, then you have to consider. Advance given to creditor, yes, you have to consider it in capital employed. Security deposits for electricity companies, telephone companies, those have to be considered because they are needed for running of the business. Clear, everybody? Check out. Deposit given to electricity board is outside the business, but it is essential for running the business and hence it has to be considered. Capital employed excludes the following: capital work in progress, revaluation, investments, and security deposits, advances, which are not needed for business. If at all, except such deposit or advances needed to run the business. Such kind of advances and deposits should not be deducted while computing capital employed. They must be included. They must not be excluded. Clear, everybody? So now take care, capital employed will not be including the following. Capital work in progress will not be included and hence you should not consider. Revaluation should not be included and hence you should not consider, and hence you have to deduct it from fixed asset. Current investments you should not add at all. Advances to creditors has to be added because it is excluding the capital employed. Understanding. It's your balance sheet, sir. Fixed assets. Under current assets, you are having many other things like land and building, plant and machinery, land and building 1, building 2 not used for business, plant and machinery is revalued, cash is there, debtors are there, advance to creditors is there, advance for purchase of machinery is there. Next, building under construction, building 3 under construction is there, electricity deposit is there, security deposit with customs authorities is there, locked for 3 years. Okay. Now, what are to be considered in capital employed and what are not to be considered in capital employed? Check out. Consider plant and machinery. Consider revaluation. Exclude and hence deduct. Building 2 not used for business. So don't consider. No need to add and no need to subtract. Is it clear? Revaluation has to be excluded. Since it is included in plant and machinery, you are deducting. Building 2 not used for business is to be excluded from capital employed. It is nowhere included and hence you are not at all considering. Logic understood? Next, cash include, debtors include, advance to creditors include, advance for purchase of machinery exclude and hence don't do anything. Building 3 under construction, work in progress, not included, don't do anything. Electricity deposit, it has to be included. Security deposit with customs authorities, 3 years locked. Can you use it for your business? So don't consider. Clear? P&L account, don't consider. Loss. Miscellaneous assets, don't consider. Fictitious assets, don't consider. After adding up all the tick marks and deducting the revalued portion, you have to deduct all the current liabilities. Respond everybody clear. And my dear children, that's the end of capital employed. After doing this one, you will be getting opening capital employed separately, closing capital employed separately. You just need to take the average of opening and closing capital employed. Respond everybody, pakka. That's it. And moving on to the next thing, value added. Check out. So what do you mean by value added? You take the raw material. Raw material will be converted into finished good. So in the course of conversion of raw material into finished good, some value is added to that particular raw material. Only then it is converting into finished good. Am I correct or wrong? For raw material, some value will be added. Only then it will be converted into finished good. So what is that added portion of value? You have to find out. Value added as per CRA number 3. Value added as per CRA number 3 is equal to value added from operations and labor. Value added from operations and labor. That is called as value added, remember. What is value added? Value added from operations and value added from labor. Clear everybody? Now simply to tell you, value added is equal to selling price minus cost price. Yes or no? But selling price minus cost price is equal to profit. So you have to revise it slowly. Now listen very carefully. Point number 1. Take sales. Revenue from operation is nothing but sales, excluding sales returns. So you're supposed to write gross. Gross or net? No, it's net. Excluding sales returns ante you have to deduct sales returns ani ardham. So you have to take dash sales amma, net sales. Of course, sales return ante sale is not done ane kada. Sale return, sale is not accepted, and hence you are supposed to take only for such portion sale is done, minus taxes and other duties, because these GST portions, taxes, etc. and etc. were to be paid to the government. Is it clear? So you are supposed to take net sales except by excluding sales returns and taxes. Next one, you have to add export incentives if any, export benefits if any received must be added, and adjustment of stock, which is nothing but opening minus closing or closing minus opening. Whatever you get, you have to do that one. Clear, everybody? Here you are supposed to check closing minus opening. Here you have to check out closing minus opening because you are at income side. You are at dash side, income side. So take care. What is the revenue side you have to consider? Number one, net sales after deducting sales returns and deducting taxes and duties if any. For this one you have to add export benefits received or export incentives received. And finally, plus or minus adjustments of stock. What is adjustment of stock you have to do? Closing minus opening, take care. If it is schedule 3, you will be doing opening minus closing. Here it's closing minus opening. Clear, everybody? And then you are going to get net revenue to be considered for value added. Net revenue to be considered for value added. You have to find value added from operations and you have to find value added from employees. Gurtunda? Labor and operations. Value added from operations and value added from labor. So my dear children, you have to deduct all the cost of bought out inputs. You have to deduct all the cost of bought out inputs and you have to deduct all the overheads. Yes, all the overheads have to be deducted. All the cost of bought out inputs have to be deducted. Cost of bought out inputs ante raw materials, stores and spares, process materials, process chemicals, packing material, etc. and etc. Total material cost has to be deducted and all the overheads have to be deducted. Is it clear? And then you are going to get value added. What you did not deduct? What did not you deduct, ma? Employee cost was not deducted, like salary is not deducted, wages not deducted. Am I correct or wrong? So this is value added including the employee cost. And also you should not deduct interest, remember. You should not deduct 4 items. Interest is not to be deducted. Depreciation is not to be deducted. Rent and rates is not to be deducted. Salaries and wages is not to be deducted. Point number 1. Why salaries and wages is not to be deducted? Because it is relating to employee cost. You are supposed to find value added from employee cost only. Interest is not to be deducted because it is a financing item. You have to find value added from operations. So financing item should not be deducted. Why depreciation is not to be deducted? Depreciation is relating to fixed assets. Clear, everybody? Moreover, depreciation will add some value. And hence you should not deduct that one. Depreciation will add some value to the product because raw material will go through the machine and automatically some value is added only through machines. So value added is actually added by the machines and it is added by the employees. Clear, everybody? And the next one, rents and rates. Rents and rates are relating to establishment expenses. Rents and rates are relating to establishment expenses. Like to tell you, property taxes. Property taxes is not having any connection with value added kada, and hence you should not deduct it. Clear? So 4 things, take more care. Salaries and wages should not be deducted because it is relating to employees. Depreciation should not be deducted because it is adding some value. Rents and rates are not to be deducted because it is ignored to tell you. Because it is relating to establishment expenses. And interest is not to be deducted because it's a financing item. Rents and rates, why it's not to be deducted? because it's relating to establishment expenses and hence you have to ignore. That's not at all considered. And depreciation is not to be deducted because it is adding some value and it should be included. Interest is not to be deducted because it's a financing item. You would like to find value added from operations. Respond everybody clear. That's it. And then you will be getting the value added. For this value added, if you are deducting other operating expenses and adding other operating incomes, if any, generally there will be no operating income because sale is only the operating income. But you have to deduct all other operating expenses, then you are going to get operating profit. Then you are going to get operating profit. Remember. Now, next one. For value added, if you are adding all other income, it might be exceptional income, extraordinary income, other comprehensive income, OCI, any income. Add any other income to value added. Then you are going to get earnings available for distribution. Then you are going to get earnings available for distribution. These earnings available for distribution has to be distributed to various claimants. Like to whom? To employees. You have to distribute towards salaries and wages. Next, to shareholders. To equity shareholders towards equity dividend. To preference shareholders towards preference dividend. To lenders or debentures towards interest. Even that is also to be considered kada, because that is also included. Interest is not deducted kada. And next, to government towards taxes. Like that, to whom, what are you paying? You have to write. This is called as distribution statement. What is this called as? Distribution statement. Clear everybody? That is a concept of value added. So take care. Let me conclude it. Value added. Value added is nothing but sales minus cost. But sales includes net sales. That is after deducting sales returns and after deducting taxes. And you have to add export incentives or benefits received. And next, you have to add or minus adjustment of stock. What is adjustment of stock here? Closing minus opening. And then you will be getting revenue for considering the computing the value added. Now minus cost ante cost of bought out inputs. You have to deduct total materials and total overheads. But you should not deduct only 4 items. What are the 4 items you should not deduct? Salaries and wages, depreciation, interest, rents and rate. Why salaries and wages should not be deducted? It is included in value added. You would like to find value added with employees. Why depreciation is not deducted? Depreciation also adds some value to your product. Why interest is not deducted? It's a financing item. You would like to find value added from operations. And why rents and rates is not deducted? It's an establishment expense, so we don't consider it at all. We'll ignore that point. We don't consider that one expense is there. Allah, rents and rates is not at all considered. And after deducting all these things, then you are going to get value added. Now, point number 1. For value added, if at all you are deducting other operating expenses, then you are going to get operating profit. For value added, if you are adding all other income, any kind of income, then you will be getting earnings available for distribution. Now you have to start with distribution statement. To whom you have to pay, what you have to pay, like to employees, salaries and wages, etc. To government, you have to pay taxes. To lenders, you have to pay interest. To equity shareholders, equity dividend. Preference shareholders, preference dividend. Like that, to different parties, you have to pay different amount. And finally, listen, this earnings available for distribution should match with the total distributions. Is it clear? Say my earnings available for distribution are 1 lakh. But the total distribution comes only to 85,000. But I told you that earnings available should match with distribution. but total had come only to 85,000. So balancing figure, how much is there? 15,000. This is called as retained earnings. This is called as, but this retained earnings here is included with depreciation and rates and taxes. Retained earnings as per your CFR is separate. Retained earnings as per value added includes depreciation and rates and taxes. Why? Depreciation and rates and taxes were not at all deducted till now, Gadra. And hence those two things were included. You might ask me, sir, salaries and wages and what is it called? Depreciation. I'm sorry. Interest were also not deducted, kada. But salaries and wages was distributed. Interest was distributed. But even depreciation not deducted and not distributed. Rates and taxes not deducted and not distributed. And hence your retained earnings is including both. Perfect. Depreciation and rates and taxes. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, that's the end of value added. And if you observe a question, gross sale included excise duty. This has to be deducted. Just tell me what we have to do. Raw materials. Deduct. Increase in value ante closing minus opening. Add. Salaries and wages. Ignore. I mean, you should not deduct. Power and fuel. Deduct. Other overheads excluding depreciation. Depreciation. Interest. Dividend income from investments. Income. Dividend income. Added to value added for distribution statement. For value added, it will be ignored. Provision for tax. Relating to? No, provision for tax is not rates and tax. It is to be paid to income tax department. So it is relating to distribution statement. It's not relating to value added. Even proposed dividend is also relating to distribution statement. I hope you have got clarity. And a value added separated, distribution statement separate. You will have to find distribution statement with the help of value added. Clear? Huh? Now check out. You can cross check with your answer later. Next, check out the next question. Gross sales inclusive of GST and hence GST has to be deducted. Raw materials consumed. Deduct. Wages. Hey. For value added, wages have to be ignored. Radaffa below. Power and fuel. Deduct. Stores and spares. Yes. Depreciation. Ignore. You should not deduct. Next. Salaries and wages. Ignore. Depreciation. Ignore. Rates and taxes. Ignore. Other overheads. Deduct. Salaries and wages. Rents and taxes. Other overheads. Salaries and wages. Packing and forwarding. Yes, you have to deduct. Depreciation. Other overheads. Interest. Ignore. Bonus and gratuity. That has to be ignored because it is relating to employee. Every employee cost has to be ignored. Current asset, current liabilities are not considered at all for value added. Clear, everybody? And this is what the concept of value added. And the next concept, reconciliation statement. But before this, let me also tell you two other concepts. Number one, economic value added. EVA is of two types again. Sir, point number one, whatever retained earnings is there, it is economic value added. Retained earnings in distribution statement is economic value added. Is it clear? What is point number one? Retained earnings in distribution statement is economic value added. This is point number one. Point number two, capital employed into normal rate of return minus actual rate of return is also your value added. In other words, cost of capital. Hope you have remembered the concept. KO. You have to compare this with the industrial cost. Is it clear? So listen very, very carefully. Say for example, industrial average is 13% cost of capital, where he will be using a word called NRR, normal rate of return, or he'll be giving industrial average cost of capital. Industrial average cost of capital is 13%. If your cost of capital is 10%, then automatically there is an additional advantage of 3%. This is called as economic value added. Is it clear? Industrial cost is 13%, but my cost of capital is only 10%. What is my cost of capital? He will be giving you in the question. If he is not giving you in the question, then you have to find weighted average cost of capital, WACC, as per your FM. FM concept WACC is there, right? As per that you have to find out. But to the max extent he will give you. But he won't give capital employed. You have to find capital employed. This capital employed is a capital employed as per CRA number 3. Ante fixed assets plus working capital. Is it clear? And also recommended to consider average if average is available. If average is not available, take the closing data only. Clear? So capital employed into dash minus dash. Industrial average cost of capital minus cost of capital. Respond everybody clear? This is economic value added. Sir, it depends on the style of question that is posed in the exam, take care. Again, EVA in BV is different. Therefore, one problem you will be computing in one way. Here, two styles are there. Style number 1, EVA is equal to retained earnings as per distribution statement. Close. Next, second style of EVA. Capital employed into industrial average cost minus actual cost of capital. Respond everybody clear. But you will be getting a value added only when our cost of capital is comparatively less than the industrial cost of capital. Clear everybody? This is concept number 1. Concept number 2, net worth. Net worth is nothing but capital employed as per accounting records. Ante net worth includes share capital plus reserves and surplus minus fictitious assets. Ante. Share capital plus reserves and surplus minus fictitious assets. Clear? No, they are not speaking about any such kind of things in net worth. As per CRA 3, net worth is only this one. Even revaluation reserve is also to be included. Is it clear? So take care. Capital employed as per CRA 3 is equal to fixed assets plus working capital. Assets root, including debt capital. Net worth, liabilities root, excluding debt capital. Share capital plus reserves minus fictitious assets. Clear everybody? And the last and final concept, just wait for 2 minutes, I'll close it. After the break, I'll revise all the concepts at one stretch. And then I'll start with cost accounting standards. Reconciliation statement. I don't like to interfere in this at all. Because one person will be doing in one style. Some people will be playing with hands. Some people will be drafting the rough work. And then they'll be preparing the cost reconciliation statement. Who are playing with hands, I'm here to tell nothing about that. Because each and every point has to be thought in different style to get the answer. But who are here to draft the rough work, only one smallest technique is that wherever the profit is there, say this is cost records, accounting records. Accounting records profit is there. Just if this is the point and keep a symbol minus. Opposite will become plus. And imitate the same to the other records. In the sense, you are deducting all the expenses which, you are deducting, first of all, take the profit. A net profit is taken, all the expenses which are not needed will be added. All the expenses which are not needed will be added back. and all the expenses which are actually needed have to be deducted. Clear, everybody? Hey, is it understood? Something like, see here, reconciliation statement, one of the rough work. And profit base as per financial accounts, profit base, financial records hai ka? What is it? 134.27 561. అదేంటి అంటే కాస్ట్ రికార్డ్స్ ప్రకారం చేశారా? Yes, you're taken as per cost records. I'll tell you the reason why she had done like that. I mean, why we have done like that. So point, let me tell you one more thing with cost reconciliation statement. If at all the question is asking to prepare cost reconciliation statement, you can draw it normally. If at all the question is asking you to prepare cost reconciliation statement, you can do it normally. However you want, you can do that. Nobody will question you. And you can take the profit base as per financial records, and you can find the profit as per cost records. Or you can take the profit base as per cost records, and you can find the profit as per financial records. But if at all they are asking, find the cost reconciliation statement as per CRA 3. If at all they are asking you to find cost reconciliation statement or prepare CRS as per CRA 3, then only this one has to be followed. As per CRA 3 ante, you have to do it as per cost records only. See that word in the question. If it is there, then it will be as per cost records. Otherwise, you can do anyways. Just nothing big deal. You might ask me, sir, what if profit as per financial records is given in the question, and if he is asking cost reconciliation statement as per CRA 3? Then first of all, you have to find profit as per cost records, and again you have to start working out the cost reconciliation statement. Clear? Now, those people who are doing rough work, cost records, financial records, take the profit as base, minus, plus, opposite books, opposite symbols. It will be like minus and plus. Yes, this is correct. Previous thing what I told is wrong. Reason is very, very simple. As I told you, profit as per financial records, all the unwanted expenses were added back, and all the expenses which are deducted to be cost records have to be deducted. A small logic. All the net profit is as per financial records. So donation is an expense which is appearing only in the financial records. That is not needed for finding the cost records kada, and hence it has to be added. And whatever the expense that are to be deducted as per cost records, you have to deduct that. Clear? And if at all you would like to start it from the cost records, then take the base. Net profit will be at credit side. This is the base, and this symbol will become minus. Opposite will become plus. Now financial records, opposite books, so opposite symbols, minus, plus. And this is what the rough work that is recommended for cost reconciliation statement. Sir, point number 1, check out what kind of question is that. If he is straight away asking you to prepare cost reconciliation statement, then you can prepare normally. You can take anything as base and you can find anything. But if at all he is asking you to find cost reconciliation statement as per CRA 3, then the base should be cost records only. If cost records is given in the question, then we will be very much happy. But what if it is not given? Then first you have to find as per cost records, and then you have to find the reconciliation statement. Clear, everybody? So now it is 11:05. We'll be meeting you by 11:35, and after the completion, just give me 10 minutes. I'll be completing the whole concepts whatever till now. I'll revise the whole concept whatever we have completed till now, and then I'll be starting with profitability analysis. Coming to profitability analysis, I don't tell any problem. I will just tell you the formula, and I'll tell you how to solve a problem. That's it. Okay. So let me continue. As I said, whatever we have completed till now, I'll just revise in 3 to 5 minutes. So let me start. The first concept is capital employed. Capital employed is equal to average of opening and closing. That is opening capital employed plus closing capital employed divided by 2. Now, capital employed is equal to fixed assets plus working capital. And moving on to the next thing. Capital employed excludes the following. Number 1, capital work in progress, advances given, security deposits, investments. Next, one more important thing. What is it called? Revalued portion of fixed assets. All these things will be excluded, and of course, P&L account, loss, preliminary expenses, and all other miscellaneous or fictitious assets. These will be excluded. Take care. But advances, security deposits, and investments, if they are relating to running the business, then those have to be considered. And coming to the next concept, net worth. Net worth is equal to not average. Net worth is not average, remember. Share capital plus reserves and surplus minus miscellaneous or fictitious assets. That's it. Liabilities route is chosen, assets route is chosen. Here debt will be included, here debt will not be included, remember. And the next one, value added. What is value added, Amma? Selling price minus cost. But sales, net sales, that is minus sales returns and minus excise duty or any other taxes, GST, etc. Of course, now excise duty is not there. Still in our problem, they'll follow traditional methods. But in the main exam, they might give you about just GST. And add export benefits received or export incentive received plus or minus adjustment of stock, that is closing minus opening. Then you're going to get revenue to be considered for the computation of value added. And you have to deduct cost of bought out inputs, all other materials and all other overheads except the following should not be deducted. One is depreciation, salaries and wages, rates and taxes, and finally interest. And after the completion of this thing from value added, if you deduct other operating expenses, you're going to get operating profit. For value added, if you have added any other income, you're going to get earnings available for distribution. And you have to distribute to various claimants. This earnings available for distribution should be matched with the total distribution. The balancing figure, whatever you get, we'll call it as retained earnings. But this retained earnings is inclusion of depreciation and rates and taxes. That's it. Next one, economic value added. Economic value added is to be computed of two types. Number 1, retained earnings in distribution statement. Next, capital employed multiplied by industrial average capital employed, industrial average cost of capital minus actual cost of capital. Provided you will be having it only when the actual cost of capital is less than the industrial average cost of capital. Clear, everybody? Or this can also be treated in another way, like normal rate of return and actual rate of return. In this context, your actual rate of return should be actual rate of return should be more than the normal rate of return, because this is cost, this is return. Cost should be less, return should be more. Clear, everybody? And last and final, cost reconciliation statement. While going with cost reconciliation statement, you can take profit base anything, you can find profit base anything. But if the question is asking about CRA number 3, then profit base should be as per cost records and you have to find as per financial records. And if you would like to go with the rough work, it will be something like this. Cost records and financial records. Take the profit at financial records. That side will become minus, opposite will become plus. Opposite books, opposite symbols. First I told wrong. Reason being, I thought of like BRS. For BRS, you will be using the same symbols. For CRS, you have to use the opposite symbol. And I told you the logic also. All the unwanted incomes have to be deducted. Unwanted expense have to be added. Wanted incomes have to be added. Wanted expense have to be deducted. Common sense. Next, if at all as per cost records, then minus plus. Opposite books, opposite symbols, minus and plus. Okay. And if you would like to draft what is abridged cost statement, then high problem recommended you is problem number 5. In this problem, cost statement is not given. So first of all, you have to draft the cost statement also, abridged cost statement, where you will be generally calling it as cost sheet kada. One and only one problem, which is nothing but abridged cost statement. This is purely as per CRA number 1, maintenance of cost records, but it is not having any format. Contents are prescribed annangada. So this is as per CRA number 1. Okay. Just if you see it, you'll understand, because you already know how to draft cost sheet. Material plus labor plus the other direct expenses, which will give you direct cost or prime cost. Add factory overhead, which you are going to get gross factory cost. Work in progress is not there in this question, and hence gross factory cost and net factory cost are the same. Administration overheads, where you're going to get cost of production. Finished goods stock adjustment, then you're going to get cost of goods sold. Selling expenses, then you're going to get cost of sales. And finally, if you deduct the sales, you're going to get the profit. Okay. So this is what this problem, be careful. And last but not least, of course, it's not needed that much, what is it called? That much important. The concept is not that much important. It's a light year concept, which is waste multiplier. If there is parity, if there is equality, I mean to tell output of one process is the input of next process, then you can directly find output divided by final output. If at all the output of one process is not getting matched with the input of next process, then immediately you are supposed to find loss percentage, which is input minus output divided by input multiplied by 100. And then assume that input is 100 and deduct the loss percentages for each and every process, and then check out the output divided by final output you're going to get. Clear, everybody? And my dear children, that's the end of CRAR 2014, and we have to go with profitability analysis. Also, you're going to get a mandatory question from profitability analysis. Sir, here I have made to give each and every formula. No question is given, but every formula is given. To tell you openly, the day before examination or the day morning, I mean your exam itself is in the morning, it seems. Early morning you will be revising, right? Then this material will help you a lot and lot. Ante already you will be reading in the main material. Now quick revision. For quick revision, this material will help you for every chapter, because we kept all the important questions and all the important things. So before 2 hours, 3 hours, if you would like to revise, you can hold this material. It's an exhaustive revision material, because every chapter is covered, all the important concepts are covered. Anyways, if you observe the ratios, current ratio, current asset by current liabilities, quick ratio, quick assets by current liabilities. That is current assets minus stock minus prepaid expense divided by current liabilities. Cash ratio is not needed for you. Next, debt equity ratio. Debt equity ratio is debt divided by equity. No, this is debt by capital employed. I mean to tell, that's a different ratio. Use this ratio, okay? Overall debt, one second. This ratio is there, right? This is debt to capital employed ratio. Sometimes if he is giving that, use in place of equity both debt and equity, then you have to use this one. But what is a straight ratio ante? Debt is to equity is equal to debt by equity ante. This is rarely used. But if you want the strict ratio, this is debt to capital employed ratio. Next, this is not needed. Proprietary ratio is important again. Not needed, and this is easy only. Total debt to total assets. Total debt divided by total assets. Take care. Total debt is equal to long-term debt plus current liabilities. Total debt is equal to long-term debt plus current liabilities. Proprietary ratio is equal to proprietary fund divided by total asset. Proprietary fund is nothing but net worth. Proprietary fund is nothing but net worth. Okay. Now moving on to the next thing. Interest coverage ratio, EBIT by interest. Preference coverage ratio, EAT by preference dividend. Simple. From which profits you have to pay that one. From EAT you have to pay preference dividend. Then what about equity dividend coverage ratio? You have to pay equity dividend from earnings available to equity shareholders. So earnings available to equity shareholder divided by equity dividend. Hope the concept is clear. From which profits you are paying the return. That is nothing but coverage ratio. Next, take care, huh? Activity ratios. Sir, total asset turnover ratio. Sales divided by average total assets. Sales or COGS is given here. Ante, if at all in the question COGS, sales is not there, then you have to use COGS. Is it clear? Huh? If you check out this one, inventory turnover ratio, COGS divided by sales is given. And the first priority is COGS. If cost of goods sold is not there, then you have to use sales ani artham. Logic clear? Huh? Whenever average data is not there, you can skip average and you can use the closing data. Logic understood? Is it clear? If average data is not there, use the closing data. If average data is not there, use the closing data. So total assets turnover ratio, sales divided by total assets, sales divided by fixed assets, capital turnover ratio, sales divided by capital employed, which is nothing but net assets. Working capital turnover ratio, sales divided by working capital, inventory turnover ratio, COGS divided by average inventory. If cost of goods sold is not available, then use sales. If average is not available, use closing. Like that, you can solve everything. Like that, be careful. Debtors velocity period. Inverse of debtors turnover ratio. Inverse of debtors turnover ratio. To tell you activity ratios or turnover ratios or more, let me write it here clearly. There are some other ratios also. Number one, raw material turnover ratio is equal to cost of raw materials consumed divided by average raw material stock. Raw material holding period. Average raw material stock divided by cost of raw materials consumed multiplied by 365 days or 12 months. Take care. Holding period. Next, work in progress turnover ratio is equal to cost of production divided by average work in progress. Next, work in progress holding period is equal to average work in progress divided by cost of production multiplied by 365 days or 12 months. Next, in the same way, finished good turnover ratio, or this is also called as inventory turnover ratio. Take care, cost of goods sold divided by average inventory. If cost of goods sold is not available, you can use sales. Now, finished good or inventory holding period is equal to average inventory divided by cost of goods sold multiplied by 365 days or 12 months. Next, debtors turnover ratio. Debtors turnover ratio is nothing but credit sales you have to use. And average accounts receivable, where accounts receivable includes both debtors and bills receivable, take care. Next, debtors collection period or debtors velocity period is equal to average accounts receivable divided by credit sales multiplied by 12 months or 365 days. Next, if it is creditors turnover ratio, then credit purchases divided by average accounts payable. Accounts payable includes creditors and bills payable. Next, creditors collection period or creditors velocity period, which is nothing but average accounts payable divided by credit purchases. That's it. Clear? And all the remaining, whatever are there, you can follow that. And next, profitability ratios. This is very, very simple. First of all, EPS. EAES divided by number of equity shares. DPS, total dividend divided by number of equity shares. Dividend payout ratio, DPS divided by EPS. PER, market price per share divided by earnings per share. Some returns. Return on investment. Investment can be anything, amma. Ante investment can be capital employed, investment can be net worth, etc. and etc. So you have to be very, very careful while going with these things. Let me tell you here. Return ratios. Number one, return on equity is equal to earnings available to equity shares divided by equity multiplied by 100. Return on net worth, earnings after tax divided by net worth multiplied by 100. My dear children, net worth here is different from net worth as per CRA number 3. What is net worth here? I'll tell you again. That's the reason before starting profitability analysis, I have given a conclusion with respect to each and every topic. Okay. Anyways, now moving on to the next thing. Return on capital employed before tax is equal to EBIT divided by capital employed multiplied by 100. After tax is equal to EBIT minus tax rate, not tax, minus tax rate divided by capital employed into 100. Is it okay? Now you are supposed to learn some other things. If you take the balance sheet, equity share capital, preference share capital, reserves and surplus, debt, which is nothing but long term, current liabilities, fixed assets, current assets, miscellaneous assets or fictitious assets. Check out very carefully. Equity plus reserves minus miscellaneous assets. This is called as equity or equity shareholders funds. If you are adding preference share capital to this one, this is called as shareholders funds or proprietary fund or net worth. Everything is one and the same. Shareholders funds or proprietary funds or net worth or owned funds. Everything is one and the same. Take care. If you add debt to this one, we will call this as capital employed. So for your kind information, capital employed includes debt, okay. Net worth includes preference share capital, don't forget. Net worth includes preference share capital. Capital employed includes debt or long-term debt. Clear everybody? So coming to the computations, while doing the solving the problems of profitability analysis, again you might get a different computations unto now. Is it clear? Sir, understood. So take more care and be careful. Sir, if you are solving this in FM, whatever you have tried to solve it in FM, I hope you have remembered. In your CMA Inter FM is there. There you are having something called ratio analysis. Same concept, copy paste. But the only difference is that here capital employed and CRA 3 capital employed may be different. May be different. Net worth here and net worth at CRA 3 may be different. But while solving the problems as per CMAD, you follow CRA 3. Because even this is also to be filled as per CRA 3 only. Is the logic clear? Ante simply don't compute capital employed ante equity share capital plus reserves plus preference share capital plus debt minus miscellaneous assets. Is it clear? If the data is like that, use as it is. If the data is like that, use as it is. If the data is given as per CRA 3, sir, how will I know how the data is, sir? You just check out the question, you'll understand. If he is giving advances, capital work in progress, investments in other companies, if given like that, then we will tell that the data is as per CRA 3. Then you have to compute capital employed as per CRA 3 only. If the data is like this, like equity share capital, preference share capital, if at all the data is like this, then automatically you can compute normally. So did you understand what I'm trying to tell? Capital employed. As per your FM, it's different. As per your CRA 3, it's different. So now what to consider, sir? You check out the question. If the question is as per CRA 3, like advance is given, capital work in progress, revalued portion, if all these kind of things are given, then compute capital employed as per CRA 3, like fixed asset plus working capital. But question is concentrating on those things. If question is telling total fixed asset given, total current assets given, but liabilities are given many things like share capital, reserves and surplus, preference share capital, long-term debt, total debt. If these kinds of style of the question is given, then you can compute normally. Is it clear? Sir, now, if a cost auditor has to compute capital employed, then he has to follow CRA number 3. If you have to solve the problem for profitability analysis, do it normally. Conclusion clear kada? If at all you are seriously in a cost accountant in practice, then you have to compute capital employed every time as per CRA number 3. But as far as your student to pass CMAD examination, and if it is a profitability analysis problem, you can compute capital employed normally. No need to consider CRA number 3 here. I hope the logic is clear. Sir, is it clear? Okay. Profit based on sales. You know these things very well. Nothing great. Yeah. P are done. Q ratio not needed. This is not needed. Dividend yield and market yield. Dividend yield, DPS by MPS into 100. Earnings yield, EPS by MPS into 100. Remember, yield is always expressed on market price per share. Yield is always expressed on market price per share. Remember that, which is very, very important. And this is finally DuPont analysis. DuPont analysis is equal to net profit margin multiplied by assets turnover multiplied by equity multiplier. Ultimately, DuPont analysis, if you have done, net profit divided by revenue into revenue by assets into assets by equity. If you observe revenue, assets get cancelled, and it's nothing but net profit by equity, which is nothing but return on investment. But what DuPont analysis is trying to tell you is that return on investment is not just a point, it's a process. If you invest equity, you will be investing in asset. With assets, revenue will be generated. With revenue, you will get the profit. So it's a process. With capital, assets will be purchased. With assets, revenue will be generated. With revenue, profit will be accrued. So profit by revenue into revenue by assets into assets by equity. Even it can be understood in another way also. Say for example, sometime your return will be more, but your capital will be less. Say your return is 1000, but your capital is only 100. So 1000 by 100 into 100, where the return is 1000%. If you're showing like this, everybody will be thinking, Arey, for 100 rupees, how did this person get 1000 rupees? That company is doing something fake. No, I'm not doing any fake. My capital is rotating. Prove them. How to prove them? See, my capital is 100. Okay. With 100, I will purchase one asset. I will sell that asset for 200. I will purchase 2 assets. I'll sell it for 400. I'll purchase 4 assets. I'll sell it for 800. This time I'll purchase 8. I'll sell it for 1600. So like that you have to prove them. And just with 100 rupees, how much revenue you have generated? How much profit you have got? How many closing assets you are having? Now they'll be understanding. Oh, this person got 100 rupees capital. With that, as of now, this person is having 8200 assets. Say for example, 16, 16, 64, 64. I hope you have got my intention. 128, 128, 256. Like that it's getting doubling, tripling, like that it's going on. So 8200 assets. With this person is able to generate, say for example, 7000 revenue. 7000 revenue, he got a profit of 1000. He'll understand everything. Oh, with 100 he got 8,200 asset, which implies that it's a kind of recurring capital. It's a rotating capital. Clear, everybody? So to understand this concept in a better way, DuPont analysis will help out. This very clearly you're going to learn in BV, SPM BV. SPM, if I was not wrong, you'll be getting it in SPM. There you're going to get very clearly. And as far as my extent is covered, I have covered it. As far as my subject is concerned, I've covered it. Clear? And my dear children, that's the end of CRAR and profitability analysis. Now, mandatory question. From the last 4 attempts, he is asking from profitability analysis 7 to 10 marks. From cost reconciliation statement 7 marks. These are mandatory questions. If your luck hits hard, you might get capital employed or value added, 7 more marks question. If your luck hits more hard, you can also get a practical question or a theoretical question from CRAR 2014. And ultimately, this is the total version of your CRAR. I hope it's clear. So these many possibilities are there from CRAR 2014. Just relax. One more thing I've forgotten to tell. Remember, once applicable, always applicable with respect to rule number 3 and rule number 4. Rule number 3. Last year turnover threshold limit met, but current year we did not met. In the next year, is cost records maintenance not required? No, it's required. Once applicable, always applicable. It's applicable for both cost records and cost audit also. Cost audit also. And one more thing, rotation concept of cost auditor is not there. If you have remembered cooling period, 5 years and for individual and 5 plus 5, 10 years if it is a firm, cooling period is needed. Whereas coming to cost auditor, such kind of rotation is not at all there. But as a part of the policy of the company, if they would like to make the cost auditor rotate, then it's okay. Otherwise, rotation concept is not at all applicable. Respond clear. Done? So get ready, relax. Okay, let me start with the next topic, that is cost accounting standards. Discuss various divisions or formats that shall be discussed in cost accounting standards. Number 1, introduction. Introduction is all about that particular standard will explain about what. That will be given in introduction. Like what the standard deals with. Objectivity, in order to bring U and C, uniformity and consistency with respect to CMPAD. Classification, measurement, presentation, assignment and disclosure. And of course scope, it is going to deal whether with classification, measurement, presentation, assignment, disclosure. Those requiring attestation by the cost auditor. The difference between objective and scope is very simple. Objective is to bring uniformity and consistency with respect to if classification is available, classification, measurement is available, measurement, presentation is available, presentation, assignment is available, assignment, disclosure is available, disclosure. Ante in that standard, whatever aspects are available, with all those aspects, that standard would like to bring uniformity and consistency. Scope ante that standard deals with CMPAD. Classification, measurement, presentation, assignment, disclosure. With what the standard will deal with, it will be telling there. If at all that standard is not dealing with classification, it deals with only with measurement, presentation, assignment and disclosure. So like that, with what aspects that standard is dealing with, at scope you are going to learn. And definitions are the terms which are defined by the respective standards. Principles of measurements, which is very, very important for every standard. Even we recommend to read principles of measurement only. And next is assignment. Assignment is nothing but allocation of overheads, where the allocation of overheads can be done in 2 ways. Number 1, cause and effect relationship. Number 2, benefits received. What do you mean by cause and effect relationship? Cause and effect is nothing but production and incurrence of the cost. Like cause, why are you incurring? Effect, what is the effect because of that incurrence of the cost? To tell you something like, say for example, depreciation. What you have incurred with the depreciation? So depreciation is relating to production activity. Okay, the effect will be in the books of accounts, cost accounts. So if at all depreciation is not at all used for manufacturing related aspects, it will be simply treated as administration expense and it will be a part of cost of sales. Cause and effect. Cause and effect relationship is nothing but cause, why the expense had occurred. Because of that expense, what is the effect on the cost statements? And next, benefits received. Basing on the benefits received also, we can allocate and apportion. And moving on to the next thing, presentation. In the sense whether that particular item will be presented in the cost statements or not. Abridged cost statement. Whether that particular item will be presented in the abridged cost statement or not. That's all about presentation. Next, disclosures. For every standard, there will be some set of disclosures. And finally, effective date. What is the effective date of commencement of that particular standard? Do you know that CAS 2 is totally revised in 2024? CAS 2 is totally revised in 2024. But no worries at all. With that revision, only one new point is added. That is licensed capacity. This is as per revised CAS number 2, revised as per 2024. This is old CAS. Prior to 2016. Prior to 2016. This is revised CAS as per 2024. This is 2016 CAS. And 16 CAS ki 24 CAS ki. The only difference is that he had included with a new concept called licensed capacity. That's one concept. And he had added one more simple point with scope that's already added in your materials. In June 2025, in June 2024 materials of ICMAI, he have added that. At scope, one new point is added. That's it. Anyways, let's go back. So, intaki, why I have told you that ante effective date of commencement. If a new standard is introduced, he will also be telling the date from which date that particular standard is applicable and in force. Now, coming to the first standard, CAS number 1, classification of costs. Many definitions are there here. Take care. Number 1, abnormal cost. Abnormal cost is unusual, atypical, irregular, and unexpected. That 4 terms are important. It's unusual, atypical, irregular, and unexpected. Administration overheads. Take care, my dear children. Administration overheads is relating to general management and administration of an entity. Administration overheads exclude production overhead and marketing overhead and interest and finance charges. Production overhead is also called as factory overhead. Marketing overhead is like selling and distribution overhead. Interest and finance charges is separated from administrative overheads. And very important, administration overheads is separate and administration cost is separate. Administration expenses relating to production is called as administration cost. Administration expenses not relating to production are called as administration overheads. And that's the reason administration overheads do not include administration cost that is relating to production. Ante administration overhead is different, administration cost is different. Dash is relating to production, administration, cost. Dash is not at all relating to production, administration, overheads. But while solving the problems, one time he'll be taking like that, another time he'll be taking another way. So that's a big confusion. So what is better? Write an assumption and solve the problem. That's the best choice. Anyways, next, classification of cost. So cost can be classified into different ways. Something like variable, semi-variable, fixed, or material, labor, overhead, like that. Different classifications will be there depending on their nature, depending on their purpose. Nature is called as subjective classification. Purpose is called as objective classification. For what purpose you are incurring the cost? Is it for material, labor, depreciation, research and development, quality control, etc.? Based on the nature, subjective classification, what is the nature of that cost, whether direct or indirect, whether variable, fixed or semi-variable? That is called as subjective classification. And moving on to the next thing, for your kind information, CAS number 1. What is CAS number 1, Amma? Classification of cost. Now, which mode of classification you can choose? You can choose any mode of classification so that no cost should remain unclassified. You can choose any classification. You can choose based on nature, based on purpose, based on direct or indirect feasibility, based on behavior. Your choice, provided that classification should not leave any cost unclassified. You have to choose such a kind of classification so that no cost should remain unclassified. Such a kind of classification you have to choose. And moving on to the next thing, conversion cost. Hope you know what is conversion cost. Dash is converted into dash. Raw material is converted into finished good. So conversion cost is nothing but production cost excluding the direct materials, because material is converted into finished good. In other words, this is the concept of value added actually. Ante kada, which is nothing but employee or labor cost plus overheads. Now moving on to the next thing, cost center and cost object. Sir, take care. Cost center is nothing but a particular unit or a particular center where you can accumulate the total cost is nothing but cost center. Cost center is a unit or a particular department where you can accumulate the total cost. We will call it as cost center. Labor is a unit. Yeah, labor is a unit. To labor you will pay some amount kada, which is nothing but, so labor is also a cost center. Manufacturing unit product A, that is also a cost center, because product A is manufactured by incurring some cost. Wherever you incur the cost, accumulate the total cost, that particular unit will call it as cost center. Types of cost center, it can be either personal cost center or it can be either impersonal cost center. Personal cost center consists of person or group of persons which are not personal, are called as impersonal cost center. Like product A, manufacturing of product A, labor, material, overheads, everybody will be included. So it's a non-impersonal cost center. HR department includes only persons. So HR department is personal cost center. Next, also cost center may also be divided into these types basing on the type for which the cost is incurred. Operating cost center, support service cost center. Operating cost center are those cost centers which are actually needed for manufacturing, like machine shop, welding, assembly, operations, call center, etc. Support service cost center is relating to the support services, allied services like powerhouse, electricity, maintenance, help desk, call center, etc. Call center, if you ask me, strictly I tell it's support service only. Is it clear, everybody? So 4 types: personal, impersonal, operation, support services. And operational cost centers are those cost centers which are actually needed for manufacturing purposes, operations. Support services or allied services, not main operations. Personal, where the cost center is including the persons. Impersonal, where the cost center is not included with the persons. And next one, cost of production. Take care, huh? Cost of production of a product or a service consists of cost of material, direct employee cost, direct expenses, production overheads, quality control cost, administration overheads relating to production, packing cost, research and development. Now, cost of production of a service means cost of service rendered. To arrive at cost of production of goods, including those dispatched for captive consumption, you have to give the adjustment for stock of work in progress, finished good, recoveries, wastages, etc. What is the meaning, sir? Cost of production of a product or service consists of all these goods. And a material, labor, all other overheads will be included. What is the cost of a service? Whatever cost you incur for rendering the service, we'll call it as cost of production of a service. While arriving the cost of production of a good or service, also be careful, you might need to deduct some adjustments. While finding cost of production, adjustment to stock has to be done. Did you remember? Opening minus closing work in progress, so opening minus closing finished good. So adjustment of stock has to be done. Adjustment of finished good, adjustment of work in progress. Also remember, captive consumption. If any good is captively consumed, even CC good cost is also to be included in the cost of finished good. Scrap sale. If you're selling anything, automatically the wastage, scrap, you'll get some refund, right? That will be decreasing the cost of production. And hence, even that has to be considered while computing the cost of product. Is it clear, everybody? Point number 1, he is telling cost of production and service includes the following. Along with this following things have to be given effect, like adjustment of stock, recoveries of sales, wastage, etc. Next, cost of transportation. Cost of transportation, coming to transportation, two types will be there. Inward transportation cost to outward transportation cost. Inward is relating to purchase. Outward is relating to sale. So outward transportation cost is not included in the cost of production, but inward will have to be included in the cost of production. Take more care, that's very important. And one more thing, demurrage charges and detention charges is not a part of cost of production. Demurrage and detention also we have read yesterday while reading audit program for raw materials. Next, cost unit. That's normal. It's a measurement. Cost unit is nothing but measurement for volume of production. Like how many units of power produced in megawatts, cement in metric tons, automobile number, transportation, ton kilometer or passenger kilometer, like that. Next, development cost. Development cost is application of research findings, Amma. Development cost is the application of research findings. You can develop either material, plant and machinery, product, process, system or service. You are going to develop only before the start of the commercial production but not after. Direct employee cost, direct expenses, those employee costs and expenses which are directly attributable for a particular product. Directly attributable for a particular product, we'll call it as direct material cost, direct employee cost and direct expenses. Distribution overheads. Distribution overheads are nothing but those expenses which were incurred for the purpose of distribution. This is not a part of cost of production, but this is a part of cost of sales, not administration. Cost of sales loki vellipotundi. And some of the examples like secondary packaging, outward transportation cost, warehouse cost, forwarding charges, etc. Next, employee cost. Whatever the benefits that are paid or payable to employees is called as employee cost. Employee might be either temporary, part-time, contract, etc. Fixed cost, cost which will not vary with the production. Indirect employee costs which are not directly traceable. Indirect expense, indirect material which are not directly traceable. Marketing overheads again includes two types: selling overheads okati, distribution overheads okati. Selling overheads which are exclusively for the purpose of sale, distribution is for the purpose of distribution. Distribution is from the point of factory site till point of sale. Selling overheads start from the point of sale actually, or distribution overheads also starts after the point of sale to distribute the good to the customers. Is it clear? Distribution can be either from factory site directly to the seller's godown. For sale, whatever expense you incur like advertisement, etc. and etc., we will call it as selling overheads. Distribution overheads for distribution of the goods. Selling overheads for the purpose of selling of the goods. Next, material cost, the total cost of material used in producing a product or rendering a service. Normal capacity is basing on the production achieved or achievable over an average number of period under normal circumstances after deducting the planned maintenance. Planned maintenance is nothing but normal loss. So normal capacity is nothing but normal production basing on the normal circumstances after deducting planned maintenance, which is nothing but normal loss. Overheads or indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses. Packing material cost exclusively for the purpose of packing. Again, packing is divided into two types: primary packing and secondary packing. Primary packing will be part of cost of production. Secondary packing will not become a part of cost of production. Secondary packing is a part of distribution overheads. Ante kada? Secondary is a part of distribution overhead. Primary is a part of cost of production. Prime cost is nothing but direct cost, direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses. Production expenses includes production overheads, those indirect costs which are directly relating to production, and these production overheads are also called as factory overheads, works overhead, manufacturing overhead, etc. Next, research cost. Research is originally planned and investigated. After doing the research, then you will be getting development. Selling overheads which are relating to selling. Selling overheads are also called as selling cost. Semi-variable costs or those costs which are both fixed and variable nature. Up to certain level it will be fixed, from then it will vary. Support service cost center, already we have seen it. Those cost center which are providing support services, like all those things. Next, standard cost, it's a predetermined cost. Predetermined cost basing on the normal circumstances. Variable cost varies with the volume of the production. And CAS 1 questions are not that important. CAS 1 questions are having finding what is the abnormal cost. CAS 1 questions. Under CAS 1, only one type of question will be there. How much is the abnormal cost? Under CAS 1, only this model of questions will be there, which is not very, very important. So to tell you, these questions are least preferred. These questions are least preferred in the examination. Take care. First preference is from material cost, CAS number 6, CAS number 7, labor cost. Okay. And least preference will be given for CAS number 1. And after CAS, the preferences CAS 6, CAS 7, and next one CAS 10, direct expenses, and CAS number 4, cost of production for captive consumption, and least preferred is CAS number 1. Under CAS number 1, only one type of question will be there: how much is the abnormal cost? You have to find the abnormal period and you have to find the abnormal cost. Clear? So prepare these questions at last, and hence I'm not covering these questions here. CAS 6, CAS 7, CAS 4, CAS 10, CAS 8, I'm sorry, CAS 8 utility cost, and finally CAS 1. This is the order, and only in these problems you are having problematics. Yeah, CAS 2 I've forgotten. CAS 2 is last but not least. Capacity determination. Mostly is asking from these two standards. If missed from these two standards, is not touching CAS 2 and CAS 1. So these two things are least preferred actually. So prepare the problematics from these two chapters at the end. Okay, fine. Just, and also if he's asking a simple question from abnormal loss, not a complicated question. And one more thing, what is a main task in all the problems of CAS number 1 is all about finding the abnormal period. Number of days is the biggest task. You know, if you observe, there was a strike from 13/9 to 16/11. How many days are under abnormal? Yeah, do it and tell me. 13/9 to 16/11, there was a strike. How many days were abnormal? In September, there are 30 days. Minus 12. 30 minus 13 is wrong. Because right from 13 you have to consider. 13 should also get included. Plus October 31 days plus November 16 days. So on a whole you will get 65 days is the abnormal period due to strike. Also there is another strike. Although the company had become working from 17/11, production could effectively begin only from 5/12. Ante up to 5/12 the production was not yet started effectively. So this is abnormal, maybe due to maintenance. Strike ante shutter locked, shutter opened. You can't start the production immediately, right? So you have to maintain some things. So production could effectively begin only from 5/12. Is it clear? Anyways, now tell me what is the abnormal period here? Second sort of abnormal period. So 17/11, 30 minus 16 because 17 to be included plus 4 days only, not 5 here. 18 because production could effectively begin from 5. Production is effectively begun from 5 and 5 is not abnormal, only up to 4 it's abnormal. Hope you have got the task here. And if nothing is mentioned in the question, you have to assume that all the 365 days are the working days. If nothing is given in the question, then you have to assume that all the 365 days are working days. If something is given in the question, like check out here, out of 303 available working days, then you have to consider only 303. I hope it's clear. 303 is considered because 303 available working days are given. In CRD number 1, in the problem number 1, no days are given, and hence total every day is a working day. And how many working days will be there? 366 days in problem number 1 because 2008 it's a leap year again. So take care, like this you can lock in your examination. Finding the days is very important. 2008 is a leap year and hence 366 days. That's very important. And problem number 2, year ends on 31/3/2011. Strike 42 days is due to breakdown and labor strike is 97 days. That is from 14/2 to 21/5. Tell me what is the strike period now? Total strike period. So you have to consider only up to 31/3. Even though strike is up to 21/5, current year ends by 31/3 kada. That's another task. So this is the problem in CAS number 1. Finding days is the toughest task. It's not tough. You have to use your common sense. You have to be aware while solving. Simply tell you, you have to wake up while solving on calculator. He should not sleep. Anyways, so 14 to ante. So totally 2014 is not a leap year, take care. So only 28 days minus 13 plus in March 31 days. 46 days. Is it clear? So what is a task in CAS number 1 and finding days? If you have found the days, then automatically half of the problem will be solved. Take more care. And let me go with CAS number 2. On CAS number 2, I don't deal more. I'll just tell you very small. You have to be careful while solving the problems. CAS number 2 is nothing but capacity determination. As per old CAS, there is something called installed capacity. But as per the revised CAS, licensed capacity. Yes, licensed capacity. As per the revised CAS, there is no licensed capacity as per 2016 revision. But again in 24 revision, he had introduced a new thing called licensed capacity. Licensed capacity is nothing but capacity that is sanctioned by the approving authority. Installed capacity is nothing but capacity which is installed in your business concern. We'll call it as installed capacity. Check out illustration number 1. Rolls-Royce India Private Limited established a car manufacturing unit. During the year, its installed capacity is 12,000 cars per annum. The car made an additional investment of 4,000 cars from 1st January 2015. What is the installed capacity for this entity? Installed capacity 12,000. Why? I'm asking installed. No. Additional investment of 4,000 is done from January 1st. No. Originally it's 12,000 plus 4,000 cars is a capacity installed on January, but you're having only 3 months left. So into 3 by 12. 1,000, no? So you'll get 13,000 as your capacity, installed capacity. But the actual production is 12,000. So the capacity utilization is 12,000 divided by 13,000 into 100. Whatever is that. Clear everybody? Now, so take care. As per old CAS, you're having installed, practical, normal, actual. As per revised CAS, you're having only 3 things. Installed, normal, not installed. It should be actual. Install, normal and actual. As per old CAS, you're having install, practical, normal, actual. As per revised CAS, normal and practical are same. Achievable capacity, normal capacity, practical capacity same as per new CAS. Clear? Prior to 2016, 2024. Prior to 2016, there are 4 capacities for finding. Installed, normal, practical, normal, actual. 2016 standard and after 2016, that is 2024 standard, there are only 3 capacities for finding. Installed, normal or practical or achievable, actual. Then what is the difference between 2016 standard and 2024 standard? Licensed capacity. Licensed capacity is not there in 2024 standard. It was introduced in 2024 standard. Licensed capacity is not there in 2016. Licensed capacity was introduced in 2024. Already prior to 2016, you are having licensed capacity. The same is copy pasted in 2024 standard. Take care. Is it okay? Now, moving on to the next thing. Installed is the maximum capacity. Practical capacity is installed capacity minus normal loss due to internal factors. Normal capacity is equal to practical capacity minus normal loss due to external factors. Actual capacity is equal to normal capacity minus abnormal loss due to both internal and external factors. Now I'll ask you the questions, you tell me whether it is abnormal, normal, due to internal, normal due to external. Machine setup time. Normal loss due to internal factors. Batch changeover time. Normal loss due to internal factors because even it happens within the entity. Leave. Normal loss or abnormal? Normal loss due to external factors. Absent. Abnormal loss. Clear. Power cut happens 5%. Power cut happens with which production lost 5% every year. Normal loss due to external factor. Take care with the terminology. Power cut with which we are losing a production of 5% every year. So it's a normal only. Every year it is happening. So it's normal. But that is due to external factor. Power cut during the year with which we lost 5% of the production. Abnormal loss. Hope you have got the difference. Every year or only this year. If every year happening, then we'll call it as a normal loss. If only this year happening, we'll call it as an abnormal loss. Now, how to identify in the question whether is it old cash or new cash, sir? Because if old cash, then these are the computations. If it is new cash, then the computations will be normal capacity is equal to installed capacity minus normal loss. Actual capacity is equal to normal capacity minus abnormal loss. Now in the question, how to identify whether is it old cash or new cash? Or since only new cash is there, then do the questions will be always on new cash? No. Even the questions are being tested from old cash also. Now how to identify in the question? Identification tips are two things. Number one, when it is expressly stated to compute practical and normal separately. If given in the question, compute normal capacity, installed capacity, actual capacity. New cash. Installed capacity, practical capacity, actual capacity. New cash. Installed capacity, practical or normal capacity, actual capacity. New cash. Installed capacity, practical capacity, normal capacity, actual capacity. Hope you have got the difference. This is as per old cash. And whenever in the question, past few years data is given. Whenever in the question, past few years data is given, you have to compute as per old cash. Remember. If past few years data is given, then you have to compute it as per old cash. Take more care. And after this, you're going to find ideal capacity, normal ideal capacity, abnormal ideal capacity, etc. Just you're having some formula, just go through that. You'll be getting it easy, nothing great. We have clearly mentioned the arrow marks A, B, C, and we have clearly mentioned the ideal capacities. Total ideal capacity, normal ideal capacity, abnormal ideal capacity. Hey, for every capacity utilization, formula is same. Total ideal capacity utilization. Total ideal capacity divided by installed capacity into 100. Normal ideal capacity utilization. Normal ideal capacity divided by installed capacity multiplied by 100. What is actual capacity utilization? Actual capacity divided by installed capacity into 100. For everything divided by installed capacity. Capacity utilization ratios is equal to whatever that respective capacity divided by installed capacity multiplied by 100. As per old cash, it will be different. As per new cash, it will be different. Just if you read that, you will get it. Nothing great. And now, if you observe, check out this one. Install, practical, normal, actual. As per which cash? Old cash. Check out this statement very carefully. At least 15% of the time is lost due to power cut. What is this factor? Normal or abnormal? Normal loss due to external factor. The word at least. Minimum 15% power loss every year. Now check out this one. Due to unavailability of material, approximately 5% of the machine time is lost. This is abnormal loss. Happened only in the current year, not every year. Sundays, normal loss due to internal factor because they will declare the holiday. Leaves, normal loss due to external factors. We are not declaring, they are putting the leaves. Holidays, normal due to internal. Absent, abnormal. Setup time, normal loss due to internal factors. So take more care. And current year machine replacement, that's okay. That will be considered in actual capacity. Check out this one. Last 3 years normal sales are not provided by the marketing department, but external interruption decreased the production by 15 days. External interruption is there. He did not tell whether it is normal or abnormal. Is it clear? There is an external interruption which is decreasing the production by 15 days. He did not tell whether it is normal or abnormal. In such a case, you can assume whatever you want. You can assume it as normal factor or you can assume it as abnormal factor. If you assume it as normal factor, then it will be deducted while computing the normal capacity. If you assume it as abnormal factor, then you have to deduct the same while computing the actual capacity. Is it clear? It's just your assumption and you can solve it. Done? That's it. And this question is very different, least important. Here he don't ask you the capacity utilizations or to find the capacity. He will straight away ask you how many furnaces are needed for the production. What is the capacity needed? Sorry, how many machines are needed for the said capacity? That's the question. For all the questions, he will give you the machine capacity and he will ask you to find the production. But here, he will be giving you the output. He had given you the capacity. I want this many units to be produced. So how many assets are needed? Exactly opposite. And this is also a different question depending on abnormal cost. This is the question linking CAS number 1 and CAS number 2. This is least important, but since it is different, I had made to put here. Different, but not important. Okay. And please go through your main material where you are having some other questions relating to capacity determination. So take more care. And let me move on to CAS number 3, which is cost accounting standard on production and operation overheads. But before moving on to CAS number 3, would like to cover the important standards first. So would like to straight away go for CAS number 6, 7, and then I'll be going with 4 and 8. And depending on the time, I'll come to the remaining parts. Okay, nothing great. CAS number 3, not even a single problem. It's only principles of measurement. That's it. Over. I don't deal with everything. As I said, only the important parts. The important part is nothing but principles of measurement. Anyways, first let me go with CAS number 6. Sir, first itself definition. If at all he is asking a theory question from CAS number 6, then out. Page number 47. If at all he is asking definition, theory question from CAS number 6, it's out. Because it will be very confusion. Defectives, material, product or intermediary products, underline this, do not meet the quality standards. it can be either reworked or it can be either rejected. Next, scrap, discarded material. Discarded material. Next, waste, material loss. Material loss, only material loss. Next, spoilage, production which is not meeting the quality standards. So when you speak about defective, we speak about raw material, we speak about finished good, we speak about intermediary product. So it might be raw material, it might be production, it might be intermediary product. Not meeting the quality standards. So quality control department rejected. Now what is the next work, sir? Two options. You put some additional resources, repair them. Is it possible to repair? Yes, sir. Then rework. Even after putting some additional resources like repair, if you are unable to meet the quality standard, then you will reject it. Is it clear? Defective can be either. No. I am telling defective can include either material, finished good or intermediary product. And finally, defective can be either reworked or rejected. It will get rejected when even after putting additional resources, it is not meeting the quality standards. Clear, everybody? Now, moving on to the next thing. Take more care, my dear children. Spoilage, production that did not meet the quality standards. So spoilage is considering only the finished good. Production and a finished good. It's not the raw material here. Is it clear? Defective includes material, product, intermediary product. But spoilage includes only finished good because production. And next one, scrap, wastage. If you observe, these two things only raw material. These two things only raw material. Scrap. Scrap is nothing but discarded material. Discarded material. Waste, material loss due to production. Something like to tell you, what is it called? If you observe some of the factors given here, evaporation, chemical reaction, contamination, shrinkage, etc. and etc. Where material will be wasted. Is it clear? Whereas scrap is the discarded material. You have sold it because it's having no value or it is having insignificant value, which is either disposed or very important, or it can be reintroduced into the process in place of raw material. Ante scrap, either number one, discard the material totally and sell it totally, or it can also be reintroduced in place of raw material. Understood? Scrap, it's not meeting the quality standards. So if you want, discard it immediately, or that can be used as a raw material, reintroduced as a raw material. Clear, everybody? Wastage is due to some reaction. Wastage is due to some reaction like evaporation, chemical reaction, shrinkage, etc. Along with all these things, there is some other thing called elongation. Elongation is nothing but increase in the quantity. Sometimes we'll call it as moisture. Due to extra moisture, the weight of some goods will increase. Whenever the moisture lost is there, the weight of the good will decrease. So increase of such weight, we'll call it as elongation. Decrease of such weight due to moisture loss, we'll call it as wastage, like normal loss. Clear, everybody? So it might be either loss or it might be either elongation. Anyways, these are the definitions, so take more care. Now moving on to the next thing, principles of measurement. Point number one, foreign exchange material, if any is there, then it has to be converted as on the rate of date of transaction. Subsequent changes is not considered as a part of material cost. Is it clear? rate on date of transaction only. Subsequent changes are not considered. And next one, normal loss has to be included over the good goods, absorbed over the good goods. Losses due to shrinkage and evaporation, very, 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 very important before the material is received. We don't consider after the material is received as per CAS number 6. As per CAS number 6, we'll consider every loss only before the material is received. That is only during the transit. Hey, is it clear? As per CAS number 6, we'll consider the losses only during the transit, that is before the material is received. We don't consider after the material is received. What about the lost in go down? As per CAS number 6, we don't concentrate on that. As per CAS number 6, you'll concentrate only after a before. Before, and only during the transit. Demurrage charges and detention charges will not form part of cost of materials. Subsidy, grant or incentive, if any is received, has to be reduced. Finance cost is not form part of materials. And very important, there is something called ex works of purchases and ex works of seller, which is nothing but CIF and FOB, free on board, or FOR, free on rail. What is this one? Say for example, seller is here, buyer is here. Seller is preparing the invoice. Seller is preparing the invoice. Buyer told, sir, please send the goods. Sorry, sir, we can't arrange that concept. We can't arrange. We'll sell the goods from our godown to your place. It's your responsibility to arrange a carrier, to arrange a transport agency, and you have to take the goods. Okay, sir. So to seller, as per the invoice, you have to pay 1000 plus all the insurance, freight and transportation expenses amounts to 100. So buyer has to pay 1000 to the seller and 100 to the transportation agency. This price is called as X works of supplier or X works of seller. Clear everybody? Understood? Ante seller's responsibility is only up to selling the good. That's it. Now, there is another party, like he is sending the goods till the buyers go down. He is selling the good till the buyers go down. Now, very, very important, in the invoice, seller is putting the selling amount, that is 1000 sale amount. Along with that, insurance and freight is also charged, and total collection is 1100. So again, buyer has to pay 1100 only, but this time buyer will pay 1100 directly to the seller. A logic understood? This time buyer will be paying entire 1100 directly to the seller, not 100 to the transportation agency. This time it is the seller's responsibility to deliver the good till the buyers go down. And this is called as X works of purchaser, also called as CIF. Cost, insurance, freight, everything will be in the invoice. And this is called as FOB, free on board or free on rail. Clear everybody? This is another terminology that is used. So be careful. And sometimes invoice will be having insurance and freight. Sometimes invoice will not be having insurance and freight. So be careful in the question. There will be no effect on the final answer, but there is effect to find the invoice price. Take care. Next, preparatory cost. Preparatory cost is nothing but before raw material is straight away introduced into the production, you have to prepare the raw material. That we'll call it as preparatory cost. Something like sugar cane will be dressed before introducing into the sugar cane machine. Hope you will be seeing that. Sugar cane will be dressed with all the coat of, right? That we'll call it as preparatory cost. Or something like లేదు, some raw materials, you have purchased the raw material which will be in packed form. Now you have to unpack everything and you have to cut the raw material and you have to introduce, which is called as a preparatory cost. And the next one, handling cost up to works or factory gate. So which is like loading and unloading charges. Simply to tell you, handling cost is nothing but loading and unloading charges. Incoming inspection, which is nothing but quality control. Insurance cost, which is nothing but as we have already discussed, CIF, cost, insurance and freight. If at all you are paying insurance only on one particular good, then it will be directly added to that material. But if you are paying insurance, it's a comprehensive policy covering many goods, then proportionate cost will be added. Next, non-returnable containers, returnable containers. Non-returnable containers ante you can sell the containers as scrap and you will get some value. That value will be deducted from the cost. Returnable containers ante you have to pay some charge. Say for example, you are paying 100 rupees for container. Again, if the container is returned, you will be getting 90 rupees back. So only this 10 rupees is like rental. This has to be included in the cost of raw material. Something like yesterday we have seen rented tanks. Raw material program, audit program for raw material. Sometimes companies will be storing all the petrol or liquid forms in some rented tanks. Cost of rent has to be included in the cost of material. And already discussed normal loss. Take care. Check out here prior to reaching the factory. After reaching, we don't bother at all. Principles of valuation, FIFO, LIFO and weighted average method. Very important. Some other miscellaneous points. Price variance. Totally it is added to the material cost. If at all companies following standard cost, you have to find the actual cost kada. For that purpose, if it is price variance, total will be added. If it is usage variance, abnormal will not be added. Only normal has to be added. Is it clear? Price variance ante will assume everything as normal only and hence add it. But usage is not like that. Price, assume everything as normal and then add it. Because whatever price you purchase the raw material, it is your actual price. You can't tell abnormal difference is there. But usage is not like that. 1 unit of raw material has to give 1 unit of output. But unfortunately, you are using 3 units of input to get 1 unit of output. Normal loss is only 0.2 unit. Now you have used some extra portion, right? So I've used extra, abnormal loss. So normal loss of usage variance can be included, but abnormal loss of usage variance should not be included. Is it clear? Now if you observe here, check out very carefully. 10,000 kgs purchased, approximately 3% weight can be normal moisture elongation. Ante increase or decrease? Increase. So to tell you, you have purchased 10,000 units, but 300 units extra you got due to elongation. So on a whole, you are supposed to receive 10,300 units. But if you observe at last, actual moisture is 8%. Ante you have actually received 10,800. Ante another 500 units is abnormal increase. So normal increase 300 units. Abnormal gain is 500 units. See here, 10,800 minus 10,300, 500 units. With respect to that 500 units abnormal gain, this has to be transferred to costing P&L account. Clear everybody? So now it is something like this. 10,000 units, you have purchased each 10 rupees and a total 1 lakh. You got 300 units normal. And hence it will become 10,000. Sorry. Cost is 0. And finally 10,300 units had become rupees 1 lakh. And per unit, 1 lakh divided by 10,300. 9.71. But you have actually received how many? 10,800 multiplied by 9.71. 868, which has to be transferred to Madam, this has to be transferred to cost of production. This is my cost of production. And hence that amount has to be transferred to cost of production. But the overall price is only 1 lakh kada. So the difference is nothing but 4868. You will be transferring it to costing P&L account. Clear? Difference has to be transferred to costing P&L account. But original price has to be booked in cost of production kada. First of all, you have to book it in cost of production. Then you have to transfer it to costing P&L account. Is the logic clear? So that's the problem. Take care. And moving on to the next thing. Yeah, actually if you observe 500 into 9.71, you got only 4855. Rounding of difference will be there kada. Something, it's not 9.71, 9.71 something you'll get. So that rounding of difference will be there. Take care. And hence, in other words, total cost of production minus cost of purchase 4868, which will be transferred to costing P&L account. Ledu ante 500 units into 9.71. Anyways, this model of the questions are very famous, frequently testing in the examination. What is the landed cost of material? Prepare every landed cost of material question which might be either in CRD or assignment in your main material. Landed cost of material is very much important. Take care. Purchase 5 lakh. Trade discount has to be deduced. Import duty paid has to be added. Freight inward has to be added. Insurance paid has to be added. Rebates deduct. Cash discount ignore. Principles of measurement we have read. We did not read about cash discount at all. Ante kada. Moreover, that is not relating to acquisition at all. Senvat credit refundable. Deduct, because that is nothing but refundable taxes. Abnormal loss of materials. Don't consider. Ignore. That has to be transferred to costing P&L account. Take care, huh? Take care. Price variation due to computation of cost under standard rates. 500. Oh, sorry, 1500. Directly add it. If at all he is giving separately usage variance, price variance, then price variance totally consider. Usage variance only normal has to be considered. But here given price variation and hence total can be considered. Clear everybody? Take care. Next, again similar question. Purchase of materials. Add $50,000. Take care, huh? There is a forward rate 64.40, but 64.60 on the date of importation. Which rate you have to consider? Date of importation. You don't want the forward rate kada. On whichever date you are importing, you have to consider that date. Is it clear everybody? So as on the date of importation, how much is there? 64.60. So you have to consider only that rate. Now check out here. Did you remember this one? CIF and FOB. Now tell me very carefully. Say for example, this is FOB basis. By the moment seller sold the goods, $1 is equal to 60. But by the moment when the goods arrived India, $1 is equal to 62. But by the moment when goods arrived into the buyer's godown, $1 is equal to 59. Tell me now what has to be considered. 60. Date of transaction. Okay. Now, by the moment when seller had left the goods from his godown, $1 is equal to 60. By the moment when the goods enter in India, $1 is equal to 62. By the moment when they enter the buyer's godown, $1 is equal to 59. Now what? What has to be considered? No, it will become 59. Clear? That's nothing but date of importation there. Because here till delivery, seller has to take the responsibility. CIF basis. Here it is FOB basis. In the sense, this point has to be considered. Is it clear? If at all these two rates were not given, then we'll consider this one directly. Or if this is not given, we'll consider this one directly. Whatever is given, you have to take it. Date of importation ante, it's not by the date when they enter India. Till the point they has to reach the customer's godown. Clear everybody? Where we'll call it as date of importation, but it actually depends on the type of invoice. That's very, very important. Take more care. Is it clear everybody? Okay. So now import duty paid has to be added. Ante kada. Freight inward. Add. Insurance paid. Add. Cash discount. Ignore. Payment. Will ignore that. Payment date rate will not be considered. Clear everybody? They understood. My dear children, once again take care. Actually, how it happens, I'll tell you. Listen. Listen. I'll tell you. By the moment when the goods enter in India, you have to clear from the customs port by paying customs duty. Am I correct or wrong? At that time, customs duty is always paid on the type of invoice. Is it clear? Say for example, here you are paying customs duty basing on the date of importation. That is $1 is equal to 62. Clear? And then automatically here you have to consider the price as $1 is equal to 62. But if it is the seller's responsibility to deliver the goods till your godown, till your place, then cost of raw material is equal to $1 multiplied by 59. But customs has to be computed on 62 at that time. But that much confusion you will not be having. You'll be having only one date which is given in the question, which is called as date of importation. He'll give you simply the date of importation. Ante. Whatever the importation date rate is there, you consider the same rate. Is it clear? Is it clear? Customs duty is always to be paid on invoice price. Has to be computed on invoice price. That's what my meaning is all about. What is invoice price? And it depends on the type of invoice. Invoice price is available in foreign currency. You have to convert it into Indian currency. Of course, in customs, you'll be learning how to convert it. You'll be having that kada. There you're going to learn it. Anyways, now, yeah, landed cost concept is very important. So learn landed cost. Okay. Now moving on to the next thing. CAS number 7. Employee cost. Again, same principles of measurement. Employee cost shall be included with all the gross pay, including all the allowances, perquisites, etc. and etc. Next, bonus has to be included. Next, remuneration payable to executive directors is also to be included. Take more care. Remuneration paid to non-executive directors is not a part of employee cost, but it shall become a part of administrative overheads. Take care. Remuneration payable including executive directors is a part of employee cost, but non-executive directors is not a part of employee cost. This is very, very important. Don't forget. Separation cost shall be amortized over the total period. Separation cost might be either retrenchment, compensation, termination, or voluntary retirement. So you will be paying it over the period of time kada, and hence you have to amortize. Underline this one, that's important. Next, employee cost is not including imputed cost. That's okay. Cost of idle time. Cost of idle time is not to be considered because it is abnormal. Again, if you would like to tell, normal idle time has to be considered. Abnormal idle time has to be excluded. Next, standard cost. Take care, Amma. Variances due to normal reasons shall be considered. Abnormal reasons will be excluded. Sir, take care. Here, cost variance or what is it called? Usage variance. Only price variance. I'm sorry, not cost. Rate variance antar kada. it will be different kada. What are the variances that we'll call under? It is cost, price and usage under material variances. Labor lo, rate, efficiency. I'm asking initial three ratios. I mean initial three variances. Efficiency, cost, price variance, efficiency variance, and it is cost variance only. That is what I am asking. What is the terminology used? And adugutuna nenu. Likewise, here material cost variance, here labor cost variance. Yes, material price variance, labor rate variance, material usage variance, labor efficiency variance. That is what my mean is all about. I mean to tell cost, price, usage is replaced with cost, rate and efficiency. Anyways, now the matter, listen very, very carefully. Price variance, total has to be considered as per CAS number 6. Usage, normal, consider, abnormal, ignore. But as per CAS number 7, whether it is rate variance or efficiency variance, variance has to be considered only due to normal factors, abnormal factors has to be ignored. Hope you might have got why I have asked you that one. It might be either rate variance or it might be either efficiency variance. You have to consider only due to the normal factors, but you should not consider due to abnormal factors as per CAS number 7. Remember that one. CAS 6 is different, 7 is different. 6 la price variance total will be considered. Whereas coming to usage, normal consider, abnormal don't consider. Whereas coming to labor, whether it is rate or efficiency, normal consider, abnormal don't consider. Clear everybody? So take care. You are having these variances list in every standard. But of course, every standard is not important. Packing material cost, utility cost, research and development. In every standard, you are having that. Repairs and maintenance, almost in every standard you are having. So take more care. Subsidy, grant, incentive, if any is received, then it has to be deducted. Abnormal cost will not become part. Penalties, damages will not become part. Cost of free housing will be added. Where is it? Yes, shall be determined while considering the total cost. If any recovery is there, it has to be deducted. And check out here. Yeah, basic pay. Add. Ante kada. Lease rent accommodation. Add. But amount recovered. Deduct. Employer's contribution to PF. Employee's contribution to PF. Yes. So employer's contribution. Yes, you are contributing on behalf of him. So add it. Employee's contribution. He is contributing. We are not having anything. It's his wish. So don't consider. Is it clear? If, sir, whatever the benefits are paid or payable by employer have to be considered. Here employee's contribution to PF and we don't consider it kada. We are not paying it, sir. He is paying it. So we don't consider. Reimbursement of medical expenses. Add, because we will reimburse to the employee. Hospitalization expenses. Festival bonus. Add. Festival advance. Ignore. So only bonus will be added. Advance will not be added because advance is an asset. Paid or payable will be considered. Advances, prepaid payments, prepaid expenses will not be considered because prepaid expense will become employee cost for the next year. Is it clear? So for the purpose of festival, we are giving some advance salary. So that advance will become employee cost for the next year. It will not become cost for current year. I hope it's clear. Okay, let me go on to the next one. Take more care. Materials consumed will not be considered. Salaries, yes. Employee training cost. Just wait. I have to tell you 4 more things. CAS number 7. Here point number 1, amortized separation costs relating to voluntary retirement, retrenchment, termination, etc. shall be treated as indirect cost. However, unamortized amount relating to discontinuing operation is not a part of employee cost. So please take care, my dear children. Amortized separation cost is a part of employee cost. Unamortized cost relating to discontinuing operation is not a part of employee cost. Clear? Next, recruitment, training and other costs will be treated as overheads and they are not to be considered as employee cost. Next, overtime premium shall be assigned directly to the cost object or treated as overheads depending on the economic feasibility. Ante overtime premium, if at all, why are you paying to the employee? You have to check out. If it is paid exclusively for the purpose of production, then it will be directly assigned to the cost object. In such a case, it will be treated as employee cost. If it treated as overheads, and if at all you're paying overtime premium to the employee, which is not at all relating to production, then it should not be considered as an employee cost. Next one, idle time cost. Of course, it's not a part of employee cost at all. Clear, everybody? So let me give you a final conclusion because you should not confuse for each and everything. Let me give you a final conclusion. Point number 1, amortized separation costs relating to voluntary retirement will be treated as employee cost. Unamortized amount relating to discontinuing operation will not be an employee cost. Recruitment cost, training cost is not a part of employment cost. Overtime premium, not a part of employee cost. Idle time cost, not a part of employee cost. That's it. Clear, everybody? Amongst all these things, only amortized cost will become a part of employee cost. All other will not become. Okay. Now check out here. Training cost. No. Yes. Ignore. Perquisites to employee. Add. Contribution to gratuity fund. Add. Lease rent accommodation. Add. Festival bonus. Add. Unamortized cost relating to discontinuing operation. Ignore. Special subsidy received towards salary. Deduct. Recoverable amount for perquisites. Deduct. I hope it's clear. So hope you might have understood why I have showed exclusively CAS number 7 to deal about these items. Overtime premium, idle cost, employee training cost, recruitment cost, etc. and unamortized separation cost due to discontinuing operations. All this will not be included. Only amortized cost due to continuing operation will be included. Is it clear? Take care. Next. Yeah, even this one, tell me. Salaries and wages. Yes. Bonus. Contribution to PF. Contribution to PF will be included. If nothing is mentioned, you can assume according to yourselves. If it is employer, include. If it is employee, he is contributing. It's not at all necessary for me. Anyways, take care, huh? Take care. Wages to contractor employee. Ignore. Because he is not your employee. Contractor employee. Employee includes executive directors, contract employees, full-time employees, part-time employees. But they will not include contractor employee. Take care. Next, employees welfare included. Abnormal cost exclude. VRS payment for closure of wrought iron section. Ignore, because closure is nothing but discontinuing operations. Career salary. Compensation paid for the past periods against court orders. So for your kind information, there ends the matter. Understood? Huh? So employee costs will not be including arrear salaries, etc. and etc. Those benefits which are to be paid and payable during the year, only that will be considered. Arrear salary and compensations, this will not be included as a part of employee cost as per CAS number 7. But if you have remembered, this will become employee cost as per CAS number 1. Arrear salary and compensation or employee cost as per CAS 1. but not as per CAS number 7. Yeah, definitions will be like that itself. But since you have to answer as per CAS number 7, remember that this will not be included. That's it. Benefits paid or payable during the period. Advances will not be considered. Past periods will not be considered. Remember, that's it. Arrear salary ante outstanding e kada. Outstanding salary is already considered in the last year kada. Why will it become employee cost in the current year? Simple logic. Compensation paid. You are paying the compensation. It's not an employee cost. It's a kind of abnormal cost. Clear, everybody? Okay. So that's all about CAS number 6 and 7. Now coming to 8. Sir, coming to 8, again similar kind of things you will be having. Utility. It can be steam. It can be electricity. It can be fuel, etc. And you be careful in finding these things. Cost of utility includes, purchased utility includes, you all people know this one, duties and taxes, transportation cost, insurance, other directly attributable expenses, and net of refundable taxes, trade discount, anything must be deducted. Now moving on to the next thing. If it is self-generated utilities for own consumption, it includes direct material, direct employee, direct expenses, and indirect expenses. Very important. In case of utilities for the purpose of inter-unit transfer, then distribution cost shall be added to the cost of utilities. Ante simply self-generated utility aithe direct material plus direct labor plus direct expenses plus indirect expenses, that is overheads. For these things you have to add distribution overhead if it is inter-unit transfer. Inter-unit transfer ante within the company between different branches, and hence only distribution cost is considered. Whereas if it is inter-company transfer, along with all these things you have to add administration overheads also. If it is sale to the outside parties, not at all your companies, your units, then also you are supposed to add marketing overheads, which is nothing but selling and distribution overhead. So take care these 4 things. And finance cost will not be included. And cost of utilities includes distribution. Cost of includes deliveries. Delivery cost will also be included. Next, standard cost I think. Take care. Price variance totally included. Usage only normal included. Abnormal will be excluded. So material and utilities are similar. And next one, subsidy or grant has to be deducted. Cost of production, that's normal. Abnormal cost, exclude. Penalty, exclude. Credits or recoveries, deduct. Now, sir, every question is as simple as such, finding the total cost of utility. Ante. Finding the total cost of utility. That's what the point. If you observe here, coal consumption 155 into 500 per ton, oil 220 into 39.5, water 1500 into 60, stores and other consumables 4000. All those elements will be absolutely added. And next, salaries of generating the plant. 2 supervisors 6500 per month. So multiplied by 12 is very much important. So this is all just normal. Now cost of generating plant to boiler plant given in such a way, if you observe cost price, life, residual value. So this is given for the purpose of computing depreciation. Miscellaneous income is given from which it has to be deducted. Repairs and maintenance. Of course, without repairs and maintenance, it's impossible to produce kada. And hence it will become a indirect expense and it will be added. Share of administration overhead. Share of administration overhead. You can consider that as a part of administration cost and it can be added. Sorry. Not considered. Administration overhead 6250. It was not considered here. Assuming that administration overhead is not relating to production. Only administration cost is relating to production. Clear, everybody? In this problem, But in some other problem, again, he will be adding it. And that's the reason I told you, you better write an assumption that administration overhead is relating to production. Anukunte, you have to add. If you don't assume that, it's not relating to production and you can ignore. Clear? And moving on to the next one. Sir, if you observe the format, just wait, check out the format. Abridged cost statement. Abridged cost statement. He is asking calculate the cost per unit. So we are computing the cost per unit. It will be something like name of the product, SETA heading, units of measurement and units produced. Of course, it should be at the right alignment. Units produced should be at right. This is the format for abridged cost statement. Name of the product to units produced to what is the units of measurement. Everything must be clearly given there. Anyways, moving on to the next thing. Yeah, if you observe this question, water collection, water treatment, demineralization, or township. You are first supposed to observe this question carefully, otherwise you don't understand anything. Check out. Water collected is 4 lakh. Transferred is 3,80,000 to the next process. 3,60,000 is the quantity transferred, out of which 2,60,000 is DM plant. Another 1 lakh is township for drinking purpose. Ante this is partly captively consumed and partly sold to outsiders. Because 3,60,000 we have collected, but entire 3,60,000 is not transferred to DM plant. To DM plant we have transferred only 2,60,000. Another 1 lakh is transferred to township for drinking purpose. So it is not at all directly relating to the finished good, for which rule 3 and rule 4 must be separately applicable for CC good here. Anyways, here he will be asking you what is the cost of utility. But if you observe, how much is the lost here? 20,000. He is very clearly giving what is the actual loss. 20,000. Normal is 15,000. So abnormal is 5,000. Again same, total loss 20,000. 17 is normal. So 3,000 is abnormal. On demineralization to power plant, 5,000 is the loss because 2,60,000 to 2,55,000. Normal is also 5,000. Actual is also 5,000. Is it clear? Now I hope you can solve the problem. Finding all the cost, units cost minus abnormal unit, normal units, total units, so total cost minus normal units. Cost of normal units is 0. I hope it's clear. So like that you're supposed to solve it. See here, less normal loss, less abnormal loss along with the cost price. Because for normal loss only cost is 0. For abnormal loss you have to find the cost price and it has to be transferred to costing P&L account. Anyways, and this is direct expense problem. CA is number 10. Royalty paid on sales and royalty paid on units produced. Royalty paid on units produced is of course a part of direct expense. Here, royalty paid on sales is also considered as direct expense only. But as per CAS number 16, if I was not wrong, royalty and technical know-how standard. What is the number 20? Huh? Royalty and technical know-how. So whatever the standard number, listen to the point here. As per the standard of royalty and technical know-how cost, royalty paid on sales is a part of selling and distribution expenses. It is not a part of direct expenses. But here he will be considering it as a part of direct expense. How, sir? Royalty paid on sales not as a percentage on sale volume. It is ₹2 per unit sold. And you know the meaning? For production 1, for sold 2, total royalty per unit you have to pay ₹3. Listen very carefully. I'm giving you my plan. With my plan you are producing the product kada? Give me ₹3 royalty. Out of which pay me ₹1 by the moment when you produce the good. Pay me ₹2 by the moment when you sold the good. Hope you have got that agreement. Hey, just wait for another 5 to 10 minutes. I'll leave you. Please understand how the agreement between contractor and the entity. Array, per unit of production, pay me 3 rupees royalty. Ra. You told, sorry sir, I can't pay totally immediately. Okay, then let's come to a deal. 1 rupee when unit is produced. 2 rupees when unit is sold. And indirectly, entire 3 rupees is directly relating to production only. But as per their agreement, they have separated like that. Logic understood? But whenever you are paying royalty as a percentage on sale volume or sale price, sir, I sold totally 1 lakh rupees multiplied by 10%, pay me 10,000 royalty. In such a case, you are computing and paying royalty as per sales only. In such a case, it will become selling and distribution expenses. Take care. Design charges, software development charges, royalty paid on sales, units produced, higher charges on equipment. Everything will become direct expense as per CAS number 10. Clear? This is all about CAS number 10 and cost of utilities 8. Just wait. I'll close after telling 4. CAS number 4. Almost you know everything. Almost you know everything here. But be careful with depreciation, okay? So be careful with depreciation. Because first of all, you're supposed to check out stores and spares. Stores and spares. Whether will it become asset, will it become inventory? No, it depends. If it satisfies the definition of fixed asset, then it will become PP. If it satisfies the definition of inventory, it will become inventory, stores and spares. Now, you have to charge the depreciation. You have to charge the depreciation only when the stores and spares had satisfied the definition of fixed asset, but not when they satisfy the definition of inventory. Be careful with this context. And also, please go through repairs and maintenance standard. CAS number 12 if I was not wrong. Repairs and maintenance in your main material. In that there will be one problematic part. Within the standard itself, we have given you one example. Don't leave that example. That might be tested in the examination. Very small. If you see, you will understand that. But only when you see, you'll understand. Otherwise, you don't understand. Question is all about what is the repair cost. So please go ahead with that. Don't forget. And coming to the examples, check out here. This is a different one again. Sir, if at all you are having scrap during the production, what to do? If scrap is having a ready market, then whatever the realizable value is there, it will be deducted from the cost of production. If scrap is not having a ready market and it is used for reprocessing. Reprocessing ante scrap, did you remember? Scrap can be reintroduced again as raw material. In such a case, what is the cost of scrap? In such a case, value of input cost at the each stage in which it is recycled to be taken as value of the scrap. The expenses incurred for making the scrap has to be deducted from value of the scrap. In the sense, what is that? You'll better understand if you see here. During the production process at stage 3, a scrap is produced and the same is recycled at stage 2 after making an expenditure of 200 per metric ton. Find the value of the scrap. From stage 3 you got some finished good that is wasted. You can't sell it directly. So you have decided to reintroduce at process 2. Now what is the value of the scrap? Question clearer? Now, what is the value of scrap ante? Value of input cost at the stage at which it is recycled. What is the value of input cost at that stage? 2500. That has to be deducted with the expenses that you have incurred. What is the expenses incurred? 200. So 25 minus 200, which is nothing but 2300. Ante. Input of the respective process minus process expenses. So 2500 minus 200, you are going to get 2300. Ante, these things might be asked for MCQs. 2 marks, because we don't take these things seriously actually. Even repairs and maintenance, I asked you to see one problem. Even that might be tested for MCQs. మన లక్ బాగుంటే అన్నీ మనకు నచ్చినట్టే జరుగుతాయి. పేపర్ వచ్చేంత వరకు లక్ ఉందో లేదో మనకు తెలియదు. దట్ వాస్ ద బిగ్గెస్ట్ ప్రాబ్లం. మోర్ ఓవర్ అందరూ మీకు మైండ్లో ఎలా ఫీడప్ చేశారంటే సిఎంఏడి, ఎస్పీఎం, బీవీ యూ కెన్ గెట్ ఎగ్జామ్షన్స్ ఈజీలీ. పేపర్ చూసిన తర్వాత షాకులు తగిలితే. సో that was the actual point. And anyways, remember, as per CAS number 4, accessible value is equal to cost of production plus 10%. Don't forget that one. This is actually linked to CGST Act. Supply will be determined as per rule number 27, 28, 29 and 30. If at all supply is unable to determine, then you have to follow rule number 31. In that case, it is cost of production plus 10%. Is it clear, everybody? See here, rule number 30 as per CGST Act. Rule number 26, 27 and 28, 29. If I was not wrong, I was not exactly remembering. Okay, 26, 27, 28, 29. Value of supply. 27 nunchi. Okay, so 27, 28, 29 is the rules of CGST Act to determine the value of supply. If you are unable to find the value of supply as per that rules, then you have to follow rule number 30 and 31. Rule number 30 and 31 was telling that value of supply is equal to cost of production as per CAS number 4 plus 10% is the accessible value of the supply. So cost of production as per CAS number 4 plus 10% has to be considered. And you can do it very easily. Most easiest questions of CAS number 4. Material cost add, wages add, expenses add, indirect material, factory overhead, administration overhead only 25% is relating to production, quality control, R&D, selling and distribution, sale of scrap has to be deducted. But take care, you're supposed to draft abridged cost statement, not simple cost sheet. What is abridged cost statement? Name of the company. You have to put like that. Product produced, let the product name put here. Units of measurement and units produced. Particulars, cost price per unit, amount. This is nothing but abridged cost statement. Now your cost sheet start. Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses, prime cost, add indirect material, indirect expenses, other overheads. Then you will be getting gross factory cost plus or minus work in progress adjustment stocks. You will be getting net factory cost. Then you have to adjust administration overheads. You will be getting cost of production. Then for that you have to finished good plus or minus. You will be getting cost of goods sold. And selling and distribution expense will be added in order to get cost of sales. I hope it's clear. And thank you for your extended cooperation, my dear children. That's the end. Now, you can read that. CAS number 3, production and operation overheads. If one thing I have to quote here, listen, variable overheads always to be apportioned on actual number of units produced. Fixed overheads were to be apportioned on actual or normal, whichever is higher. But as per CAS number 3, we don't know why fixed overheads must be apportioned on normal capacity. It was given like that. Even we kept mails to the institute, even we have spoken about the technical cell of the institute, but they did not respond. For every other standard, fixed overheads has to be apportioned on actual or normal, whichever is higher. But as per CAS number 3, fixed overheads must be apportioned only on normal capacity. It was given like that, remember. And my dear children, that's the end of CMAD marathon. Thank you for your extended cooperation. Hope you have understood with each and everything. Of course, last cost accounting standards we have done a bit faster, but I hope you have understood. So take care. Please concentrate on problematics. Don't leave even a single problem for the entire material, because problems of CMAD subject are very easy. 21 marks mandatory, damn sure you're going to get the problems. As per depending on your luck, it might increase to 28. One from employee cost, one from labor cost, material cost. One from material cost, one from employee cost, one from cost reconciliation statements, the other from profitability analysis. These are always being tested, but please don't believe me, because I told you basing on the past trends. Also be careful with value added and capital employed and net worth computations also. And be careful with other cost accounting standards. And you can leave, you're having only one question, variance computation. You're having only one question, variance computation, where I told you the question is not properly drafted by institute material. If I was not wrong, after the completion of entire cost accounting standards, at last you will be having one question. You can leave that question. And another recommendation, before going for your main examination, at least refer standard cost of your SCM once and please go for exam. Because you're having variance concept here, they might get tested in the exam at least for 2 marks. You should not leave that. And anyways, my dear children, that's the end. All the best. Hope entire positivity and Almighty God should bless you and you should get everything at any cost. Everybody of you should clear in this attempt, and not only clearing, hope you have to get good jobs for sure. All the best.